Yesterday, we were talking about the C's and G's, right? We were talking about how you're going to get a different sound from each one. Now, the secret is this. Today, we are going to look at some example words. If you can pronounce those words without me having to explain the rules, we're going to keep it moving. Okay?
Okay,
Because I don't want to inundate your brain with a bunch of extra rules if we don't need them. Okay.
sounds good.
So let's take a look. Here are the words. I want you to say these out loud for me. All right. ¿Qué tenemos aquí?
Carro,
Uh huh.
celezo,
Okay.
cielo,
Uh huh.
coco.
Okay.
Or is it coco? Wait, cocoa? Cocoa?
There you go. That's the one. I was going to try to let you go without me having to correct it. Okay.
And culebra.
Perfecto. And you know what you did? You did exactly what we talked about yesterday. You gave equal value to every single vowel that we have here.
Mhm.
Carro, celoso, cielo, cocoa, culebra. Perfecto. No explanation needed. Okay. Vamos a continuar. We're going to continue. All right. Let's try these con la letra G with the letter G.
Okay. Gato,
Okay. Say it one more time for me.
gato,
Okay.
uh, generoso,
Okay.
Egipto,
Okay.
Ozar,
Okay.
Guatemala.
Okay. Not bad. So the only thing that we're going to tweak here is what we kind of alluded to yesterday before we left, and it was about the hard G sounds versus the soft, well, not even a soft G sound, it's an actual H sound. And so we're going to pinpoint those right now. I'm going to color code these so that we know what we're talking about. All right. And we're going to say that the ones that I'm color coding red are going to be our hard G sounds. Okay. Hard G sounds. So that's going to be every one that we see here. Okay.
Okay.
So now when we look at these, tenemos gato, okay, gozar, Guatemala. Okay. So those are all our hard G sounds. The A's, the O's, and the U are going to give us a hard G sound. Gato, gozar, Guatemala. Okay. For the ones that are not color coded, these are our H sounds. Generoso, Egipto. Okay. Generoso, Egipto. So we're
So
getting
when you
that
come across
English
a
H
word,
sound.
excuse me, I'm sorry. When you come across a word, when do you know when it's going to be a hard G or a soft one? Or is that
Great
learned through
question.
the
And so,
vocabulary?
anytime, and that's literally what we're going to do here. Let's go back and we're going to do this even more. We're going to do a little bit more to it. We're going to underline these. So, anytime you have a word that has a GO or GA or GU, it's going to give you that G sound. Okay.
Okay.
So those are the vowels. So anytime you see a word that has GA in it, it's going to be gato. I would think or a g sound. So we could think about words, additional words like um think of some words here that we could use that would definitely trigger that for you. Um if you think about the French word for like boy, or even I think people use it for waiter. I'm sure. I'm not too familiar. But if we think about the word for waiter in French, garçon, right? That GA is going to give us a hard G sound.
Mhm.
And so all you have to remember is A, O, and U is going to be the G sound. Anytime we have a G and an E, it's going to give us a English H sound. Generoso, Egipto. Any of the other examples that we would see or that we would come across, just know that E's and I's are going to give you an H sound. And that's just exposure when you see the words. All right. And that's just multiple opportunities for practice. When you see those words, you can even go in and just think about, okay, that's going to be a soft H sound. Another little trick that I have never even talked about is that you could literally go into Google, right? Or you could go into ChatGPT and you could say, give me a list of Spanish words that have GE in them, or give me a list of Spanish words that have GI in them. And then I would go through and practice those. So let's do some real time here. Some real time. I'm going to go right here and I'm going to do exactly what we just said. I would say create a list of Spanish words with GE in the beginning or middle. Okay, so let's see what it comes up with. All right, let's go. Okay, so we've got a list here. All right, so let's take a look at this list. So tenemos, it's off Google, right? So what? I didn't want to do geometry, but that's a good example. The word, the word geometria. Geometria is geometry. Geometria, Geometria. Geometria. All right, but you see, we have a list. And I would go through the list and practice every day until you just it starts to stick. And you're like, you know what? I don't even need the list anymore. We tenemos gente, generoso, agenda, gelatina, gema, gemelos, genio, general, geografía, geranio. You could just go through and practice those. And you could do the same thing with GI, right? Just change it and say, okay, GI, what do we got? Make me a list. Okay. Okay, gigante, gimnasio, girasol, hero. All right, so you get the idea. So that's one thing that you could do is, and it's not about learning these words. You don't need to learn words. We're just learning how to pronounce these. Okay, so that is, and that's a good idea for me, just to say, hey, we want to make sure mastering. Let's do a Spanish pronunciation challenge, right? Spanish pronunciation. And I'm just taking notes as I learn too. At the same time, when we do stuff like this, I learn too. And I can learn how to make this easier for people. All right, mastering. I'm just going to take her title here that's over on the right hand side here, and I can create something that helps people out. And I could also do that with C. Okay, so there you go. Does that help any there?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. So let's get back to where we are. Okay. Y vamos a so entonces tenemos otra vez gato, generoso, Egipto, gozar, Guatemala. Okay. The ñ in español. All right. The true traditional Spanish letter, right? So la ñ. It's a unique letter in Spanish, not just an accent. All right. Pronounced like the NY in canyon, that sound that you get when you say canyon or onion. All right. Kanye. Those are the sounds that you want to get. The ñ. Okay. Don't get frustrated. It's a marathon, right? We just practice. It's all about the practice here. All right. So tenemos, I want you to go ahead and say these out loud for me. ¿Qué tenemos aquí? And that at sign, let me tell you about that. If you ever decide to work with me, a lot of the times when I have a word that I know can end in A or O, I just put an ampersand here because it could be an O, the outside area,
Okay.
or it could be an A. So you pronounce either one that you want to try here.
Niña, niño.
Exacto. All right. La próxima palabra, the next word.
España,
España, España, right? Because that A is a I. España. Okay.
España,
Uh-huh.
and año.
Perfecto. Got it. Nailed it. All right. This is one of my favorites to talk about, the B and the V in Spanish. So they're pronounced exactly the same. There is no differentiation between these two letters in Espanol. The B sounds like a V when we say words. There's no distinct V sound like we have in English. Both letters are usually like a soft English B sound. Okay. Por ejemplo, vino, bien. Vino, bien. And the secret to it, the secret sauce to this is when you see a word that has a V in it,
Mm-hmm.
you just kind of run through it really fast, sounding like a B, a soft B, and people totally understand it. Now, for those who actually, pronounce the V sound, I couldn't tell you who it is, but most of the times it's an English speaker or someone that has taken a Spanish course that they did not identify what it is for a native speaker. A native speaker is going to make these sound the same exact way. Then people say, well, hey, man, that's going to be kind of confusing. How do I know whether the word should have a V or a B if I'm writing down a note or somebody's telling me something and I need to jot that information down? I don't want to spell it wrong. What do I do? All right. So this is the next thing that we look at. We look at here. Here, we have a little phrase, and I want you to jot this down. If you come across a situation where you have to dictate a note or you have to spell something out, this is what you ask the speaker. ¿Bere burro o bere vaca? ¿Bere burro o bere vaca? All right. When they say bere burro, oh, that means the word has a B in it. All right. Or if they say, oh, bere vaca, be tells me bere vaca, oh, that means that the word has a V in it. It's very similar to what we do as B as in boy or D as in dog.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's the same concept, just in Espanol to help us with those two. All right. Bere burro, bere vaca. Okay. Otros consonantes. So the T and the D in Espanol. All right. Pronounced with tongue against the teeth. What do we mean by that? It goes right above the alveolar ridge that we talked about yesterday with the R's, right? You're going to tap that area right above the top of your tongue when you say words with T's or D's in English. It's going to be the same thing in Espanol. Cada. Okay. Cada.
Got it.
So we kind of we could see the D, but when we pronounce it, it's not going to be a hard D sound. It's not going to be cada dia, cada dia, cada dia. It's going to be cada, real smooth, suave, rico suave, right? That was the whole thing. We want to have cada noche, right? It sounds, you know, romantic or it sounds emphatic, right? Cada, okay. Um, One of my other favorite letters here is the double L's, right? They always make an English Y sound, with exceptions of two particular countries. In general, oftentimes they will pronounce this as a sh, like a sh sound. All right. It's got a sh or a j, right? And so we'll look at that. Not that that's super important. The neutrality of this is a double L will make a Y sound. Just always remember double L's in Spanish will make a Y sound. Por ejemplo, we all know this word at the top because some of us eat these or we've seen people eating them before. How would you say that top word? ¿Cómo se dice?
Quesadilla.
Excelente. That's you keep it just like that. Quesadilla. And then we fold that, we roll that over into these other words. Calle, pollo. Okay. Calle, pollo, quesadilla. All right. Now I want you to try this bottom word because this talks about giving equal value to every one of our vowels here. How would you say that? ¿Cómo se dice?
Toala.
All right. But remember, two L's make a.
Oh, to. Well, let's say two L's make a Y sound, right?
Mm-hmm.
Toalla.
Perfecto. Toalla.
Toalla.
Excelente. Toalla. All right. Now,
I'm glad you brought that up again because I would have easily forgotten that. Now it's locked in because of you saying
there you go. There you go. And so anytime you see that double L, always think, oh, it's a Y.
Mm-hmm.
And mentally, we can replace that. As I see this word, I can put a Y mentally in there automatically. Okay. As that's what I'm going to pronounce it. And when I say a Y sound, just think English Y. And
Mm-hmm.
that helps you remember calle, pollo, toalla. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. Vamos a practicar. Say these out loud for me. Con voz alta.
Perro.
Uh-huh.
Perro.
Uh-huh. Muy bien. All right. Here we got a little phrase here. I'll say it first. I want you to listen to what you hear me say, and then I want you to repeat it. All right. Tú vas a repetirlo. José juega en el jardín. José juega en el jardín.
José juega en el jardín.
El
José,
jardín.
el jardín.
Perfecto. Muy bien. All right, give it to me one more time.
José juega en el jardín.
Perfecto. All right, let's look at the next one. La próxima. All right, I'm gonna let you go with this one on your own.
España es un país español.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. The only thing is, remember that right? So I wanted to sound similar all the way through when you say these A's. Okay, so try it one more time for me.
España es un país español.
Same way you say that España, español.
Español.
Perfecto, español. Okay, la próxima.
Mi bicicleta va muy bien.
Okay, let's think about that. Wherever we think about our vowels, A, O, U, O, U. So make sure you pronounce it the same way all the way through. Try it one more time.
Okay. Mi ba mi ma is it ma or me? Ma.
Me, because it's right? Me.
Mi not
That's
bicicleta.
exactly what it is. That's
Oh,
exactly what it is.
okay. Mi bicicleta va muy bien.
All right, now listen to me. Mi bicicleta va muy bien. Mi
Okay.
bicicleta va muy bien. Now you try it.
Mi bicicleta va muy bien.
All right. Remember that rule we said about that V and that B, right? They're
Yeah.
going to sound very similar. So you got a bunch of B's in here where you see. So even with the VA, pronounce it as a B. Try it one more time for me.
Mi bicicleta va muy bien.
Perfecto. Mi bicicleta va muy bien. All right. Mi
Bicicleta va.
bicicleta va muy bien. And so as you have access to the recordings,
Mhm.
and they might be in the day two. These examples might be the day two workbook. I'm pretty sure they are, but just run through these for pronunciation purposes, not for comprehension. Right now, we're just working on pronunciation. Okay. All right. Basic stress rules. So here's some basic stress rules on where in a word do I put more emphasis on the syllables. Let's take a look. Stress the second to last syllable if a word ends in O. Okay. So it's going to be, if the word ends in O, I'm going to put more stress on the beginning portion. Gato. Okay. If it ends in de, L, or ere, stress the last syllable. Hablar, right? Hablar. Okay. If it ends in N or S, we stress second to last syllable. So here, this one ends in S. So vamos a decir lunes, lunes. Lunes. We put more emphasis on the front end. Okay. Now, someone says, what if a word doesn't follow those rules? Like it's got an accent mark, una tilde arriba de la letra, that written accent mark above the word, like we had yesterday with bebe, right? Let's take a look. Smack that letter here. What would we say here? ¿Qué vamos a decir?
Papá.
Perfecto.
Inglés. English.
Inglés.
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 Inglés. Inglés. Let it ride on the end of that one. All right, let's try this one.
Árbol.
Perfecto. Árbol. All right. Tú vas a escucharme. All right, now you're going to listen to what I have here. If we have this one, we have como. Como. We put more emphasis on that first part because it ends in O. Okay. Now, would there be a difference in this one? No. There's no difference in the word. There's just a rise in intonation because it's a question. So instead of us saying como, we're going to say como, right? That just now tells me, oh, this is a person asking what or how, right? Depends on what the question or the context of the conversation is. Most of the time, when somebody says como by itself, chances are they're saying what? All right,
Mhm.
como. Okay, como. It still sounds the same. It's just a rise in intonation to let us know es una pregunta. It's a question. All right. Otra vez. Repita, por favor, las palabras. Dime. Say those words again.
Papá,
Now say this one.
papa.
Excelente. You caught it. You got it. Okay. So we've got a little practice question here. ¿Qué es esta pregunta?
¿Dónde está mi papá?
Ah, excelente. Muy bien. ¿Dónde está mi papá? Right. Excelente. All right. Now try this one.
¿Dónde está la papá?
La papa.
La papa. La papa.
Uh-huh. Now, the thing is this, I'll tell you about these two particular words. Cuando tenemos la palabra papá, when we have that word papá, that's dad or father or dad or daddy, whatever. All right. ¿Dónde está papá? Or ¿dónde está mi papá? Where is my dad? Or where's my daddy? Or where's my father? Right.
Uh-huh.
But when we have this one on the screen, ¿dónde está la papa? Where is the potato? So yeah, yeah, yeah. So we have to know
Where's
these
my daddy?
accents are huge. These accent marks are huge. All
Wow.
right.
Mhm.
Let's see what the next one is here. Now, I don't have it on here, and I want to make sure if you ever get into a scenario where somebody asks you, ¿Cuántos años tienes? And they're using the word año. Remember, we saw that one earlier, año, right? But if you see these two words, I'm going to put them in the chat so you can check them out. We've got, if you ever see this word, remember the first one we saw was año, which is year, año, with the inye. But this one, if you ever see it written, it means this. If we ever see ano, or you see it written, or somebody says ano, like in the question, ¿Cuántos años tienes? How old are you? That's what the question literally is. ¿Cuántos años tienes? But if they say, ¿Cuántos años tienes? They're
Mhm.
now asking you, how many anuses do you have? So we've got to know the difference between año with the tilde, like we saw earlier today, like onion, canyon, Kanye,
Mhm.
right? That año is
And
year.
Mhm.
Ano is anus. So we've got to know the big difference, because a question could come up and people might look at you a little crazy if you say, oh, tengo 50 años. I have 50 anuses. But that's not really what you're trying to say. You're trying to say, tengo 50 años. I am 50 years old. Okay. So there is a huge difference, but just one little accent mark changes up something very significantly. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, let's look at the, wait a minute. Okay, so now let's flip to el ritmo de español, Spanish rhythm, right? Syllable by syllable. So we saw our phrase yesterday, right? And
Mhm.
so even if you have to, like when we learned in elementary school about syllables, you got to, put your finger on your bottom lip, or you got to clap it out, or you got to tap the table or tap your foot, whichever one you want to, but you want to get that rhythm going, right? Even with the metronome. Me, ma, ma, me, me, ma, ma, me, ma, me, ma, right? And so I want you to practice that one eventually on your own, me, ma, me, ma, right? And of course, we talked about that yesterday as well. All right, I want you to try this one here.
Yo tengo dos hermanos.
All right, and now, as we remember, we talked about it yesterday. We're going to tighten that space in between
Mhm.
and then speed it up just a little bit.
Okay. Yo tengo dos hermanos.
All right, now let's bring it in even tighter. One more time.
Yo tengo, one more time. Yo tengo dos hermanos.
All
Yo
right, now
tengo
tighten
dos
up that back
hermanos.
end for me, that manos. Bring it
Okay.
all together.
Yo tengo dos hermanos.
Right, there we go. And so we want to get it to where it's fluid, right? We want it to be like gel, just flowing. Yo tengo dos hermanos, right? That's what I want you to get to, where you just kind of bring it together. Okay. So these will be in the recording so that you can take a look at these. Mi mamá me mima, right? Y yo tengo dos hermanos. Okay. And then just keep working all of the practice phrases that we have worked on. All right. Vowel clarity drill. So, por ejemplo, if person A says, read person A for me, what does that say?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Persona B, me llamo Ana, soy de Colombia, right? So we're working vowels, right? We're working these vowels in clarity. ¿Cómo te llamas? Me llamo Ana, soy de Colombia, right?
Mhm.
Okay, let's get to the next one. Stress and rhythm check. These are things that you can constantly do on your own here. All right. Now let's try this one.
¿Dónde está tu mamá?
Perfecto. All right, let's try this one.
Teléfono.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Muy bien. I think after going through all of that, now normally when I used to teach way back in the day, I would put that word on the screen and people would absolutely murder it, only because we didn't focus on the importance of hitting those next to last syllables. Let's go back and look because we said this, right? If a word ends in O, I need to stress the next to last syllable. Okay. And so we have telefono. Okay. So next to last, teléfono, right? Well, we have a written accent. So this is a key. When you have a written accent, it supersedes our other rule. Okay. We have to, it goes over the top of that. It's like having the big joker versus a little joker, right? It's the bigger one that has it has domain, I guess you can say, over the original rule. All right. So our original rule would tell us to go here to this telephono. That's what people normally would say. But they don't realize that the accented letter is where now the new placement of the stress goes. And so just like you said it perfectly after we had gone through all the other stuff, telefono, because I gotta stress whatever is has that written accent.
Here's a
So
question.
here's a checklist that you yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
Question about that. The teléfono. Why is it that you don't stress both of them, like using more of a stress first on the first one versus still stressing the second one stronger than the last O? Why is that not a rule?
Okay, so when we look at the word, is on, and I think that the only thing is,
Hmm.
if we had to keep it as simple as possible, just think about if the word never has any written accent marks, we
Hmm.
would resort back to our original rules.
Okay.
Okay. If it does have a written accent mark, everything else goes out the window. We focus in on that written accent over the letter. All right. So very rarely, if it's a word that has three or more syllables, would
Hmm.
the stress, unless it's written on that first letter, that first vowel in the first syllable, that's the only way that you're probably going to stress that first combo, that first consonant vowel combo. But if it's not written there, then you got to either follow your original rule, next to last syllable, if it ends in a vowel, okay,
Hmm.
or go to my written accent mark. That is what we would have to do. Okay. So here's your checklist for pronunciation. You want to make sure, am I pronouncing every written vowel clearly with its Spanish sound? Okay. Consonants. Did I remember the special cases? H's are silent. J's are pronounced as English H's. It's a single tap for a R. We roll or trill the R with double R's, right? Grrr, right? And then the inye. Make sure I'm pronouncing that in the word. Español, España, año, right? Making sure you get that nya
Hmm.
sound. Stress. Am I stressing the correct syllable in each word? That just comes along with practice, but we have some rules set in place for those. And then rhythm. Am I giving equal time to each syllable or am I rushing through words? Okay. Like English, chocolate, or is it chocolate? Right. So we want to make sure we have all of those. Um, I'm not sure. Don't quote me on this. The checklist could be on the day two. It should be. If it's not, I need to go back and redo the checklist. But the workbook, the day two workbook, it should have these in the checklist for you. If they are not, and I'm gonna go back and look, but I'm pretty sure they are. Okay. I'm going to leave you with day one, finishing this up with a trabalengua that I want you to practice. And I want you to practice it today and then even upload a voice note into the community section so that I can hear you do this on your own after we leave class. But this is a popular trabalengua, which is a tongue twister, trabalengua. Basically, traba coming from work, right? Lengua, tongue, work the tongues. Basically, trabalengua. Okay, so tres tigres tristes tragan trigo en un trigal. And so we're working on that T sound. Tres tigres tristes tragan trigo en un trigal. All right. Perfect, perfect trabalengua to do. And what I would suggest is, even though like we've gotten a gang of the pronunciation things that you can run through, you can assign one to every day of the week, right? Let me just work this one today. Today I'm going to work tres tigres tristes tragan trigo en un trigal. And then the other one I might work is mi mamá me mama, right? Or what is it? Mi mamá me ama, mi me mi mamá me ama, mi mamá me mima, right? We can work that on a separate day. And you just kind of alternate between all of the different trabalenguas, or if it's not even, and you can even go to Google, say, hey, Google, give me 7 trabalenguas, right? 7 different trabalenguas that work different letters or something like that, right? And so it will definitely give you 7, and you can assign one of those to each day. Okay, you can definitely do that, and I would just work that one throughout the day. Maybe if you're driving, or whatever you may be doing, I'd say, hey, man, I got a second here, and this takes what, 3 seconds, and then you're good. And I would, it's just something that you can work daily just to get your mouth movement, memorizing the Spanish vowels and consonant blends. Okay, so today's challenge is this for you. All right. Want to make sure that you always exercise your mouth here. It's just like if you think about Anchorman, or you think about any of these, um, journalists that have to go on TV. A lot of them do those exercises, right? Those. I just remember Anchorman because that was the only place I've actually seen a journalist do it. But they do their. He had a little saying that he said, "Sally something by the seashore." Like the little trabalengua, right? So it's the same concept. Doing that kind of to get you warmed up. I like to use I A E O U. I A E O U. When you get really nice with it, you go backwards. U O E A I. U O A E I. And then speed it up. So go forward and backwards. I A E O U. U O E A I. Right? You want to work that. And you don't have, it doesn't have to be like a 30-minute workout. That's literally like maybe 1 or 2 minutes just to kind of get you going. So day one's challenge, all right? Exaggerating sounds and having fun with Spanish pronunciation. Everything that we have done in the video, the recorded session, you can utilize those to practice with, okay? And so la tarea, your task for today in the community section. Warm up your vowels. Say 5 Spanish vowels out loud. Exaggerate each sound clearly. Exaggerate. That's one of the most important things, because Spanish is an emphatic language, right? People feel, you can almost feel what they're saying based on what you hear. If you ever look up on Google, when I talk about this emphatic aspect, if you look on Google, like people reciting poems in Spanish, you can almost feel the feeling from the emotion from the person as they are saying the poem. And you obviously, it's like, man, this is a good poem. Might not know any words in it, but it's just the way it feels that they're coming across with it. How much of the fact that you can understand that this is a language of feeling and emotion. All right. So it says, don't worry if you feel a bit silly warming up. That's part of the fun, right? We want to keep this thing fun at all times.
It's funny
Okay.
that you say that, because as I was watching, of course, the Super Bowl this year, and Bad
Yes.
Bunny was doing his thing, I saw how
Yes.
people were more feeling it than even understanding what the heck he was talking about. But they knew,
Right.
you know.
Right. And mostly, and I will even go further and say the majority of African Americans that watched it, they will say, man, I didn't understand a word what he was saying, but I felt it. Right.
Hmm.
And,
Yep.
we just have it's because, we all came from the same continent, just the slave ports kind of just went different locations. And
Hmm.
so at the end of the day, the drums came, or they built the drums when they got here, and they still used them everywhere up and down the American continent, right? And so
Hmm.
even though we think about it, like everything that we do was rhythmic, right? And that was the concept that we can see from the halftime show. Because I know a lot of people that just literally said, I had no idea what he was saying, but I felt that though. So
Hmm.
that is a perfect analogy to that. The practice phrase. Okay, so practice the following Spanish sentence that uses all 5 vowels. I want you to start slowly. Focus on pronouncing each syllable clearly and evenly. This is what the only thing I really want you to have to upload as a voice note today for day one. Ana, Eva, Inés, Oscar, y Úrsula bailan. Ana, Eva, Inés, Oscar, y Úrsula bailan. That's the only phrase that I really need you to work on, because you can see all of our vowels. A, E, O, U, right? So that works everything of what we discussed.
Is that
Okay.
R silent inside of Ursula? Ursula?
Nope. You still say it. Like
Ursula.
Ur. Ursula. Ursula. Good question. Ursula. Okay. Now, after you practice a little bit, you want to add a little rhythm to it, right? You want to use your metronome or clap it out or whatever you want to do. Okay. Record your video. All right. You can do a slow and a faster. All right. Don't forget to introduce what you're doing. And of course, tell us, it's day one Spanish Made Simple Challenge. Then say the phrase. All right. Ana, Eva, Inés, Oscar, y Úrsula bailan. Right. Now, it says if you stumble or mispronounce a word, no worries, laugh it off in traffic, try again. That's the most important thing. Okay. Now this one is like the extra credit. You can even include your practice bloopers if you want to. It shows you're having fun and learning. Key is that by the end of the video, you just demonstrate the strong vowel sounds in a good rhythmic flow. All right. The purpose or the aim is to aim for energy and clarity, never for perfection. Right. That is not the goal of day one. That's the goal of day 151, is to aim for perfection when you are doing this, when you're practicing, right? But the more practice you get in, the better you become with perfecting those sounds. Okay. Um, and if you're really out there, you're really feeling great about yourself. Once you're happy with the video, post it. I want you to still post it regardless. It's only me and you in there right now anyway for this month's challenge. So no worries on that. But the bonus, fear. All right. Face everything and rise, right? That's a basic little acronym that everyone uses. But you want to share, if you want to share it, hey, share it on social media. If you do share it, make sure you tag it Spanish Made Simple Challenge, so I'll know that it'll pop up if I type it in. If you're on that level, no need to do it. That's just if you bonus and you're feeling comfortable and you want to tag a friend or two to join in, and definitely have them practice it. All right, make sure you tag me. Spanish is, you can use the hashtag Spanish Made Simple, but Spanish, if you're on IG or Facebook, speakspanishnow.tv. All right. That'll always get to me. I'll definitely check it out. Okay. So it's so the understanding after looking at day one is sharing your first day progress is a big achievement. You're proving to yourself and others that you can speak Spanish con voz alta, out loud. So enjoy the flood of encouragement that you get in return. All right. Especially if you have native Spanish speaking friends, man, they'll be like, oh, you're nailing it. Good stuff. And, from native speakers, from a standpoint of people that actually practice, they appreciate it so much, especially in these days and times, especially as in Los Angeles, with the amount of hostility towards native Spanish speakers. When people are actually taking an effort to, learn and speak Spanish, I think they feel a sense of unity, right? And it kind of helps out the entire situation that we are currently witnessing. So we have officially ended day one. We're going to jump right into day two. I'm not going to spare any time here. We are looking at day two, which is the magnetic sentence construction. How ironically, I just mentioned the day and time, but I promise you, I came up with this method, ICE method, way before ICE was even a thing. Okay. So, it's just like I should have trademarked it, but hey, but it stands for identify, conjugate, end. Okay, we're gonna dive into that. How to create powerful Spanish sentences using the ICE method. Let's get into it here. So, ayer, or today, también, hoy y ayer, we worked on pronunciation power up, right? Building up our pronunciation skills. Today, we're going to build a little bit more on that with our ICE method. So, what is the ICE method? Essentially, all we're trying to do is provide or create short, clear sentences that pull the listener into what we're saying. All right. So, por ejemplo, yo quiero un café. Yo quiero un café. If you go to nowadays you can go anywhere and you got a barista that's native speaker. You look at their, they might not, highly unlikely, but this is what I used to do prior to the internet. If I went somewhere and they got a name tag on, I see it says um, Rudolfo or Raul or Flora or something. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna jump out here and I'm gonna try this Spanish. All right. Hola Flora, yo quiero un café. Oh, ¿tú hablas español? No, estoy practicando. Right. And so now it's like, if we just put it out there, you never know. Of course, sometimes you'll run into a person, a Latino that does not speak Spanish. And it's not rare, but it's kind of rare, especially where you are. I think majority of people probably do speak Spanish. I think that there's a minority of the Latinos that don't speak Spanish out in LA. But over here, I run into kids all the time. They're like, yeah, I don't speak. I mean, I know I'm Latino, but I don't speak it. But I definitely still, I always prompt in Spanish. I always utilize it. If I know you're Latino, you're going to get this Spanish, right? Because I'm practicing. And maybe you should practice too, especially if you don't speak Spanish, right? I think that's my mindset to it. And they're like, I don't know it. I mean, hey, well, we should practice together, So always take the positive out of it anyway. All right. So we said ICE stands for identify your subject. Who is doing the action in your statement? We got to conjugate our verb. What does that even mean? Well, it's just simple. Just like in elementary school, they used to tell us your subject verb agreement. That's all that conjugate means, right? Instead of us like in the South, you might hear somebody say, uh, they might say something like, I is going to the store. Well, obviously your subject and your verb they don't match, right? I is going to the store is not going to be subject verb agreement. It should be I am going to the store. We've got to make that match. So identify who your subject is and make sure the verb coincides or correlates to your subject. Okay. And then we end our sentence, right? In the sentence, keep it simple, right? Always use the acronym KISS, keep it simple Spanish. And that is what we're doing right now in the beginning. Now, today we're going to get a flood of ICE according to you being the first person. Okay, we really will only focus on first and second person because I want you to be able to be comfortable in starting to have a conversation with another person directly. Once you master that, then that's when we move on to including others or talking about others in our conversation. Por ejemplo, yo como tacos en México. Okay. Yo como tacos en México. Okay. Yo como tacos en México. Now, if you're looking at me on the screen and you see me saying yo como tacos en México, based on my hand movements, you can already figure out what this is probably saying. All right. All right. So now let's keep it moving. So this is what I was just telling you about. These are the two in orange that we're going to focus on because A and B conversations is the baseline of where we want to start off on. That other stuff, that's great. It's later down the road.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you're speaking to another person and you're referring to them, I know that there's a difference between tú and ustedes. Ustedes is the more proper form of it. But is there a way to know that, like, say you walk up to a barista or something like that, how are you going to address them, as ustedes or as tú?
Okay, so there's a great question. So let's look at this really quickly. Tú, informal. Okay. Now, when we say informal, there are three rules. Okay, three rules about informal. Okay, and let's take it to como estás. Okay, como estás. Como estás is informal. When do I use it? I use como estás with someone younger than me, someone I've known for years, or known for months. It doesn't matter. You know them, right? You have informal conversations with them, okay? Or you're in a relaxed setting, right? Relaxed setting could be a Starbucks. That's a relaxed setting. It's nothing really formal about Starbucks. If we're going to uh, a restaurant, and I mean like not like a real fancy restaurant. Even if it's just like a Mexican restaurant, I'm going to use tu. I'm gonna tell you what supersedes. Let's go back to superseding. If I'm older than the person I'm talking to,
Mm-hmm.
I'm using the informal tu. Okay. I have precedence over that. It's just like us saying, well, I can look at a person and I know they're 20 something years old. I can use formal. They won't use the informal because that falls into the next category. Okay. But the opportunity to say, you have choices now. You can use the como estás with them because they're younger than you. Okay. Or you're talking to a friend or a family member or an associate and y'all are pretty cool. Okay. So older than you, talking to someone that you've known for a while, or it's a family member. Those are the main two things, right? If I'm older than a person and I've known them for a while, those are going to be your informal scenarios. Okay. Now, the versus aspect with usted, this is where the options come into play. If you choose, it's your world. If you choose to address the barista in Starbucks as como está, there's a difference. Como estás, como está, right?
Mm-hmm.
Como está is going to be formal. I'm talking to someone older than me, I'm talking to a stranger, or I'm talking to someone I want to show respect to. Those are going to be your three denominators that establish whether I should say como está, right? And then, oh, I'm talking to them in an informal fashion, como estás. That's all you need to really know. And you have options. If you choose to address people that you've never met, and you could even be in an informal setting. If you just want to be that type of polite person, right? You can
Mm-hmm.
use como está. Me personally, if I'm talking to someone younger than me, that supersedes everything. It's just a respect format, a respect formula, which is so different. I guess it's not that different because here in the United States, we say sir or ma'am or, well, we do on the East Coast in the South, but, I don't know if that's not really a thing everywhere, but for the South, we're going to say sir, ma'am, blah, blah, blah. That's our formality aspect to it, even
Mm-hmm.
though we just say, how are you? Right. It doesn't, we add sir to the end of it to make it formal. In Spanish, we don't have to add senor. You don't have to. You can, but you don't have to. You could just say como está. The formality is in what you're saying. If you want to tag it with something extra, como está, señora? Right? Como está, señora? Como está, señor? You can add that to the end.
So you
Okay.
don't have to add the usted part at the end, even if it's formal. The verb that you're using will dictate that. Is that correct?
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Every single time. You can be super formal in your language and say, "Oh, cómo está usted, señor?" Now, I mean, you can do that, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
I just, I get lazy. Cómo está? And just keep it at that because at the end of the day, that usted is like a placeholder, like a zero, if you will, and like a number. It just holds that place of formality. Um, by adding it in, it just makes it over the top formal. Like if I was walking into a super fancy restaurant and it was a Spanish restaurant, like legit Spain, right? And it's super fancy. It's like, 5 course meal. Oh, ¿cómo está usted, señor? I might would do that. But if I'm walking into, Paco's Tacos, I'm not going to be ¿cómo está usted? That's just me. There's some people that might do it. But the good thing of understanding the Spanish thing is you make it as formal as you want it, or you make it as informal as you want it. It is your world, right? You get to dictate which way you oscillate on that formality versus informality. But
I
the
guess for me,
rules all Yeah.
I guess for me, I just didn't want to be offensive to anyone.
Right.
Or
Right.
their
But
language.
now you have the understanding of when you can use the tú versus the usted. And
Yes.
so if I'm talking to some kids, I'm super informal, right? Because they're younger than me,
Yeah.
right? And even when I used to teach class and I would call, the native speakers, I would say, "Oh, señorita, sí, señorita." And they were like, "You don't have to call me that. I'm a kid." And so they even will tell you, you
Mhm.
know, oh, you just, and there's a dynamic that goes into it even more about this. But just to keep it on the surface, those are your three main rules for informal and three main rules for formal that you can follow. Okay.
Mhm.
So now let's get into some common words that we need to think about when we are starting out here. Con español. These most commonly used verbs. Okay. Ser, tener, comer, ir, querer, y estar. I could even add in estar, but we're only working with 5 today. All right. Just want to work with these 5. Ser, tener, comer, ir, y querer. There's a gang of common ones, but these probably get used most often. Especially ser and tener and ir, en querer. Comer, that's just a choice word. I guess kind of threw that one in there. So, aquí tenemos ejemplos con el verbo ser. We've got some examples with ser. All right. Yo soy, I am. Yo soy, I am. Okay. Yo soy. Yo soy Omar. Right. Yo soy inteligente. Yo soy moreno. Yo soy negro. Right.
Mhm.
I'm talking about myself. I am. Okay. Tú eres. You are. Remember, we're just focusing on A and B conversations.
Mhm.
Yo soy, I am, tú eres, you are. And this is informal. Okay. Informal. But anytime you see tú is always going to be informal. Just automatically know that. Tú. So yo soy, I am, tú eres, you are. Okay. Con el verbo tener. Tener significa to have. Okay. Tener significa to have. So if I say yo tengo, what do you think I'm saying if I say yo tengo?
I have.
There you go. Tú tienes.
You have.
There you go. You got it. Just keep moving. Comer, to eat. Yo como tacos en México. ¿Qué es eso en inglés? Yo como tacos en México.
Yo como taco en Mexico.
Right? So what would that be in English?
I eat tacos in Mexico.
You got it. All right. Tú comes tacos en México. ¿Qué es eso en inglés?
Were you asking the question or you were making a
Uh-huh.
statement? You're
Or
making a
I'm just making a statement. Either way. So I just want to make the statement. Tú comes tacos en México.
You eat tacos in Mexico.
You got it. You got it. Let's keep moving. Okay. El verbo ir. Just like on your head. Ir. Right? Ir.
Eater.
Ir significa to go. Okay. To go. Yo voy al supermercado. Yo voy a Walmart. Yo voy a mi casa. Right? Tú vas a Walmart. Tú vas a tu casa. Right? So yo voy a mi casa. I go to my house. Tú vas a tu casa. You go to your house. Right? Now, we will see this in a second. I'm not going to talk about it just now, but let's just think about it from one standpoint. Yo voy, I go. Tú vas, you go for right now. Okay. And then our last one. We know this from the 90s commercial with Taco Bell, right? Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Yeah.
This is the one we know. We know this one,
Mhm.
right? Now, if I say tú quieres Taco Bell, what am I saying there?
You want Taco Bell.
There you got it. You got it. So at this point, we have already established 10 ways to say I blank something or you blank something. We've doubled up. We've not only going from 5, we now have 10, and now you can start to create, right? And so now you can always add in the following scenarios: where, what, when, or with whom to end your sentence. We've identified your subject. That's the orange. We've conjugated our verb to agree with our subject. That's your yellow. We're ending the sentence with our words in red. Okay? Por ejemplo, yo como tacos. I'm in and out. Yo como tacos. That's a full sentence. I have learned how to do this, right? I've identified, I've conjugated, I've ended the sentence. That is a full-blown statement. Tú vas al mercado. Tú vas al mercado. You know what mercado is because you see them all the time in LA. Mercado is going to be what?
The markets.
You got it. So, tú vas al mercado. Tú vas al mercado. What am I saying? It's not a question here, just statements. Tú vas al mercado. What am I saying to that person? Tú vas al mercado.
You're going to the market.
You got it. Yo tengo dos tacos. What am I saying there?
You're saying, I have 2 tacos.
There you go. I'm in and out. Identified who I was talking about. I made the verb agree, and then I ended my sentence. Okay. This is the foundation to creation. Oh, sounds good. But this is the foundation to creating our sentences in Espanol. Okay.
Mhm.
Let's look at some more examples. Otro ejemplos. Yo quiero un perro. Right. Remember what perro is, right? Yo quiero un perro. What am I saying here?
I have a dog.
Not think about the Taco Bell commercial. Yo quiero un perro.
Oh, I would like a dog.
Right. Or I want a dog. Right.
want
I want a dog. Yo quiero un perro.
Yo
Tú
quiero.
eres de California. Tú eres de California. What do you think I'm saying here?
You are going to California.
Oh, you're close. You're close. De. La palabra de significa from. Now
Oh,
let's try it
you are
again. So if
from-
I say tú eres de California,
you are from California?
excelente. Yo soy de Colombia.
I am from Colombia.
You got it. There you go. Okay. Now, all of this will be in the video, the recorded part. Let's try some cultural sentence starters. And what I mean by that is we can utilize these today in a restaurant. If I wanted to say, somebody says, oh, señor, what would you like? Me gustaría dos tacos, por favor. Right? Or me gustaría dos tacos. I would like 2 tacos. It's Taco Tuesday. Me gustaría dos tacos. I implore you to try this out today. If you eat tacos, go to a taco truck. Me gustaría dos tacos, por favor, señor. Just add it on there. Oh man, this guy speaks Spanish. I just, I'm all about exploration with the language. That is what I want you to do. We know quiero. We know quiero, right? I just think about the Chihuahua from the Taco Bell commercial.
Mhm.
All right. Could I use, now the question is, well, can I use quiero instead of saying me gustaría? Absolutely. Right? Can I say me gustaría dos tacos? Yeah, that's polite. Perfect. You know how I make the second one? Quiero dos tacos. You know how I make that polite?
Mhm.
Quiero dos tacos, por favor. You just put please on the end of it. It's now, they're equal. They're equal because I added please on the second one. Do I need to add please on the top one? No. But if you like putting chocolate, if we say we want to put like some sprinkles on the top of our ice cream,
Mhm.
that would be, we already got dessert, but you're going to add some more dessert on top of the dessert. That's what that basically is. Me gustaría dos tacos, por favor. Oh, he's super nice. He's super polite. Or you could be me. Quiero dos tacos, por favor. Okay, enseguida, señor. Right away. Right? Works perfect.
How
Okay?
did you know to say me gustaría as opposed to me gustaría?
Okay, there is none. That's the secret. There is no me gustaría.
Okay.
It's always me gustaría. Perfect question. Always. What you see is what you get. There is no alternative to it. Me gustaría. Okay? For I would like. Me gustaría. The last one, we saw it earlier because you said it perfectly. Voy al mercado, right? Voy al mercado. There's a little bit more intricacy with the a part. We're not worried about that. I just want you to get used to saying voy a. I can say voy a California al fin de marzo. Voy a Los Angeles al fin de marzo. I'm going to LA at the end of March, right? I can say that, which is true story. Then I can say voy a la playa. I'm going to the beach. Voy
It's
a
funny.
Malibu,
It's funny
right?
because now that I hear you saying it, now I hear the B replacing that V. Whereas before, I always heard it and I thought people were saying the V. So
Ah,
that's
then that's when you hit them with the question, "Bere burro, bere vaca," right? Right? Bere burro, bere vaca. What are
uh,
you actually saying here? And they'll say, "Oh, well." Hopefully, they would say this. Now, we'll get into a cultural story here, and I know it's time. Our time is up, but I want to get into a cultural story here real quick. There's a lot of native speakers that never took Spanish in school, and many of them, if they just know it by listening,
mhm.
if you ask them "Bere burro, bere vaca," you might get a I don't know. It could they don't know. So you because they just know the word, they don't necessarily know how to spell. That's not always common. It's just it can be a scenario. Okay, it can be a scenario
Mhm.
depending on who the person is that you're speaking with. Okay, so we are going to start here tomorrow. Okay, but this is a good stopping point for us. Let me see how much we have left on tomorrow because we're going to eventually. Oh man, we are. You know what? You got time? We can finish it today if you want to.
I got time.
Okay, let's do it. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into this thing. That's how I always like to say. If you got time, then we can finish it. I got it cleared until 1 o'clock anyway. So here we go. For me anyway. All right,
Mhm.
so the guided practice. What I mean by this is everything that you see in number one and number two is going to help us establish. But you probably, what we also want to look at this is we have done some things early on. Okay, let's back. I want you to see a couple of slides back. Okay, remember we were here, right? We were right here, and you paid attention to some of the words that you see. Yo soy tu, right? Then we
Mhm.
saw yo tengo tu tienes. Then we saw yo como tu comes. Okay. We saw yo voy tu vas. Okay. And then we saw yo quiero tu quieres. So let's fast forward here a little bit. Now, I'm going to help you on none of these because I want you to think about. I'm going to get the only one I'm going to help you with is number two because I'm going to give you a word in the well, I'm just going to say it out loud. I'm not even going to type it in the chat, but let's look at the first one. Based on what you have in your notes, if I want to say you eat arepas, you eat arepas. We can't say you to eat. That's that subject and verb not coinciding. We can't say you to eat arepas. We have to say you eat arepas or you are eating arepas. How would we say that? ¿Cómo va a decirlo?
¿Tú comes arepas?
All right, now look at what we wrote down for the tu and comer. What did we say for tu and comer? We say when we use tu, what has to match up with comer? Let's go back a little bit.
The AS. Oh, the ES. The H.
Ah, right. So now let's go back. All right, try it again for me.
Comes arepas. Arepas.
Uh-huh. Tu, and then let it ride. There's no accents, not comes, but comes. Tu
Tú,
comes arepas.
tú comes arepas.
All right. Now, notice that it ended in ER and we used an ES to agree with our tu, right?
Mhm.
Puzzle piece here. Let's see if you can figure out what number two is supposed to be.
Okay. Tú viajas a Madrid.
Tu viajas.
Viajas.
Tu viajas.
Viajas.
All right. We got to give credit to every single vowel. All right. So tu viajas a Madrid. Right. Tu viajas a Madrid.
Tú
Let's
viajas a
try
Madrid.
this one. Let's try número tres.
Okay. I know you don't use bailo, or do you?
Yes, you.
Oh, okay. Yo bailo salsa.
Yo bailo salsa. All right. Número cuatro.
Yo estudio español.
Número cinco.
Yo bebo café.
Perfecto. All right. Now, do we even know what these mean? Probably not, but you understand the pattern.
Yes.
Okay. You eat arepas, you travel to Madrid, you dance salsa. That probably might have, we know the song Bailamos, so that kind of helps us out there. But yo bailo salsa. Yo estudio español. You can probably figure that one out too.
Mm-hmm.
Yo bebo café. Yo bebo café. I drink coffee. Okay. There's
Mm-hmm.
another way to say drink, but that's not important right now. We're just kind of getting the foundation laid here. Okay. But you covered that no problem. And I didn't even have to help you. Okay. So now here's our Profe Power tip that I want to leave you with today. Always remember clarity over perfection. Okay. Are you clear? Are you being clear on what it is that you're trying to say? And the best way to do that is to use the ICE method and based on what we have covered today. You always want to think like it's Legos. You're stacking, right? You're stacking these up. I'm stacking my subject, my verb, and I'm ending the sentence, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing, the yellow. And then if you want to get nice, you want to add an extra spice or some more sugar on top. That's when you start to add in more detail later on. But the biggest thing that you have to accomplish first is being able to stack your verb, your subject, your verb, and ending the sentence. Once you do that, then you can start to add extra things onto the end. Okay. So La tarea, the second part of your homework. This is day two's homework. Write 5 sentences using ice. What do I mean five? You're going to use those 5 verbs that I showed you today. Ser, tener, comer, ir, querer. All right? Write 5 sentences. It says use 3 subjects and 3 verbs. Now, we've only learned the subjects yo and tu, but you can also use people's names. John, blah, 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 blah. Juanita, blah, 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 blah. But we're only talking about, and actually, take that back. Let's just use yo and tu for right now. Yo and tu. Those are going to be your subjects, yo and tu. Okay. And then you can use 3 of those 5 verbs that we talked about. But if you draw a blank, you can always go back in the video and take a look at right here to eat, to travel, to dance, to study, to drink. Okay. You can use those in the as your motivation for your sentences. All right. And then it says it's not cheating to word, dictionary or website dictionary. I'm going to give you my favorite website dictionary I've been using for over 2 decades. That's how long this one has been around. And it's my go-to. I don't even open a actual dictionary anymore. It's SpanishDic.com, SpanishDictionary.com. And if you need to look up a word, just type in the word in English. It'll give you alternatives for it. I do not expect, and I would say this when you go to a dictionary, we have to remember dictionaries are not for phrases. And so we can't type in a whole phrase because chances are it's just not going to give us what we want. So
Mm-hmm.
just remember that we're probably just going to be using the dictionary aspect for that end, that E in ice, to end our sentence. Okay. That is probably what you would want to use the dictionary for there. Okay. SpanishDick.com. So, el desafío de hoy, or el reto de hoy, right? Today's challenge. All right. It says practice using the ICE method to build clear, powerful sentences in Spanish. We've got the homework already, right? We
Mm-hmm.
saw it. This is just a layout. Por ejemplo, con food, right? Con comida. Yo como tacos. Nosotros, well, that's an example. These last two are examples of using different people, but we're just focusing on the yo and tu for right now, right? See up here, it says use at least 3 different subjects. Well, we didn't even go through those. So we're focusing on just the yo and the tu. I'm going to go back and redo that so that people don't get overwhelmed. But yes, we're just working with yo and tu for right now and those verbs that we saw today. Okay.
Gotcha.
So um, make sure say your sentences out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Practice your pronunciation and rhythm. Okay. Record a short 60-second video of yourself reading your 5 sentences out loud. Now you can do the video, you can do the voice text, whichever one you want to do. I charge you to do that today though, because you want to see where you are on day 2 versus where you are on day 5 of the challenge, but also down the road, you might say it might be 3 months from now, and you go back and listen to the voice note, I like to use the video because you can even look and say, "Oh man, it's a long time ago. Look at how far I came." So you definitely want to have those for yourself, and eventually, like I said, post those to your IG stories. That way it can disappear. If you did an IG story, it disappears. A Facebook story, right? It disappears. Until you get to a point where you feel confident in yourself to post that. Right? Some people might be, "What are you doing?" Hey, don't worry about me. This is my IG. This is my Facebook. I'm gonna do what I want to do on my Facebook, right? But yeah, tag me. Yeah, if you do jump out there and you feel like, man, you know what? It's me against the world. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Absolutely, go ahead and do it. And then always, if you do it on IG and you actually leave it as a reel or something, day 2 of my Spanish Made Simple challenge. I'm building sentences with the ICE method. That's something that you can kind of caption it by, and that helps you to keep up with the things that you are working on. All right, so we've got some example sentences for guidance, not for you to copy, but for guidance. Let's. So I'll read these out, and I'm not going to do the bottom 3. I just want to focus on the top 2. Yo estudio español en casa. Notice how I ended the sentence with español because I did my ICE, right? Identify the subject, conjugated the verb, and then I ended my sentence with español. But then I added a little spice, a little salt to my meal, my dish here by adding en casa, right? At home. Yo estudio español en casa. That's where we eventually want to work toward. Right now, we're cutting it off at yo estudio español. Just like with tú comes arepas en la mañana, right? Tú comes arepas. Tú, subject, comes, conjugated verb, arepas. I ended my sentence. Spice or salt or fluff, whatever you want to call it, okay? That is the goal that we eventually want to get to. That is not something that you need to worry about focusing on for right now. All right. And then this is something new. I want you to add this to um, I would definitely say, as journey here, make sure that even if you do it on electronically with Google Doc, right? With the Google Doc, you kind of just fill it out, but you should be keeping a reflection prompt. All right. As or journal, right? And this is something that I absolutely believe in. I wish somebody would told me about when I started. But here you have your optional journal entry. Which sentence felt the easiest to make for you? And which one felt the hardest? That's after you do your sentences for today. Which one felt the easiest? Which one felt the hardest? Why did it feel easy? Why did it feel hard? All right, fill that out and keep that for yourself. And of course, you can share it with me in the community, right? Since it's only me and you in the community this month. So,
Okay.
which sentence felt easier to make and which one felt harder to make? Um, so, as we wrap up today, right? We did magnetic sentences with ice, okay? And then tomorrow we're going to add a little flavor to sound more natural, even more natural. So we're getting from out of the blocks with our ice method. Now we're going to start adding that soda, if you will, to it to make it more flavorful, all right,
Mhm.
instead of just having ice. All right, and that is it, senor. We have completed day 1 and day 2. We are officially caught up. So I will look forward to seeing your practice in the community, and then also just to leave as we always do. Right? What was your glow and your grow for today?
The glow was in the conjugations meant a lot to me. You
Hmm.
know, knowing exactly how to put those together. I
Okay.
love being able to finally see the progress of being able to say a sentence as
Right.
opposed to when you're in elementary school or junior high and they would teach you Spanish 1 and 2 and you're like,
Yeah.
I'm learning the days of the weeks and stuff like that. No,
Right. Right.
let's talk.
Right.
Let's talk.
Right. That is a pet peeve of mine, and I fell into that trap as a teacher in high school and middle school, and I was just like, after I think COVID really just opened my eyes when we went virtual, and I was just like, this is not what I want to do anymore. I literally just thought this is not the way to teach. And so once I found that out, I was like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna go out here on my own and blaze my own trail and teach the way I want to teach.
And it's funny because I accidentally ran across you on YouTube and I
Uh-huh.
remember seeing his hand. That's different. That's actually sounding like something I'm more, wanting to do.
Dude, yes,
And then I
yes.
lost you, and I had to go search for you again.
Oh man. Oh
If you
man.
don't
Oh
save
man.
if you don't save it right then and there, I
Oh
usually
yeah,
save
yeah.
myself. But I said, okay, I'm going to look at every Spanish thing till I recognize them, and I see
Right,
it.
right.
So
There you go. Good deal. Good deal. That is awesome. That is an awesome story. And then I had to learn YouTube as well. And that's what it's always important to just create your own playlist.
yeah.
It's always important to create your own playlist so
Well, I
you
have
can
one
go
now. It says Spanish, and that's my
back.
playlist right now.
There you go. There you
I
go.
was watching another
Excellent.
one that you did this morning. It was one of your newer ones, and I think it was uh it was the method that you were teaching in. Well, I'll go back to it later some other time. But whatever it was, it captured me before we did the class today, and I was like,
Okay.
"Oh, okay, cool, cool." So I'm learning even more from you, whether I'm talking to you right now or not.
Right.
I'm still
Gotcha.
watching your videos and stuff like that.
Right, right, right. Absolutely. That's good stuff. It might have been me talking about the SOT 90-day program. It could have been the 7 days a week, 1 hour a day, three activities a day, 20 minutes each for 3 months. That's one of the things I did mention in the most recent video, but I also was talking about comprehensible input and understanding that we
That
need to
was it.
go out here. Okay.
That was it. Yeah,
Yes,
that was it.
yes,
Comprehensive.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so definitely check that out. That is something that is. I wish there would have been the opportunity for me coming up. Of course, there was no internet, so the only comprehensible input I had were like real people or VHS tapes,
Mhm.
and those were awful. So
How
now,
did you learn down south when there are, or are there more Spanish speakers now down south than there used to be? How
oh,
did
there's a gang of them. Yeah, So for me, my life was a little different because my parents worked for the Department of Defense, so I traveled a lot growing up, and so I lived in Europe growing up mostly, and so um, they worked for the army, the Department of Defense, and so all of the soldiers and that were in the United States Army from all over, whether
Mhm.
they were from New York or Cali or Florida, a lot of them were Latino, and so I learned from the kids that were in school with me. That's where my first real exposure outside of like learning the colors and the numbers and like you know that in elementary school. But when I was older in middle school, I came across more native speakers, and so I picked it up from them
Mhm.
initially before I had any academic like backing. Now, granted, I can go back and look at it, and I will honestly say the 4 years, let me see, 5 years, ninth, 10th, 11th, no, 4 years that I took Spanish in high school, um, I didn't remember anything from a book, but I did remember more from my peers and from my friends because it was like on the spot things that could help me or that I could utilize. We
Mhm.
never learned that in class. It was all right, let's look at this conjugation chart. Let's go through this and blah, blah, blah. Let's look at these. We got a vocab quiz. And I'm like, how's that helping me? And but there was different. It was academic Spanish versus what I could use in conversational Spanish. And
Conversational
so,
Spanish. Yeah, yeah.
right,
I
right,
noticed
and
also that you had went to Panama, which I just
yeah,
got back from about 2 weeks ago. I went down there for a week because I'm planning
uh-huh.
on moving down there. So
Okay,
probably towards the end of the year, somewhere around June or there, right thereafter.
okay,
And so
okay.
I realized that, you don't realize how much Spanish you actually know until you're down in that atmosphere and everybody's
Yep,
speaking it to you. I said,
yeah,
I'm able to communicate much better than I ever thought I would.
right,
I
right.
said, I'm going to get even better once I get back and get this under my belt and stuff like
Right. It worked out perfectly for you then. Yeah, yeah. I wish I would have had you on that very first day in the first group. Then you'd have been even more prepared
yeah,
before you went down there. But
yeah.
now this is I like the fact that you did it. It's actually working in reverse. You got the experience
Hmm.
of what you without any knowledge, or well, with the minimal knowledge. I won't
Right.
say any knowledge, but you got an experience, and okay, when I go back, this is what I need to focus on. Blah blah blah. You've got your own kind of your own trail to blaze
Absolutely.
based on what it is that you've already been exposed to in
Hmm.
Panama. So yeah, that is awesome. And more of us that look like us are
Hmm.
starting to explore moving to Panama, which is awesome. I love that.
Absolutely.
for us, and I like the fact that people are thinking about it. Plus, it's a good tax haven location, So,
I'm retiring, so it's like as I retire, it's like I can't afford to live in California anymore.
right.
Let's go down there.
That's right. I know that's right. And Mexico is also very good. I mean, that's a it's a good. There's the largest expatriate community is in Mexico,
The problem
and
I got with
that's
Mexico though is you saw what happened in the last month down there.
right, right. That was crazy.
It's not
But
as criminally friendly. Like in other words, there's so much less crime in Panama versus
right.
Mexico.
Yes,
Their
very much so.
government is
Very
kind
much
of
so.
somewhat corrupt.
Very much so.
But
It's a
because it's
lot
right
safer.
down the
I will
street
say
from
that.
me, it's right down the street from me. I go down to Mexico, pretty much all the
Exactly.
time.
Exactly, exactly, exactly. And so, and that, it's like going to your backyard. And so at that point, I mean, like, yeah, I can do that anytime. And so
Mhm.
I get that. So I get that mostly from people from Cali and Texas. Yeah, man, Mexico is Mexico. All right,
Yeah.
cool. And and
Right down the
that's
street.
perfect for me. For me, that's like the islands over here, like Cuba, Puerto
Mm.
Rico, and República Dominicana. Like I can go to those all the time. Like people are like, hey man, you want to go to Miami? No, I would rather go to Puerto Rico or Cuba or Dominican Republic. Because I get more more bang for your buck as far as the pricing of items, but I get the cultural experience as well. Miami is just, I I'm not a fan of it. If I can get to one of those three islands in the Caribbean, I'm going there first over Miami just for pricing. It's just insane as far as the way things cost in
Yeah.
Miami. So very similar to LA. I'm pretty sure very similar to LA. So but good deal. I will catch you tomorrow, senor. Same bat time, same bat location. We are
Sounds good.
going into day 3 with Flow. All right. So I will see you later on. I'm gonna get this recording loaded up for you. All right.
I'll do my homework and have it in sometime this evening.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Nos vemos, señor. Adios. Okay. And there's an accent on the E. I can't figure out how to do that in the chat, but que sopa. Que sopa is like que pasa. All right. Pero en Panama, que sopa.
Okay. I also
Okay. So
noticed that in Panama, they never give you the time of day when they say buenas. They just say buenas. They
there
never
you go.
say
There you go. There
yes,
you go.
luego, none of that.
Yeah, yeah. So the thing is this, and that's not just in Panama. They do that pretty much anywhere in a Spanish speaking country.
Oh,
So instead of us saying buenos dias, buenas tardes, buenas noches, or buen dia, sometimes you may hear buen dia. There is the simple short answer or short greeting, buenas. And that
buenas.
covers all times of day. Buenas.
I came back to the United States. I started telling all my friends, just say buenas, buenas. So we always greet each other now with buenas. And I said, it's because I got on a bus down in Panama. And as I got on the bus, everybody, they're so friendly down there. You know this. You've
Yes,
been there.
yes,
And
yes.
everybody says buenas when somebody gets on the bus. I'm like, oh, everybody responds that way to it's like greeting. I love it. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's jump right into day 3 here.
Okay.
All right. So let me pull up my screen so that we can check that out. Okay, excelente. So day 3, we're talking about flow without freezing. Flow without freezing.
I need
How
that
to
back.
overcome the I understand, but I can't respond immediately syndrome, right? And so we're going to work on avoiding that mental stall out, kind of like a older car at the red light and you hit the gas and nothing happens. It's the same concept. We're going to hit this gas and we're taking 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. That's what we're trying to do. Okay.
Mhm.
The Lamborghini style. Okay. So just to recap from día número 1 y día número 2, anteayer. Anteayer. Anteayer significa yesterday, but before. So basically what we're saying is the day before yesterday. So anteayer completamos la situación con pronunciación. Ayer, martes, construimos frases o oraciones usando el método ICE. So yesterday we built sentences or constructed sentences with the ICE method. So today we're going to break out of that free zone. So the free zone, this is the problem. You understand Spanish, you know some of the words that you're hearing, but that's when your brain kind of locks up and starts to second guess itself. You're trying to translate, and we're
Mhm.
going to try to avoid doing that today. So the ultimate goal for today is we want to be able to be ready, because being ready is better than being perfect with the response. Okay. And we got to understand that mistakes are okay as part of the learning process. It's got to be okay. What we've been learning for, the years of elementary school, middle school, high school, college, it was always, well, if you don't have the right answer, then it's, you just need to go back to the drawing board. It's okay for us to make these. We've been institutionalized to think that process, but when it comes to the second language, we have to be okay with the mistakes that we make out loud. And so today we are also working on how can we develop quick responses to something that we hear. And so today's method is what we call the LAR method: listen, anchor, respond. Listen to what I'm hearing, anchor down in on some of the words that I hear, and then being able to create that response based on what I've heard. Okay. So we're talking about the LAR method: listen, anchor, and respond. Okay. So how does this work? Vamos a escuchar primero. We're going to listen first. It says you want to hear the key or the main idea of what somebody is saying, not every single word. Okay. This is also kind of goes in with what I was telling you about yesterday with our Wheel of Fortune method, right? We kind of see or we kind of hear some words, then you just have to kind of solve the puzzle, right? Solve for the puzzle. And so what we want to do is we want to focus in on the subject and the action. And if we think back to yesterday, the subject and the action is really the I and the C in our ICE method, right? We're focusing in on, okay, who are they talking about? And what was that person doing? Or what am I doing that they're asking me about? Por ejemplo, si tenemos la pregunta, ¿quieres café? Okay, quieres. Sounds like quiero Taco Bell. Quieres. Oh, I remember from yesterday, quieres was like, you, okay, want coffee. You want coffee. Well, was it a statement or a question? These are all the questions that are coming across, that should be coming across in our brain. We're not translating for words. I'm listening to every single clue. ¿Quieres café? Oh man, I hear the rise in the intonation here at the end. There's a increase right on the end, and so I know when somebody does that, that's saying question to me. ¿Quieres café? Oh, do you want coffee? They're asking me that. ¿Quieres café? Sí, quiero café. Por favor, right? Um, ¿Vas a trabajar mañana? ¿Vas a trabajar mañana? Vas a trabajar mañana. That's our little symbol that I use. So if you think back, and I'm going to go back really quickly, but if you think back to, uh, well, middle school, high school, mostly high school and college, people on a football field, a lot of times as a former offensive coordinator for high school football, I could send in signals, right? Trips left, right? I might say trips left, you know, Arizona. I rub my stomach and say Arizona right or Arizona blue, right? Or Arizona red. Sorry, Arizona red. That would be the play. And I could just give this, and they were signals, right? And so what we have here is this signal, when I use it, means trabajar, to work, right? So when somebody asks us a question, vas a trabajar mañana, all right? Or we might say, vas a trabajar mañana, right? The next day coming up. Are you going to work tomorrow? ¿Vas a trabajar mañana? Our response is a yes or no question. Sí. Remember the code, the pattern that we were looking at with some of our words. That AR, if I want to talk about myself, it changes to an O when I want to talk about my action, right? Sí, trabajo mañana. That could be a simple response. Sí, trabajo mañana. Or sí, yo trabajo mañana, right? Yes, I work tomorrow. Now, if we wanted to get into the intricacies of it, are you going to work tomorrow? That's a sufficient answer. Sí, voy a trabajar mañana would be a little bit more complex, but the same concept comes across with me just saying, yo, sí, yo trabajo mañana. Is there a difference? Slightly. Is it important in conversation? Absolutely not. All right. And so we'll look at those a little closer. So we've listened. ¿Quieres café? ¿Vas a trabajar mañana? I'm picking up some words. I'm picking up the identifying the person doing the action. Okay. Subject. Who is the person in the statement or the question that's being asked? And what is the action? Right? Or what is similar to a state of being or the action. So now we need to anchor down in on connecting to a pre-learned response frame. How, and that's what we talked about yesterday. We were leading up to it with patterns. Can I follow a pattern for a response to something? Right? If I know that they're saying it to me, it's probably they're addressing me. I got to know that I am going to respond in the what we call the yo form, or I'm going to talk about myself, my action. I am the subject and my action. Por ejemplo, somebody's offering something, a quick response. If they say, ¿Quieres café? Sí, quiero. I got to know that right off the bat. Like, because then always the first thing I think about is, quiero Taco Bell. Oh, I want Taco Bell. Sí, quiero. Sí, quiero café. Right? ¿Quieres café? Sí, quiero café. Quick, boom, to the point. Or if I don't want it, no gracias. Simple. We don't have to give the complete sentence in conversation. Oftentimes, when we learn Spanish and we're in a classroom setting, they'll be, oh, respond in a complete sentence, right? Because that's what we're taught in school, respond in a complete sentence to a question. But in actual conversation, we don't have to. So if somebody says, ¿Quieres café? No, gracias. And keep it going, right? Even if we wanted to just shorten down the si quiero café, sí, por favor. Yes, please. Right? That's even shorter. And that's a rapid response because we know that they're asking us about something that we want. So, another opportunity. Con un saludo, a greeting. ¿Qué sopa? Ah, muy bien. ¿Y tú? ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien. ¿Y tú? Right? I know that that's coming right after it. All right. Right after it. It's the A and then the B. Okay. So we're thinking about that from the standpoint of un saludo, a greeting. Okay. Now,
What was the quesopa? What was that
que
for?
sopa, remember that? Que sopa is the one that they use in Panama
Right.
for like, ¿Cómo estás? Or
Okay.
¿Qué pasa? Right. Que pasa? So if you look in the chat, if you can locate the chat, que sopa, I'm going to put the English in there to pop up in the chat. We're going to keep it equivalent to what's up or how's it going. Okay, so we'll let that pop up there.
Perfecto.
Con una invitación, right? With an invitation here. Somebody says, do you want to go to the movies with me? Claro que sí. I love that one because it's of course. Claro que sí. There's a couple of other ones that we can use, but this is a good one to start with. Claro que sí. If you wanted to think about word for word what that means, clear that I do. You can think about it like that. If you needed to look at it from a word situation, clear that I do. It's clear, right? It's clear that I do. Of course, that's the synonymous aspect to it. All right. If we need to decline the information or decline the invitation, no puedo, lo siento. Now we can add up some stuff. No puedo, lo siento mucho. Right? No puedo, lo siento mucho. Or no puedo, lo siento. Right? I can't, I'm sorry. Okay, so we've got, of course, respond with C, right? Yes. Or no, right? That could be an answer. But if we want to give a little bit more emphatic response, no puedo, lo siento, right? Hoy no puedo, lo siento. Today I can't. Hoy no puedo, lo siento, right? Today I can't, I'm sorry. So these are the pre-learned responses that we want to lock in on, okay? Let me look. Oh, I got my cursor down here. Okay, so coming up with your response, right? Una respuesta, a response, an answer. You want to use your frame immediately. That's what we were talking about in the green section. All right. The optional concept, adding a little bit more detail. That's what I did there with the ¿Quieres acompañarme al cine? Do you want to go with me to the movies? Right? The response that I gave, no puedo, lo siento. That's us adding optional detail. We can even add more by me utilizing the word today. Hoy no puedo, lo siento. Now that's just where we're spicing it up, right? Remember, we talked about just giving you the basics, the ice, right? I give you the ice. Now I'm pouring some sweet tea into that cup with the ice,
Mhm.
right? Um, Hoy no puedo, lo siento. And I'm feeling it. I'm emotional with it. I'm in fact, all that goes into Espanol. Of course, people do it in English. Just as it hit the same when it's in another language, it hits a little bit different when we do it in Spanish. It's like I feel like I'm in a novela, right? You can catch the novelas on TV, I'm sure, all the time in California. That's part of like daily TV, probably that they probably have those on those novelas, those Spanish soap operas, right?
Mhm.
Here we have otro ejemplo. ¿Quieres café? Sí, quiero un poco, gracias. Right? Quiero un poco, gracias. Right? That's just a nice difference or a nice alternative to sí, quiero café. Right? Instead of being repetitive in our answer because they said quieres café, we want to change it up a little bit. Sí, quiero un poco. Right? I want a little. Thanks. Okay. So having that opportunity to alternate from the most obvious response, you have that option. And of course, like I always say, learn the basics first. ¿Quieres café? Sí, quiero café. But as we get faster with that, as we get um, acclimated to saying sí, quiero café, by week 3, I may say, "Oh, sí, quiero un poco, gracias." Right? Oh, now they know. Oh, now he knows how to, you know, spice it up a little bit, make it picante. Right? That's my biggest thing. Now we've got the ice method, and now we're making it a little picante. We're adding a little spice on the end. Okay. Una nota cultural, a cultural note. Okay. When we're having these quick responses, what that does for us in a conversation with a native speaker, it shows the native speaker that you are engaged and they can feel the warmth of your response, making the conversation more um, interactive, making it more intimate, if you will. Okay. By you having that quick response. Long pauses can be seen as you hesitating, like, I don't know if I want to do that, or it can be taken like that, or you're not really interested. Okay. So that's why we have those quick responses because not everybody knows. Even then, when you take a trip to Panama or you go to Mexico and somebody says something to you and you're like, thinking, they're like, okay, maybe they don't really want to talk to me. That's one thing. Because even in Panama, because they look like us, right? They might think, okay, maybe they don't really they don't want to have this conversation. Little do they know we are actually practicing and trying to learn the language, right? And so we're taking that time for hesitation because we're thinking about what it is we want to say. But to them, they don't know that you don't know Spanish. We look like each other, right? And the thing they're thinking is, okay, maybe this guy just doesn't really want to engage in conversation with me, right? And they won't know. But if we have these quick responses, okay, I hear his accent. He must not be Panamanian, right? And then they might say, "Oh, habla español." That's the first thing that comes out of their mouth if you respond, right? If we say, "Ah, sí, 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 quiero un poco, gracias." Oh, tú hablas español? Now they can, because what they're doing is they can hear your response and say, "Okay, wait, this guy doesn't sound like he's from here." Oh, they might say, "¿Cómo te llamas?" And if you say, me llamo Steven, okay, they know that Steven is not a Spanish name. They might say, now you could respond, "Oh, soy Esteban," right? Because Stephen is Esteban, right? Esteban, sí, me llamo Esteban. Now they're okay, okay, okay. This guy does speak Spanish, but I don't know where he's from. They're still, having that whole thing going on in their head. And so then their next question oftentimes is, "Oh, tú hablas bien. Tú hablas español bien. ¿De dónde eres?" "Oh, soy de California," right? o soy de Philadelphia, pero vivo en California, right? Now you're giving them that information and they can assess, okay, oh, él es estadounidense, he's American or he's a US citizen, right? Um, that's a long story, but I'm just giving you some play out of what could potentially be the case for you, okay? And
Okay.
a lot of people oftentimes will get beside themselves or kind of feel like I can't believe they asked me that, but they'll say things like when somebody responds, a native speaker says, "Oh, tú hablas español?" Me, I say, claro que sí. Todo el mundo habla español. No, no es verdad. Right? Then they get into that scenario. Like I say, everybody speaks Spanish. Of course, everybody does it, but it's just a little play on the conversation. That's my quick response, right? That's the one that I often give when somebody says, "Oh, tú hablas español?" Sí, cómo no. Todo el mundo habla español, ¿verdad? That's my go-to, and it just kind of lightens the mood of a conversation. So when you engage with those quick responses, it
Mhm.
invites that person in even more into the conversation. All right. So long story short, but that's how we get more engagement in a conversation by having those quick responses. Okay. So even short answers, keep that flow alive. Okay.
I think
So
this will help me out a lot because of the fact that when I was down there and whenever I talk to people that speak Spanish, I'm always
mhm.
panicking because the minute I say something in Spanish, they think, "Oh, you're fluent," so they start going, "Rrrr," and you're kind of like set like a deer in the headlights and stuff. So
Right, right.
this is going to help me to start listening again because I'll shut off after I'll say something like, "No entiendo." I'll say, "Yo hablo un poquito español, pero muy malo."
Uh-huh.
And they'll say, "Oh, okay, well, you speak it good enough to say that." So, and you're like,
Yeah, they're hitting you. Yeah, they're hitting you like a machine gun, like we talked about the very first day, like that. That's machine gun Spanish, and you're like,
mhm,
hey, cálmate, por favor, cálmate. Habla más despacio, porfa. Yo entiendo un poco. I understand a little. So these are those phrases, right? These are those phrases, and I think you even have the power pack. So if you think about that power pack,
I
and
do.
you look in there, all of these phrases are there. You just got to kind of put them into order in a conversation. And so what I often tell people, and that's even what I've done with um I wrote an ebook of a couple years back about the 8 ways to become a better and more confident Spanish speaker, right? And that's one of the things I would do back in the 90s, in the 90s and early 2000s. I would, prior to like Google. So what I would do is I would sit around and use those quick responses, those power phrases, and create mini dialogues, scenarios, right? I was my own script writer, if you will, back then. And I would just say, okay, I'm talking to this person at the bus stop. What's going to be said? Go. Like, that's my motivation. You know how the actors say, what's my motivation, right? That is your motivation. And now you create the mini dialogue and then utilize that dialogue, right? And how do you utilize it? You read part A and part B of the dialogue, right? And know it really well until you get to the point where you can recite dialogue. Because if you ever think about, see, I won't say inexperienced dancers, um, not experts, right? They're not experts,
Hmm.
and they're dancing songs that have words in them. And it's not just the instrumental, but they're dancing to songs that have the words playing. A lot of times, the way they know where they're supposed to do or go from one move to the next, you'll see them saying the lyrics while they're doing the dance, right? If you key into that. And so what I notice is as I've created these dialogues, I'm 90% sure the way I set this conversation up, I will know exactly what they're going to say. I won't repeat it like, in my mind, I'm doing it, but I'm not like mouthing the words as they say it, but I'm playing it. Okay, I'm setting this up perfectly where they can only respond one of two ways, or maybe three, right? Three. There's only three ways to answer a question, more than likely, right? You got your affirmative, your negative, and then something that they're just going to throw at you. I come up with all three. This is an affirmative answer, right? This is a positive thing. This is a negative thing that they might say, and this is something that they could say that could be off the wall. Hence, the album in the back, but off the wall, right? They could say something that could just kind of take me for a loop here. And I also come up with that because I want to know, I want to be prepared for whatever it is that they're saying, right? So, in a rapid response chain, and what we're going to do here, or normally what we would do here, it says, I'm going to ask you some quick questions, right? You try to answer in 3 seconds or less. And this is an activity that you can do with yourself. You can do if you're into manipulative activities, where, for example, flashcards, right? Like taking index cards. What you could do is you just go through the cards, right? And you look at it. You put all questions on one side, okay? And you can put the response in Espanol on the back. Most people would do flashcards and they do them all wrong. They'll put the question in Spanish on the front and then they put the English of the question on the back. That's doing absolutely nothing for us. We want to know if somebody asks me, ¿Dónde vives? I got to know. Oh, vivo in California. I got to know that response quick and fast in a hurry. And I want to be able to respond within 3 seconds of the question. So this is an activity that you can take away from this week's challenge of doing that with flashcards. If you do them electronically, you can use Duo cards, or you can use Quizlet, or you can use all of these online learning flashcards. They have Anki. I don't like Anki personally. It's just a little outdated. They haven't really updated it, but Anki, Anki, is one of like the first on the scene. Quizlet, Quizlet. All right. That's one that's been around for about 2.5 decades. I've been using that in the classroom. But the one that I really like is Duo Cards. Duocards.
I think
Duo
you
Cards.
mentioned
All
that
one word.
yesterday, didn't you? Didn't you mention that yesterday?
I don't know if I did. You might have watched the video with it though. I don't think I mentioned Duo Cards yesterday.
Oh, okay.
But
Maybe it was on the video because I know I downloaded it yesterday.
okay, well then yeah, you must have caught it when I said it in a video. Yes, that is correct. Okay. I mean, it was me, but it wasn't me yesterday in the challenge. So, yeah. So there we go. All right. So let's try this out. I'm going to hit you with a question. You got 3 seconds, all right, to
Okay.
respond. Here we go. ¿Cómo estás?
Está bien. ¿Qué sopa?
Okay. ¿Qué sopa? ¿Y tú qué sopa? Right? That could be your fallback. That could be somebody asks you, ¿Cómo estás? Oh, estoy bien. Estoy. No está. Estoy bien.
Estoy bien.
Estoy
Right.
bien.
The
Right?
conjugate. Okay.
Estoy bien. ¿Y tú qué sopa? Right? And
Mhm.
now we're talking about, when I say those 3 seconds, I'm not saying get your response out in 3 seconds. We're talking about being able to start your response within 3 seconds of the question. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yep.
Right. So somebody says, ¿Cómo estás? 1001, 1002, 1003. We want to try to get it in before that third count of the seconds, right? So if we say, let's try it again. ¿Cómo estás?
Está bien. Estoy bien. ¿Y usted?
Estoy muy bien, gracias. All right. ¿Quieres más agua?
Sí. Quiero más agua.
There you go.
Por favor.
¿Vas a trabajo? No, you got it right. ¿Vas a trabajo hoy? ¿Vas
Sí.
a trabajo hoy?
Sí. Voy trabajo hoy.
Excelente. Boy, and so now this is pattern. This is perfect pattern recognition here. All right. So notice we had the question, ¿Quieres más agua? All we need to do, ¿Quieres más agua? Question. I want to say, I want more water. Yes, right? Because it's a yes or no question.
Mhm.
Then we just take out, when we know we're responding, we remove question marks, right? When we're responding to a question, we don't answer with a question. We answer with a statement. Now we take the question marks down. Then we look at the word quieres. They were talking to me. I'm talking to them, telling them about what I want. I think quiero Taco Bell. Quiero. That's all I got to change. Everything else stays the same, right? Sí, quiero más agua. If you wanted to respond in a complete sentence. If somebody says quiere más agua, sí, por favor. That's all we need. There's no complex aspect to it. Let's look at number 3, right? Vas a trabajo hoy. I'm assuming you already know trabajo. We know what we're talking about. Are you going to work today? Remove the question marks.
Mhm.
I know it's a question, yes or no question. Sí, voy a trabajo hoy. I only changed the vas because it was, are you going? I responded with, yes, I'm going. Everything else stays the same. So right now, because I've just done this with you and I realize what we're looking at, I'm going to do this. I am going to underline this because this is the only part that technically needs to change. Okay. And this is how we get into that
Uh,
rapid response change.
mhm.
All right. That's the right. The chain is the rest. The rapid response is you taking out that word and putting in the right word to talk about yourself. Okay. Perfect. Excellent thing. Now,
Question.
yes, sir. Before we
Better
get into the
answer.
power tip. Yep. Go ahead, sir.
Why is it quieres instead of quiere for you?
Perfect. Perfect response. Perfect question. There, remember we talked about it yesterday, right?
Hmm.
And there's a pattern. There's a pattern to this. We talked about it yesterday as far as formal and informal, right?
Ah, yeah, yeah.
So this is a note that you can make for yourself. Okay. If these are the informal that you see up here, let me go ahead and underline. Let me do this. How am I going to do this one? Yeah, let's do that. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. So now everything that you see up here is informal. It's in the to form, right? And remember, we talked about the to form. When do
Mhm.
I use it? To talk with a friend or family member, to talk to someone younger than me, or someone like I have a nice rapport with, is very relaxed. Those are the the reasons why I would use the informal aspect of a verb, right? Those are the three ways. If I'm talking in a formal standpoint, all of this goes out of the window. And now we have the questions come up. ¿Cómo estás? Is the informal. ¿Cómo está? Right? We talked about that one yesterday. ¿Cómo está?
Mhm.
¿Quiere más agua? Va a trabajo hoy.
Okay, that makes more sense now. Yeah.
So that's the understanding between informal, what we see on the screen, versus formal. Okay. That's the difference here. Excellent question. Buena pregunta. Okay, so a little Profe power tip. Fluency is built on prepared responses. Most people do not realize that. So it's a method to the madness. It's a secret that not everybody knows. People think, oh, because man, they're responding so nice and fast, and they've got all these words, and they just know what the person is saying to them. And how do they know how to do that? The secret is this. I just told you the secret. You've got to be able to listen, anchor, and respond. A rapid response chain. That is the secret to fluency. It's not about, man, that person knows a lot of Spanish. Do they? Now that we listen in, they really don't know more than I do. They're just able to come up with it faster. That's what the fluency aspect of. Fluency comes from flow. Are they able to flow smoothly in conversation? Absolutely. I say that they're fluent. Yes, they are flowing in the conversation.
Hmm.
When your brain doesn't have to invent out of thin air, you connect fast confidently. That's why we come up with these rapid response chains. That's why we look at the power phrase pack, right? Those are the things that I can utilize to help me increase and build my fluency. You have to be able to create out of thin air. You got enough phrases that you've repped over and over again. Those phrases, by golly, is going to jump out at some point in time in a conversation. Okay. And so that's one of the things that we want to make sure we are prepared to understand fluency. Okay. So now, if we look at a daily 5-second drill, right? The daily 5-second drill is like this. You try and answer 10 common questions in under 5 seconds. All right. 10 common questions in under 5 seconds. Okay. We're not looking for perfection at the beginning. All right. We're looking for clarity in your response. You want to think about this like Legos, right? The Lego pieces. Do I have my subject identified who's doing it? Do I have the verb to go along with that? Subject verb agreement, right?
Hmm.
And then I can respond with any details after that. Once again, now you notice how the time increased. It went from 3 to 5. The 3 is for you to restart the response. The 5 is you want to just in the beginning, in the beginning, you just want to be able to get your answer in within 5 seconds. That's that fluidity aspect. That's that flow that you're trying to work upon. All right. Now, of course, should you be timing yourself in an actual real conversation? Absolutely not. The preparation right? The wax on, the wax off, the painting the fence, if we remember, from Karate Kid. That's the preparation, right? And then when we get out here in the championship, aka a real conversation, you're prepared, right? You're prepared. And so that was what I was talking about. You can see it on the screen here, the flash prompt cards. I didn't even know this was coming up on the slide. But like I said, you put your question on the front and your default answer on the back, your go-to answer, right? That's what we're going to put on the back. And so I want you to, come up with 10 questions and, let's see. And I can, of course, we can definitely come up with 10 today. Let's see where we are on this next one. Okay, so we're getting into all of these. Let me go one more step. Okay, so we got them coming up here anyway. Okay, so you got a daily 5-second drill. This is something that you're doing. You want to come up with 10 common questions. This is just kind of work that you can prepare yourself for. We'll get more into this on day 5 of the challenge when we take notice of how to implement some of these activities over a 30-day period. Okay. The conversation sandwich. This is perfect. That's basically doing the mini dialogue part, right? You want to have your default response, your go-to response. You want to spice it up, make it picante a little bit, and then a polite close. What's a polite close? Por favor, gracias. Those are your closers. All right. Por favor, gracias. It doesn't get any more simpler than thank you and please, or please and thank you, right? Those we learned those, growing up as kids. All right. So that's your polite close. Por ejemplo, here's a default response plus detail plus polite close. Sí, claro. Me encanta ir al cine. Gracias por la invitación. Okay. Default response. Sí. Add a little detail, right? Put some spice on it. Claro. Now think about this. I gave you the phrase claro que sí early on. Claro que sí. We said that's of course. You know how you were talking at the very beginning where you said, I noticed when I was down there, people would just say buenas instead of saying buenos dias, buenas tardes, buenas noches. They would just say buenas. Same thing here. Instead of me always saying claro que sí, I can just say sí, claro. They are synonymous. So remember we had claro que sí earlier? I can just say sí, claro. They both mean the same thing. Here's my spice. Me encanta ir al cine. Me encanta ir al cine. Right? I'm giving a little spice to it. I love going to the movies, right? I love going to the movies. I'm spicing it up a little bit. Now I'm doing my polite close. I just add a little spice to my closing here. But the polite close starts off with gracias, right? Gracias por la invitación. You may have never seen that phrase, but I'm pretty sure you understand what it's saying when someone says gracias por la invitación.
Thank you for the invitation. Right? Yeah.
There you go. Would you have thought about that phrase before in life? Probably not, but now that you see it, it makes perfect sense. Gracias por la invitación. Let's dissect this just a little bit more before we jump into those 10 questions. If we look at this word cine, okay? It's short for cinema. Right, there you go. So now I know he's talking about the movies, okay? These are the types of things that you can do on your own as you see words, as you read things. Can I extrapolate what I see and correlate it to something that I already know?
The only one that would have got me on this one would have been the encanta.
Okay.
I understood every single word on here, and without even knowing, having seen them before in Spanish, because there's so many, the romance language seems like they coincide in a lot of the different words. But encanta, I would have gotten stuck on like, okay, that's the action word. That's the actual, action word itself.
You know what I would do? In that situation, the first thing I'm thinking when I see this word, I'm always thinking, what word do I know in English that comes to that? And the only thing I can think of is enchant.
Okay.
Right? Or I'm thinking about the Disney movie Encanto, right? And the overall arching goal of Encanto, if we dissected the movie, was that the little girl and the family loved where they lived. which is the word love when we're talking about items or
Mhm.
things, right?
Okay.
Okay. The next thing, if we go even further, this is not common knowledge. This is being exposed to different things. If you've ever seen a Puerto Rico license plate, it'll say La Isla del Encanto. And the first thing I think of is the Enchanted Island, right? La Isla del Encanto. It's on the license plate, right?
Mhm.
And so I used to think, well, what does that mean, La Isla del Encanto? And I found out that I could just look at that word encanto and think about enchantment. And enchantment means it ultimately when we it's something that enchants me, it's something that I appreciate or that I love or that I value in some form or fashion, right? It's something that's good to me. So, sí, claro, me encanta ir al cine, right? There's the emphatic aspect of the statement here. Sí, claro, me encanta ir al cine. Gracias por la invitación, right? If we know native speakers of Spanish all across this world love to use their hands to speak, right? And so you got to be paying attention to everything going on, not just the words coming out of their mouth, right? Like Chris Tucker said with Jackie Chan and in Rush Hour, right? You
You
understand the words coming out of my mouth. Not only am I understanding the words coming out of your mouth, but I'm also checking your body language, your hand movement, right? Everything comes into play with communication.
What was
Okay.
this that you did before? You did something like this?
Trabajo.
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 Trabajo. See.
Trabajo. Right. Like kind of like hammer, like we're working on something. Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, trabajo. Right. So when you see me do that,
Mhm.
up, he's talking about work, right? Okay, so here we go. We got some common questions, and we're looking at specific ways to answer these within 5 seconds. So, por ejemplo, I listen to it, and I hear "Cómo estás?" I anchor in down on that because I know, oh, ¿Cómo estás? Estás. He's talking to me. He's asking me how I'm doing. My response, estoy bien, gracias. ¿Y tú? That's my rapid response. There's no change from that for me in the beginning, right? And what I mean, there's no change. Stick to your basic response that you can get in within 3 seconds and get out of in 5 seconds.
Mhm.
Okay. The reason being, it just allows for flow, right? Now, where are we going next? Basically, is the next. Now it gives you time, right? If you think about it from a chess standpoint, right? If they're playing competitive chess, yeah, competitive chess. You notice that they make their move, tap the clock, right? Same mindset. They ask their question, they're tapping the clock. I'm responding, I'm tapping the clock. Now I'm waiting. Now it's your move. I want to see what you're going to do or what you're going to say. Meanwhile, my mind is going because I've already done all these many dialogues, and I'm thinking, okay, what can they possibly ask me next? I'm thinking about all the questions that could potentially pop while I'm in this conversation. Now, granted, that sounds like, man, your mind is moving at a mile a minute. Tis true. But that is something. This is the mental health component of knowing another language is that your mind is constantly in an active state, which ultimately delays dementia and Alzheimer's. So as I'm doing that, I know, hey, this is good for my mental health, right? I'm just constantly thinking about if I'm in that conversation, I've got things going, right? I'm thinking about what they could possibly say. I'm just trying to keep a rhythm, right? Here's the next part. Que hace hoy? Que hace hoy? Que hace hoy? Right? Now, of course, you get to talking with a Dominican, they're going to drop an S off. This is a problem that most people understand. They don't realize. They don't
Regional.
necessarily realize what's going on. When we have a question like "¿Qué haces hoy?",
Mhm.
chances are, if you're talking to somebody with a Afro Latino background, they're going to drop an S, just like the African American in the United States, specifically in the South. They're probably going to drop an S off a word, right? The question becomes, how do I know if they're talking to me in a formal way or an informal way? That could be a huge situation. You know what I say? It
Mhm.
doesn't even matter. If they're engaged in conversation with you and you don't know them and they're like asking questions, we're in a relaxed state. Like if I'm thinking like I'm at the bar, I'm at a breakfast club, at a diner, and they're talking to me, that's different from I'm on the job talking to a boss. That I know you got to read the room, right? That's what people say. Read the room. Who am I talking to? All right, it might be Joe at the bar. This is not formal, right? So everything that he's saying, I'm just taking that in like, man, we're just, kicking it back, having a couple drinks and I'm just having a conversation, right? It's only formal if you want to make it formal, right? You are the captain of your ship in so many words. If you want to make the conversation formal, then you make it formal. But then the person will then say, hey, no tienes que usar usted. You don't have to use usted, right? No tiene que usar usted conmigo, right? Puedes tutearme. That's something I learned in Panama, the word tutearme, right? Which is you can address me in the to form. All right. Now we know, okay, everything's on level A. It's all formal. I mean, informal. Okay. So that was a long story, but at the same time, when somebody asks me, ¿qué haces hoy? Right? I might not hear the S, doesn't matter. I know they're asking me, what am I doing today? What are you doing today? ¿Qué haces hoy? Right? My response is going to be trabajo, right? Trabajo hoy. Estudio hoy. Descanso hoy. Or I can say, nada, tranquilo, nothing. I'm chilling. Right? No mucho. No mucho is a good phrase. Not much. No mucho. Trabajo hoy, pero no mucho. Right? But not much. I'm working today, but not much. Estudio mucho, or estudio hoy, pero no mucho. Pero no mucho, right? I'm studying today, but not a lot. ¿Qué haces hoy? Descanso. No trabajo mucho hoy, right? I'm not working a lot today. I'm chilling. I'm resting. La próxima. ¿Quieres café? We know this one, right? We've been hammering this one away. Sí, sí quiero. We could answer that. Sí quiero. O sí quiero café, por favor. O no, gracias. Habla español. Sí, habla un poco. Okay. Go to. That's a good response there. Sí, habla un poco. That kind of helps them gauge, okay, where is this guy going? How far can he go? When you say, sí, habla un poco.
That's my fear. That's my fear in head. Like, because if I say poco, they thinking,
Man, that's why we use our hands. Hablo un poco, right? Un poco, right? And so, okay. And then, when you use those hand movements, you hit him with this. Okay, he's telling me back down a little bit and then take it down a notch, right? La última pregunta, the last question. ¿Vas a trabajo mañana? ¿Vas a trabajo mañana? All right. Are you going to work tomorrow or are you working tomorrow? See, boy. No, boy. Simple answer. You don't have to always repeat the complete sentence. You can keep it short. I think we got a few more. All right, here we go. Here's some common questions here, but the phrase, let me do this. Let me show you something. We've got this part, right? Nope, I didn't get out like I wanted to. Let's do this. I'm going to exit the slideshow and we're going to underline because this part will never change. Okay, so we've got that. Te gusta. This is a key. These are keys. Keys. Okay. Keys to the pattern. All right. Okay, this one is just a common question that we have to know. Okay, so ¿te gusta la música? They're talking to you. Do you like music? Sí, me gusta. Or sí me gusta mucho. That's your picante. That's a spice on the end of it. Mucho, right? ¿Dónde vives? All right. ¿Dónde vives? Vivo in California, right? Vivo. That's your response. Let's look at a pattern here. We got a pattern floating right there. Okay, so let's take a look. So we've got underline. Okay. Me gusta. Okay. Tengo. That's the whole word. That doesn't change. Okay. and then que hora es is just going to be what it is when we're talking when you learn how to tell time. All right. So, ¿dónde vives? Vivo. Response. ¿Qué quieres comer? Quiero. I don't know how I didn't underline that one, but I think we know that one pretty well from the Chihuahua and Taco Bell.
Mhm.
¿Tienes hermanos? Tengo. So, another thing that you could add to your flashcards, if you put the phrase te gusta, right? And I would put a Q in like the top corner of the card. Like if you actually write these out
Mhm.
on index cards, I will put te gusta and I put a Q up there. The response to flip, you should have me gusta and an R, right, for response. Right? So if I'm looking at the card, te gusta, me gusta, vives, vivo, tienes, tengo, quieres, quiero, right? And that's just helping you develop those fast twitch muscles in your brain,
Yeah.
okay? La última pregunta, ¿qué hora es? That is just a common question. When you learn how to tell time, that's something that you can, of course, tackle at that particular point. Okay, ¿qué hora es? What time is it? And of course, we got es la una, son las tres. It's 1 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. It goes in a little bit deeper than that, but that's the basics of what we need to know. Okay.
Mhm.
So as we wrap up today, the biggest thing that I want you to add to your plate next. We've already got the meat, we've got the potatoes. Now we're adding the sides, the macaroni and cheese, the green beans, things of that nature. We're adding a little bit more flavor to or sound flavor to our plate, and this is ultimately helping us to sound more natural, right? And so us adding the phrases, the por favor, the gracias, the claro que sí, the hoy, the mucho. That's just us adding some spice, picante,
Mhm.
right? Adding a little spice there. All right. Mañana, tomorrow, we are focusing on building bridges for conversations. Okay. Building bridges for conversations. How can I connect things like phrases that I'm using, how can I connect them? We've been stacking them like Legos, but now I want to connect my statements. I want to bring them together. We're going to be working on that tomorrow. Okay. So, our biggest takeaway from today, as far as when we head out from here and what we need to do, is for day 3, I want you to come up with some of your own questions, your common questions, right? You can, of course, use the ones that I have, but I also want you to think about what are some common questions that I may potentially want to ask
Mhm.
or that I may have gotten before. Like, for example, I didn't have the question, where are you from? I didn't have the question, what's your name? I didn't have have the question, where are you from? These are questions that you can definitely add to your repertoire, to your toolbox, if you will. And then what I would want you to do is, when you get the chance, add those questions into the community section. So you've got your day 1 stuff that you can work on, you've got your day 2 stuff that you can work on, and then now day 3 coming up with your own 10 common questions. All right. You can even, figure out the answers. I want you to first find out what are the 10 common questions that will come across to you. All right. As we leave today, okay, let's think about what are our glows and grows from day 3.
Glow from day 3 is more comfortability with
Okay.
not panicking when speaking to a Spanish speaker. I think
Hmm.
my level has come down of total panic and wanting to turn
Right.
them
The
on.
anxiety build. Yes, yes,
Yeah, to being able
yes,
to now say, I want to engage. I want to be able to practice and learn
yes,
and be able to and feel more confident about, from what you said, using that technique to prepare for it for whatever comes my way. That is
yes.
a glow, you know.
And definitely what I would also suggest, and it's you got various things that you can utilize for this for. You can even use your phone if you're not somebody that carries one of these, but having a small little notebook, right?
Mhm.
And if I get into a conversation, I've got it on me somewhere. It's either in my bag, it's in my pocket. It doesn't have to be hard back, hardcore, a hardcover. It could be like one of those little flip notepads. I would just carry that on me. And so there's a clip that I've often looked at, and it's a tennis player. I don't know his name, but I feel like he's Czech Republic, or he's pretty good.
Mhm.
And I don't watch tennis. That's a shame. But I did see this clip about him. He was doing a press conference, and I guess they apparently knew he knew Spanish, and so he's responding, and there's a question of a reporter, and he says something, and then the reporter says a word that the tennis player does not know, and so he says, uh, "Repita esta palabra en la pregunta." Repeat the word in the question. And he said the word. ¿Qué es blah blah blah? Whatever the word was. He asked the reporter that. Oh, and the reporter said, "Oh, blah blah blah," and then he said it in English, and he said, "Okay." He took out his in the press conference. The guy took his notebook out in the middle of the press conference and wrote it down, closed it up, and then went back to answering the questions in the. So I say all that to say this: there's nothing wrong with having one of these or using your phone for the voice notes. I mean,
Mhm.
voice notes. It could be the written notes, but taking that time. Un momentito. Da, 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 da. And they might say, "Well, what are you writing now? ¿Qué escribes? ¿Qué escribiste?" Oh, la palabra blah blah blah. It could have been la palabra peluquería, right? Okay, because porque no sé esta palabra, right? Or no conozco esta palabra. I don't know that word. I don't know this word. And I'm jotting it down and I'm putting down the English, right? Because I might say in a question, somebody might say, vas a ir a la peluquería. And you're like, what? ¿Qué es una peluquería? And they'll say, oh, un peluquería para corte o pelo, para hacer trenzas, para cortar el pelo, ¿sí? Ah, peluquería. And then you write it down. Okay, peluquería. Peluquería, barbershop or hair salon, right? And then I've got it. And then I can kind of just go back and look at the words. What words did I have that I've never seen before or heard before? I got my words. Next thing I do, I can go back and say, okay, let me figure out some ways in which I can use these in context,
Mhm.
the new words that I've seen. When you can implement the words that you are hearing for the first time in context in your own words, that's when they start to stick. Okay. So never be ashamed to write something down or type it into your phone in a conversation. Okay. Because some of us are like, oh, okay. And then when you walk away, you're like, what was that word again? And then it's gone. So you want to definitely take the opportunity to do that. What is a grow scenario that you have seen? Not just today, but just over the last 3 days. What's a growth scenario that you need to focus upon?
Well, I think that each day offered its own unique take that
Hmm.
I've been able to see the growth of. Okay, now I know how to pronounce properly. Now I
Uh-huh.
know how to use ice and understand the value of it. And
Yes.
today's also was about how to have that conversation with being prepared and not fearing a question that somebody throws at me, or even if they start rattling off, how to kind of slow them down and get them to understand that using hand signals, I do understand you, yo entiendo, pero,
Un
just as much.
poco.
Sí, un
Okay.
poco.
Un poco.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Now I'm
Right.
going to
Absolutely.
send you also a program that I actually built uh,
Okay.
for my trip.
Okay.
If you get a chance, take a look at that. It also has a how to use section in the upper right hand corner.
Okay.
When you first go to it and it says my journey, it takes a minute for it to load up. So give it the minute
Uh-huh.
to load
Got
up.
it.
But everything else is there. It has like a tutor, vocabulary, dictionary, pronunciation, dating to
Nice.
romance, sleep learning, all that
Right.
stuff. I created like about 2-3 months ago when I was thinking about going to Panama. So I think that if you look at
Nice.
it, and it has those cards that you were talking about, and you can actually add your own, flashcard on there, and it flips
Okay.
over to the other side
Okay.
and everything. So I figured that might be of
Nice.
value some point.
Nice. Absolutely. Good
And
stuff.
you'll
Good
know all
stuff.
this, but you might want to use this as possibly, if you have some other students and stuff, and you say, hey, let me give you guys a little bit of heads up on something. you know.
Absolutely, absolutely,
And, I,
absolutely.
and I'm
Good
not
stuff.
selling it or anything like that. I'm just like, I created it for my trip, and I said, you know what, somebody else might be able to use this. So let's see.
Yeah, this is awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. I can now the only thing that I want to do is I want to add in some stuff that's Panama specific,
Yeah.
right? And so
Yeah.
that's the stuff that I want to add to it.
Yeah, because I had
That
never
way,
been down there, so I didn't even realize that. I mean, I understand that there's different when you're speaking, there's different accents on things and stuff like that. But I didn't realize that there's a whole different cultural vocabulary that goes on as
yeah, exactly. So when you start to go down there even more as you move towards retirement,
well.
just like that, write those words down
Oh yeah,
and then
definitely.
add
I'm on
it to and then add it to the app. And it could be like Panamanian vocabulary.
hmm
And if you want to add another section in Panamanian vocabulary, and then boom, you get that going in another entirely different tab. Now it's like, okay, now I'm acclimating somebody to Panamanian vocabulary on top of the vocabulary that they need as they travel. That's awesome stuff. That's good stuff. I'm
And
definitely
you
going to
know
put
that we
that
all
together.
try to get our friends to move down with us and everything like that, so I can prep them and say, hey, just
There
use this,
you go. There
and I
you
send them
go.
to you. I'll send them to you. Go
Right.
to
There you go. Good deal.
Omar.
Good deal.
You
Send them
got
to me first and then yeah, absolutely. That'll be absolutely awesome.
yeah.
Okay, senor. I am going to let you go get your day started. I will see you tomorrow at the same time, same location. All
Appreciate you.
right.
All right.
Hey, absolutamente, señor. Nos vemos. Adios.
Adios.
All right. At day 4, which is known as our conversational bridges, right? So we talked about this briefly yesterday as we were finishing up. And this initially started out as like master 5 connectors. But last month, when I was doing this, we came across actually 7 connectors that we want to kind of focus our attention to because they do come in handy. And these are more so some of the ones that people were able to identify from their previous studies, right? And so I said, let's go ahead and try these out then. So today we're turning your Spanish from choppy blocks like we've been working on, like we learned how to stack some things there, and we want to be able to have a little bit more flow, right? Our biggest thing is getting to that stage of being able to just smoothly flow through things. So we're going to get into some smooth conversation using simple but powerful connectors. Okay, so here we have el objetivo de hoy, the objective, right? Or la meta de hoy, the goal for today. It says, by the end of today, you will be able to use 7 high frequency connectors, combine sentences smoothly, and then keep conversations alive longer. Por ejemplo, our first connector that we're looking at, okay, the first connector that we're looking at, we have E, right? We talked about E, we've seen it already. Por ejemplo, y yo estudio español, right? We also talked about it yesterday with y tú and y usted, right? So we remember what that stands for. So here we have y yo estudio español. It's a short but powerful, and it's short but powerful, but it also keeps the conversation moving because now we're taking one idea and connecting it to the next idea, and we're making our sentences or our phrases that much longer. So our first connector, y, significa and. Okay. Conector número dos, pero. We saw pero on the first day, right? Pero. Now, mira, ¿qué significa pero? Por ejemplo, quiero café, pero no tengo azúcar. Right? Quiero café, pero no tengo azúcar. So ultimately, we're saying we want to use it to politely contrast ideas, but in inglés, pero significa but. Okay. So now we usamos y pero. Okay. Y pero.
Mhm.
And just to keep me grounded on what I am talking about, I'm going to make sure I type these into the chat. Okay, so y pero. Y la próxima, conector número 3. ¿Por qué? All right. These are all important. Los más importantes conectores, los más importantes. These are the most important connectors that we can just basically start having simple Spanish conversations. So, ¿qué significa por qué? Por ejemplo, no salgo porque estaba lloviendo o no salgo porque está lloviendo. ¿Por qué significa because? En esta situación no salgo porque está lloviendo. I can't go out because it's raining. Lloviendo. Okay? Lloviendo.
Mhm.
Because it's raining. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so ultimately, últimamente usamos por qué to help explain yourself instead of just stating individual statements as facts. ¿Por qué? Okay. La próxima, número 4, conector número 4, ¿qué significa entonces? Ok, entonces usamos to like sum up something that you are stating. Therefore, so. That's the mindset when we use entonces. Okay? Therefore or so. Por ejemplo, no hay clases de español hoy, entonces vamos a parque. Right? No clases de español hoy, entonces vamos a parque. Right? There's no classes today. There's no Spanish classes today. So let's go to the beach. I mean, or let's go to the park. In this example, I'm thinking about the beach. I really want to go to the beach. Vamos a la playa. Vamos a la playa would be let's go to the beach, right? But vamos a parque, let's go to the park, or we're going to the park. As a result, right? As a result, therefore, right? So, okay, so any way you want to use that. Conector número 5. Además de. Let me type in the last one. Entonces. Entonces. Ok. Conector número 5. Además de. Además de. ¿Qué significa además de? Besides. Right? Besides. Or in addition to. Right? So here we go. Por ejemplo, me gusta el café. Además, in conjunction or in addition to would be better here. Me gusta el café, además de beber, tomar, o beber o tomar té. Me gusta el café, además de beber o tomar té. Right? One or the other. Beber o tomar té. I like coffee in addition to drinking tea. Right? In conjunction with drinking tea. Besides drinking tea, I also like coffee, or I like coffee, right? It's whichever way you want it to make sense for you. But in addition to, probably would be the best way to think about this. The way that I like to, the reason why I like to use in addition to first and foremost is because when we see the word más significa more. And so when we think about more, more is you adding things in. And so in addition what you already have. Me gusta el café además de beber o tomar té.
Question
Okay?
for you. Um, I do get that. I do understand that totally. What I was
Mhm.
looking at though, when I was looking at the sentence, was when you say "me gusta el café," why is it not "me gustó"? Are you? I know you're referring, probably because you're referring to the actual coffee,
That
and
is
that.
exactly it.
Okay, okay. I just want to make sure.
You figured it out. That is absolutely correct. And so what I want to let you know is for right now, the beginning, that's a great question. And so there's only two forms that you really need to concern yourself in the beginning stages of this journey with Spanish when it comes to gusta. Okay, right now. So all you need to worry about is that there are only going to be two forms that you really need to focus on: gusta or gustan. Gusta or gustan. Okay. If you're talking about yourself or you're talking to the person, remember we're doing A and B conversations, right?
Hmm.
If I'm talking to a person and I'm asking them, do they like coffee and tea? I'm addressing two items that they could possibly like. Because it's more than one, it is now plural. Y por eso yo necesito usar gustan. I need to use gustan. Por ejemplo, me gustan café y té. Me gustan el café y el té. Me gustan el café y el té. Because we're talking about more than one item.
Hmm.
But if I just say I like coffee, me gusta el café, because coffee es singular. Por eso necesitamos me gusta,
Okay, so it has nothing to do with
the
masculine,
person.
feminine, or anything like that.
No,
Whatever
sir.
object you're referring to, it's whether it's like plural or singular.
There you go. You got it. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right. Even if I were talking about dogs or whatever, right? If I said I like dogs, well, we know our rule. If it's plural, yo voy a usar gustan. Me gustan perros. Me gustan los perros. No me gustan los gatos. Meow. No me gustan los gatos.
Hmm.
¿Te gusta tu perro? Right? If I'm talking about one. ¿Te gusta tu perro? Sí, me gusta mi perro, because I'm talking about one.
Right.
That's the biggest thing that you need to understand with gusta when it comes to objects, right? When we'll get above that, or you'll elevate to the next level of how to use gusta when you're talking about actions. But right now, that's your focal point because that's your question. And then we may see it coming up in a few seconds here. If we don't, we'll tack it on to the end and talk about all the different ways to make this make sense. Okay, so además de, in addition to, let me type that one in. Además de. Oh, you know what? As soon as I saw this, I wanted to jump directly into showing you the website that will allow you to um, get your accents.
I saw your
So
message. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So, and I saw Además, and I was typing it. I was like, I don't have an accent. Oh, I was supposed to talk about accents. Okay, so I'm gonna switch my screen so that you can take a look at this. It's very straightforward, but I just kind of want to show you how it looks instead of just typing the website into the chat box. Okay, so I go here. I've been using this for ages, talking like 20 some odd years, easily. Spanish.typeit.org. Probably still should have put it in the chat though, so you could have the link. www.spanish.typeit.org. Okay, so I put in the link, the chat as well, just in case. But all you do need to do, like, say there's, you just need the accent and letter. You just click on it, copy it, and then go paste it wherever you are. Control V or right click, whatever way you want to do it. But say you're like, okay, I don't really feel like doing that. What if I got to ask somebody a question, right? I want to say, okay, I need the upside down question mark. I need the actual phrase. So I might say, okay, de donde eres? Okay, then you could just type the whole phrase in, copy the phrase, and do the same thing. Okay. If you just feel like, because I need an upside down question mark. What if it's like something like, okay, I need the upside down question mark, but I also need multiple accents, right? So what if I need como estás, and I got to have all my accents there because I know I'm putting this into the platform. I would copy it here and then just go paste it wherever you want to make it happen. Okay.
I got you.
So
Okay.
that website has been handy for me because I know what you mean when you say, man, what is I gotta figure out how to do this. Yeah, yeah. I was there. And then like if you and like some of my like clients, they have like if you got a MacBook now, it does different. It's apparently MacBooks are the gem when it comes to accent marks because one of my clients, she'll just type like a apostrophe and then the letter, and then it accents the letter. It's like little code that's built into a
Oh,
MacBook. but I don't have a MacBook. I
I have
don't
a
do Apple
MacBook, but
products like
I
that.
never knew that.
Yeah. She had she was schooling me, and I'm like, but I don't have a MacBook. What? I was like, yeah, no. Let's not get into the Apple, versus Android type things. I just don't do
Yeah.
Apple products like that. So, whatever. I buy the stock, but I don't do the products, right? So, I got Apple, I just don't have the products. But yeah, so that is the website that I use for all of like quick fix things that I'm not doing in Google. If I'm in Google, I kind of take the long route, which is like go to insert and then search down for special characters and then go to Latin. It's a long process, but
Mhm.
it works for me. And the thing is, when you have a laptop, it's a little different. I don't know the codes like I used to know on like an actual keyboard with a 10 key, because
Mhm.
there was a code on a 10 key where I could hit Alt 161, 160, 164, and that would give me all the accented letters, but I haven't used a desktop keyboard in ages. So,
Mhm.
yeah. All right. So let's get to the next one. Número seis. This is number 6. Aunque. Aunque. Let me type that into the chat here. Aunque. Okay. Aunque. Okay. ¿Qué significa aunque? Although. Por ejemplo, voy a correr aunque está lloviendo. Voy a correr aunque está lloviendo. I'm going to go running, or I'm going running, although or even though it's raining. So it can be although or even though, whatever makes better sense in the conversation. Voy a correr aunque está lloviendo. No estaba, está lloviendo. Right? I'm going running although it's raining, or I'm going running even though it's raining. All right. And that obviously in this scenario, it's showing persistence, right? It's also showing contrast, but it's showing how determined a person is to go running. Okay. So, aunque.
Oh,
All
okay.
right. Y la última palabra, conector número 7. I thought I'd end with an easy one, which is con, right? With. Patricia va a la playa con su familia. ¿Quieres una hamburguesa con queso? Oh, I said there's a question. This is definitely a statement. ¿Quieres una hamburguesa con queso? ¿Quieres una hamburguesa con queso? All right. Now, that entire phrase, we have to say that in Spanish because they don't have the word cheeseburger. We have to say hamburger with cheese. All right. Hamburguesa con queso.
Mhm.
Okay. Same thing. So we have all of those. So now we're going to multiply or combine things we talked about yesterday with the LAR method, and we're going to utilize that with today's information about the connectors. It says, listen to the prompt, okay? Anchor with a ready sentence frame in the tu or yo form. Respond using today's connectors. Create 5 short sentences, okay? You want to create 5 short sentences here. Okay, so let's take a look. Yo estudio español porque quiero viajar. These are examples, okay? Yo estudio español porque quiero viajar. All right, so, ¿qué es esta oración en inglés? Yo estudio español porque quiero viajar. What do you think this is here in English?
I think it means that I study Spanish because I want to travel.
Excelente.
Okay.
All right. Número 2. Trabajas mucho, pero tienes tiempo para descansar. Trabajas mucho, pero, pero tienes tiempo para descansar. ¿Qué tenemos aquí?
I think it's saying you work a lot, but
Ajá.
you have time for, and I'm not sure what the word descansar is
Pero tienes tiempo para descansar. But you do have time to rest.
rest. That's what it is. Okay.
Descansar. Mm-hmm.
I'm doing what you said. When you see a word that it's going to come in handy later on, write it down. So.
There you go. There you go. That's exactly what we have to do, right? Or make a mental. Well, I try to make mental notes, but my mental capacity is not the same as it used to be 20 years ago. So I do have to write stuff down now. Right. Yo voy al mercado y compra frutas. Yo voy al mercado y compra frutas.
I'm going to the market and compra. Buying fruit?
Yeah, exacto.
Okay.
Yo voy al mercado y compro frutas. I'm going to the market and I'm buying fruit. All right. Now, of course, we could say like I'm going to the market to buy fruit. Whatever. It's all relative. Whatever way you want to interpret it in English does not really matter. Mm-hmm. It's do you understand the context of the conversation that's being held in Spanish? Right? Gotcha. How you interpret it to yourself, that's no one's business but your own, as long as you have the right idea. Okay. La próxima. No comes carne, aunque cocinas muy bien. No comes carne, aunque cocinas muy bien.
You do not eat meat.
Lo siento, no comes carne. Lo siento, no comes carne, aunque cocinas muy bien.
I like the hand motions. I like that. I was telling my friends about that yesterday. I said, all right, I'm something new. I'm using my hands now when I talk Spanish.
Right. I'm a charades king out here. I'm an expert. I'm an expert. Yes. No comes carne, aunque cocinas muy bien. ¿Qué tenemos aquí?
I think it's saying you don't eat meat, therefore you eat very well.
Cocinas.
Cocinas. What's cocinas? You cook.
Yes.
Cook very well.
Right. Which is that, I don't know if that's a compliment to somebody or, that's a crazy compliment, but, hey, even though you're a pet, you're a vegan, you do cook very well, though. Yeah, I get, whatever. I feel like it's a little shade, but, hey, no comes carne, aunque, although, however, right? However, here, you don't eat meat. However, or although you do cook very well. I'm like, hey, thank you, gracias. I don't know, weird way, weird compliment there. All right, la última oración. Bebo café, además de preparar té. Bebo café, además preparar té.
Which is weird because to me it's reading as I drink coffee, therefore I prepare tea.
Not therefore. That would be entonces.
Although? Is it although?
Although I prepare tea, right? Or in addition to preparing tea.
In addition
right?
to tea, okay.
Remember that más, right? We think more, adding, right? In addition. All right. So I'm drinking tea in addition to preparing. I'm drinking coffee. Sorry. I'm drinking coffee in addition to preparing tea. Okay. So
I'm thinking
doing a lot.
The two new ones that I'll be having to, and it'll be easy now that I know that those are the two. There's going to be the además and the antique. Aunque. Yeah, those two. Those ones I got to work on.
Right. And so those are the ones that are not as these are your next level connectors. I will say that you're easy. And that's why I say we started out with 5. Okay. But these are like your next level ones. The way I would do this is a graduated. Glad you bring those up. Además de and aunque are your next level. They're your, let's think of as a house. That's your second story connectors.
Okay.
We're on the ground floor with y, pero, porque, con, entonces. Okay. Even if you wanted to put entonces on the second floor with además de and aunque, that's good. Then you use the 4. And I would recommend starting out with the Fantastic 4. Let's call them the Fantastic 4 here. right? Sorry. Hitting the screen. I'm on the wrong screen here. Okay. Okay. So Fantastic Four. We're gonna call the Fantastic Four.
Mhm.
Okay. We're gonna call that E pero con and por qué. Practice with those first. Okay. Y pero con por qué.
Pero,
Aunque además, you can even put aunque and además de on the third level, right?
mhm.
And then entonces can be on a level by itself. Okay. Entonces, which is like however, therefore, so, to sum up things, the end all be alls, right? Okay. So, yes, I would actually structure it in that format of three stories.
Okay.
The four, and you can look at, well, no, you can't. I was curious. You can look at it like that and it'd be, no, it's not. So, yeah, the four there at the bottom, entonces in the middle on its own, and then the top of the house, aunque and además de. And I would say probably work those four, probably a good 6 weeks, at least minimum, of creating sentences with just those four, maybe even 8 weeks, and something that you go back to all the time, just utilizing those four. How can I incorporate those four? And then after about 8 weeks, maybe even 12 weeks, then you start to, you start to add in when you're ready. I just say work them till you know how to use them like the back of your hand, right? And then once you realize, okay, I'm pretty good at these four, then go ahead and add entonces, right? And start coming up with ways to subtly uh, summarize something up or sum something up, okay? Vamos a continuar. All right, so we've got, what is our tarea de hoy? This is what we're going to work on right now, today's task. It says, write 7 sentences, each one, cada con un conector diferente. All right, so we've got all 7. We're going to get work with all 7 today. And we're going to keep our sentences super simple. Ice, a little spice with our connector. Okay, if you want to use spice, you don't even have to. It can be simple responses. Escribe 7 oraciones cada con un conector diferente. All right.
Mhm.
And then, even though we prepare them and we're going to go through them today, I'm just going to listen. Okay. I'm just going to listen. And then after I listen to all 7, once you're off of here, go ahead and record yourself on a voice note, saying them out loud. All right.
Mhm.
And then it says here, it says watch a Spanish video and note the connectors you hear. So if you just happen to come across some videos on YouTube somewhere and you're listening, and I mean like as far as like it could be a weather forecast, it could be a novela, it could be a story or video in Spanish that somebody is like, doing a podcast or whatever. But as soon as you hear a connector, oh, I heard it here, I heard it there. All right. Just go through and listen for connectors. And so the biggest thing people don't realize is when you have a game plan going into what you're going to be listening to, like this today, I'm going to listen for connectors. Right? Am I going to hear y, pero, con, porque, entonces, aunque, además de? Am I going to hear one of those 7 words or all of them in this podcast today? And when I do hear it, I'm going to write it down. And that's something that once you go into that, then you can say, okay, today I'm going in and I'm listening for, uh, present tense, not even the verb. Let's go. I'm listening for subjects, right? The people doing the action. Then the next, I'm going back and listen to the same podcast, mind you, every single time here. The third time I go back, okay, I want to listen for present tense actions. All right. And then I've got everything that I want. And it only needs to be about 5 minutes max that you do that active listening activity. Then you go back and listen to it the 4th time. And then now you're listening. Okay, to now I'm going to on the 4th day, mind you, or the 4th time you do this. It could be 4 times in a row that you do this, no problem. Because we're only listening for 5 minutes. And then what you say is, okay, now this time I'm going to listen for the subject, the action, and the connector all at one time. And by all means, it's okay to pause after each sentence. So if I'm watching something on YouTube, I got my cursor or I'm hitting the space bar, I'm letting the sentence be said. And when they take that breath, I hit the pause and I say, okay, what did I hear? And then I unpause it and listen to the next sentence. Pause it again. Listen, find out, and then so work your way up to where, okay, maybe now I don't only have to pause it after 3 sentences. Now I only have to pause it after 5 sentences, right? So we have to use the tools that we have. They definitely help us. We just have to break them down and understand how we can get better that much more quicker if we just kind of break things down and not try to do it all at one time. Okay, so let's see. We've got let me get here. Okay, so before we get to the power tip, let's look at the 7 connectors. I think we have them all in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do we have 1, 2, 3, 4? Where's all my? There's one is missing. Y pero por qué? I definitely spelled por qué wrong in the chat. Por qué? Oh, entonces. Okay, so I spelled it right in the Fantastic Four, and then we could say the second set is entonces.
Yeah, I think con goes after porque, and then entonces goes in the second set.
Yep, and it does. Yes, and so in the way I'm putting it on here, so now we've got the Fantastic Four, right? Y pero con porque, and then entonces aunque and además to finish it up. So let's work on, and we can do this out loud if you want to, or you can do it individually and work on all 7 at one time, whichever way you want to do it. And we'll do this now. And we'll even add them to the chat here to take a look if you want to. All right. Or you can type it in, or I can type it in. It's whichever way you want to make this work. All right.
Okay. Can you give me an example?
Yeah, just anything real simple. Like let's say, let's go back and say, okay, yesterday we talked about using the verbs, right? The 5 most common, or how many ever we had, but say we take the verb comer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Comer. So comer, and we know we talked about in the, like, talking about myself or talking to the other person. What if I want to say you eat tacos and burritos?
Tú comes taco y burritos.
Right. Tú comes tacos y burritos.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So we've got one off the board here. We've got E. Okay, we've used E. Tú comes tacos y burritos. Okay. What about using? We're just that'll be good for us. Let's use some of those verbs that we saw yesterday. Like, what about viajar? You remember viajar?
Yep.
Okay,
So
let's go with that.
the second one that we have is going to be pero, right? Okay.
It doesn't have to be in order. You can use whichever ones you want to, whenever.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, we've already used E. You got 6 other ones you can choose from.
Okay. Yo viejo Panama.
Mm-hmm.
Pero no hoy.
Pero no hoy.
Sí.
Excelente. Yo, remember that A sound. Yo
Viajo.
Perfecto. Yo viajo a Panama, pero no hoy. All right. So I traveled to Panama, but not today. Or I'm traveling to Panama, but not today. Excelente. I love it. I love it. All right. Let's get another one. Your choice. What are you using? Okay. Usas.
Let's go with dancing.
Okay. Bailar. Excelente. All right.
And we're going to use okay. Tú bailas en escuela con me.
I like it. I like it. I'm gonna give you a little word here, and I want you to add this to your notes when it comes to that one. That is a perfect one. Perfect one. Tú bailas en la escuela conmigo.
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 Sounds much better.
Conmigo. Conmigo. When we're talking about with me, conmigo. With you, contigo. That's another one. You can add that to your plate there. So we've got conmigo with me, contigo with you. Now, when it becomes like with him, with her, with us, then we of course say con él, con ella, con nosotros, con ustedes. All right. But
Okay.
when it's like with me and with you, tenemos que usar conmigo, contigo. Okay, we've got to use those two. Okay, awesome. Let's try another one. Wait. Oh yeah. So that definitely works. That counts as our con. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, let's use something else. ¿Qué vamos a usar?
Okay. Let me see. How about tu cochinos pasta?
Okay, I
Por-
like it. Yes, like using the examples from your
Mhm.
information yesterday. Now
Yep.
we got to change the. I was going to say, oh man, let's go over those when we got time, but I didn't. I neglected to say that. But the thing is this: there's some right there. So that one we're going to say tú. Well,
Mhm.
let's take a look here. Take a look here first. El verbo es cocinar.
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 Uh-huh.
So we don't need the H.
Oh,
Okay.
I got you. Tu
So tú cocinas. Okay,
cocinas.
go for it.
Tu cocinas pasta.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Let me get back up to my words again. I did porque already. Did I do porque?
You have not.
Okay. Tu
Cocinas.
cocinas
Mm-hmm.
porque es delicioso.
Porque es deliciosa.
Deliciosa.
Deliciosa. Now, why do I use deliciosa?
Because you're referring to the pasta itself as a
There you go. You
singular.
got it. You got it.
Mhm.
And it's femenina. Yes, excelente. Tú cocinas pasta porque es deliciosa. Perfecto. Perfecto. All right. Now we get into the second story of the house. All
Uh-oh.
right. This is where the bread meets the butter, or the butter meets the bread. Chicken before the egg. Which one of those? All right. Now,
Let me see. On the other ones, it is we have entonces, we have antigua.
aunque,
I
aunque,
don't know why I can't say that right. Aunque. Aunque.
yeah. We got to practice. You just got to practice it. Aunque. And the thing is, I wish somebody would have told me about this one so much earlier in my career. Uh, I would have been able to. I feel like sometimes we got to get some hard things out there, because
Mhm.
the hard things push us a little bit further than, of course, if you've been doing this every day, like you have, this is day 4.
Mhm.
It's time to get something challenging, right? We need something a little to give us a little push. Okay,
Yeah.
we need something a little push.
Get better, right? Play against
Right,
good basketball player, football players, and
right. I got to add 5 more pounds onto the bar. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. You got it. This is 5 more pounds today. This is 5 more pounds.
all
Yeah,
right.
we'll definitely say that. Absolutely. All
Okay.
right. So aunque, and aunque is like although or even though.
Even though. Okay. Um.
And you can repeat some of these verbs. You don't have to use like 7 different verbs. We can go back and use some of the ones that we've already used, some of the actions already.
Okay.
Or you can use your examples from last night, from yesterday. What do we got there? We've got you eat rice with chicken.
Okay. You eat rice con pollo. Tú come.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Tú,
tú come. Uh, el, el pollo con no arroz con pollo.
arroz con pollo.
Um.
Aun, ajá,
Aunque.
ajá, aunque.
Aunque, which actually stands for. Hold on. Aunque was standing for. Don't tell me. Aunque is although. Okay, so
Ajá,
you eat chicken with rice, although tú beber
ajá.
agua.
Okay. Aunque. I'm gonna check out the second bed, the second two. We don't need that one
Oh, okay.
because we know from the beginning who our object or subject is, right? Now
Right.
check what I've did. Check what I've done in the chat here. All
Okay.
right. Now, do you see anything different from what you said?
Tú comes arroz con pollo, aunque bebés agua. Bebés.
Right.
Bebés.
So just remember to keep your S's. Keep your S's. Keep your
Okay.
S's on those words, right? So you can say now when you're out in the streets of Dominican Republic or Panama, Puerto Rico, Cuba, when you're in these places, yes, it is totally okay to drop that S, like in the streets. But if you're in a formal place, I would kind of, it's just like code switching. You know how people talk about code switching? This is
Mm-hmm.
a code switching scenario. When I'm amongst people in the streets of Panama City and I'm just hanging out, I'm talking to people, I'm in a bar, whatever. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do as the Romans do, right? When in Rome. But
And I
then if
think
I'm
that's
like,
what it
if,
is. I
say
think
it
that's
again.
exactly what it is. It's like I'm so used to when I can hear like recordings and things like that I've heard of people talking, like watching a
Yes.
novella or something like that, and they drop
Yes.
them. So you're thinking that's the word, but now I'm learning. No, not really.
Yeah, right. Right. And so that's the thing. We kind of just have to say, you know what? I got to know when to turn it on and turn it off. Now,
Mm-hmm.
granted, that's not, I would prefer when you're starting out that you always have it on,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're always sprinkling your garden or you're watering your grass or your lawn, right? But then, when the wintertime comes, I know y'all don't experience this much, but you don't need to water the grass as much. And that's what's that? That takes 6 months to come around again to by the time it gets to fall and winter. And so I can turn the sprinkler off at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I say that all to say this: focus on the tu comes
Okay.
and the yo como and making sure you have those S's on your two forms, right? In the
Right.
beginning. And then as you get down the road and you're in a relaxed situation and you want to as the Romans do, right? At that point, right? But
Mm-hmm.
if I'm in like a department store or if I'm in public and I'm speaking publicly where other people can hear me, it's just it's a code switching thing. I don't know. I can't really explain it. It's just one of those things that I kind of just like, okay, can't really act myself right now in here. Go ahead and turn on my basic voice here, and then jump into it. But yes, tú comes arroz con pollo, aunque bebes agua. I like it. I like it. I could even say something like tú comes arroz con pollo, aunque bebes agua, right? All you're eating rice with spicy chicken, even though you're drinking water. How are you doing it? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm amazed. Yeah. Awesome. Good stuff. We only got two left. What else do you got for me?
All right. So let me make sure that I got entonces' meaning right. Entonces means. Entonces is then or therefore. Therefore. Okay.
However, yes. Or
However.
so, like any of those. It could be all of those. Whichever way you want to use it.
Okay. I'm going to give this a shot.
Okay.
Yo viejo Puerto Rico. Entonces. How do you say it? I must. I need. Tienes
Oh, okay.
rápido.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
Rápido.
Okay. So say the whole phrase for me one more time.
Okay. Yo viejo Puerto Rico. Entonces. Tengo rápido. I know I'm missing a word or something in there somewhere along the way.
Tengo.
I'm trying to say I'm going to Puerto Rico. I'm going to visit Puerto Rico. Therefore, I must leave soon or I must go fast.
There you go. I got you. There's a couple of ways to say it. I'm going to give you what you use. I'm going to use it with. I'm going to use what you said
Mm-hmm.
in the sentence. Okay. So I want you to go back and think about that word that comes after yo. How do we pronounce that?
After yo. That was viejo.
Viejo means old.
Oh. What does
How do you
visit mean?
pronounce that A? How do you pronounce that A?
Oh,
Go to
vieja. Vieja.
the first A. You had the ending right because you said it's O and because you're talking about yourself. You got it. You got the word spelled correctly. Viajo, right?
AJO. I don't know. For some reason, my writing put it as an E.
Ooh, well, that's why you were pronouncing it correctly.
Yeah, VI.
Oh, yeah. There you go. That is exact. Okay, well, at least you had it spelled correctly. Yeah,
My
it just
writing
means
just isn't
O.
all that clear. That's all.
Right, right. It was just Viejo would be old, as in like a man or a car, like an old man, old car, something like that. Viajo, yes, yes. Yo viajo a Puerto Rico, entonces tengo que,
Okay.
and there's an accent on this A in rápido. All right, so let's take a look at the chat here. Yo viajo a Puerto Rico, entonces tengo que irme rápido.
Tengo que
I'm
irme.
traveling to Puerto Rico,
Mhm.
so I have to leave quickly or I have to leave fast. I gotta go. I gotta leave fast.
Mhm.
Or I got to leave quickly. Okay, so there's an option because you use the word tengo. That's a little phrase that you can use. Tengo que irme means like I got to go or I have to go. Okay, all right. We've got one more con la palabra además, in addition to. Además.
Además. Además. In addition to. Uh. Okay. Me gusta.
Mm-hmm.
Um. El pollo con. Me gusto.
You had
Pollo.
it right the first time.
Okay. What was it? Rice. Arroyo. Okay. Me gusto arroz con pollo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's that word.
Oh, not that one. We already did that one. You remember it's the other word. Ademas.
Oh, edema.
Además.
Además.
Uh-huh.
Además. How do you say hamburger? It was hamburger.
Okay. Now, remember, what did we say about our H's?
It's silent.
Uh-huh.
It comes out like
Hamburg,
hamburgues,
hamburguesa.
hamburguesa, y
Hamburguesa.
queso. I tried to use
Okay, con queso. Con queso. And there's a lot of, we got a lot of connectors in here because of the connecting situations.
right.
Arroz con pollo, hamburguesa con queso,
Yeah.
right? So me gusta,
Mm-hmm.
okay, el arroz con pollo,
Mm-hmm.
además de hamburguesas
Hamburguesa.
o hamburguesas
Queso.
con queso. And we're going to make this me gustan, because I'm talking about more than one item,
Mm-hmm.
right? Me gustan, right? Me gustan. Here he goes in the chat. Me gustan el arroz con pollo, además de hamburguesas con queso. So I like rice with chicken in addition to cheeseburgers. Hey, sounds like me, right? I can do it. All right. Me gustan el arroz con pollo, además de hamburguesas con queso. Perfecto. Perfecto. And so
I stretched out there on that last one. I said, all right, let me try
yeah,
to
and
talk.
that's good. That's good. That's good. You're pushing yourself. And so now you look at it like this. And I think my this is something that I've never thought about, but I guess I've never really worked that close with elementary school students.
Mm-hmm.
But my daughter in her bilingual magnet school that she goes to, she's in first grade, and her teacher says, "Hey, you know, when kids start in kindergarten, I expect them by the end of kindergarten to be able to write 5-word phrases or sentences in Spanish
Mm-hmm.
because they're 5 or 6 years old. So 5 to 6 words by the time they leave kindergarten. By the time they leave first grade, they should be anywhere between 6 and 8 word sentences." And I'm like, wow. But then again, I'm thinking about, okay, you've been there 9 months. You know, if you started out at 5 to 6 words, you definitely should be able to do 7 to 8 words by the time 9 months rolls around in a sentence. And so this is the thing. Think about it like that. If I start out with 3 words, ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Identify, conjugate in my sentence. And I do that for, if you do that every day for a month, that's why I talk about journaling so much. If you do that every day for a month, after a while, you can be like, this is a breeze. Let me go ahead and bump this up to either 4 words or 5 words in a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
And I do that for another month. All right. And then now, because we have to think about it like this, and I'll take my glasses off on this. This is good for me because if you think about what we've used today, the 7 connectors, that's all of those are individual words by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So now, okay, I could say something like, Yo soy de Philadelphia y, or Yo soy de Philadelphia, pero vivo, yo soy de Philadelphia,
Mm-hmm.
pero vivo in California. That's an 8-word sentence. Okay. And okay, so we could go to 7 if I took my word e out. Okay. If I took my word de out, now we're down to 6 words. But we need those to help the sentence grow. Me gusta el arroz con pollo, además de hamburguesas con queso. That's 10-word sentences. That's a stretch. Going from Monday, you just did this from Monday to Thursday, right? We went from, well, not Monday, so let's say Tuesday. That's even more. From Tuesday to Thursday, in 3 days, we've gone from a 3-word sentence to a 10-word sentence. Absolutely insane. It's amazing how things can happen here. So I would implore you to continue to stay on that route. Now, granted, do you need to be doing 10-word sentences all the time? Yeah, I might would branch out there and shoot a half court, shot every now and then with a 10-word sentence,
Yeah.
But I would focus my game in around 3 to 5, 3 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
Get my game really good around the post, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Get really good there, and then I would, every now and then I'll throw one up just to see if I can make it stick with the 10 words in a sentence. That's awesome. And as I do this,
Mm-hmm.
as I do the challenges, something always comes to me when people say that. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. And so, man, that's a great sentence. And I'm glad this is recorded because I can always go back and look. Yeah, I remember when Stephen was here. I mean, Joseph was here on Tuesday, and then he came back on Thursday, and like 3 times to his sentence, basically. So good stuff. Okay. So I always like to leave you with a Profate Power Tip. And today's Profate Power Tip is this: connectors make you sound like part of the conversation, not just a visitor in it. So as you can see, just using those, right? If we go back and we look at your sentences,
Mm-hmm.
it just flows smoother, right? Instead of us saying, tu cocinas pasta, tu cocinas pasta, right? I don't even know how to do this without a connector. I'm trying to figure it out. Tu cocinas pasta, la pasta es deliciosa. Yeah, it just gets a little choppy in the water right there.
Right.
As opposed to tu cocinas pasta porque es deliciosa. Oh, it's just a flow. It does something to you, right? You just hear it and it sounds very smooth. And that's exactly why I want to make sure you lock in. Like we said, lock in with just these 4 today. Just these 4. And then once you get really good with the main 4, the fantastic 4 we call, I'm gonna jot that down because me and Joseph came up with that today. I'm going to give you the props for it. So fantastic 4. So when I do make this video, I'll shout you out. So my man Joseph came up with this. Okay? The fantastic 4. Let me write it down because I'll be like, well, what is the fantastic 4? And I don't even have it, the actual words written down, but I got them down now. But we're going to call them the fantastic 4. Excelente. Okay, so I think that might be like the next video. I feel energetic about that one. Pretty juiced up on that. So today's wrap up and preview. Okay, so this is going to give you where we're going here. Hoy tú, right? Today, you, right? Hoy tú learned 7 high frequency connectors. Okay, You
Mhm.
practice linking sentences in the to and the yo form. Check and check. You combine day three's LAR method with connectors for faster responses. And so, mañana, what do we got going on? Okay. We're doing our confidence showcase. This is day 5. We're putting all 4 days skills into action. Okay. We're taking all of that. We kind of did it today. We just been building Lego blocks, right? We're building. But
Mhm.
then tomorrow we're working on a guided 5-minute role play to test your flow. And then we're also going to be building your 30-day roadmap for continued growth. And then, of course, tomorrow, as we wrap up the 5 days, I also want to give you the opportunity to hear about what I normally take my people that come in on the challenge and what I give them as an offer to continue working with me. And it's just there for you. Either you want to take advantage of it or you don't. It's totally up to you. But I do want to give you that opportunity to hear what it is that we do on the inside once
Okay.
we leave out of the challenge. And so we'll do that as well towards the end. But that is all we have for you on today with this stuff. I think your game plan, your practice, just like we did today, your practice for day 4 should be how can I use the 4, the fantastic 4, in other sentences? How can I branch out and do more sentences with these connectors? Okay. So I would say, today come up with a few of them, right? So we did what? We did 7
Mhm.
today. I would say double up with the Fantastic Four. Do 2 per word in the Fantastic Four so that we can start. And then I would just do that every day. I'm going to do 8 a day coming up with new. And then, like, okay, what about I want to extend my verb knowledge, right? I want to get to, well, if you just focus on the yo and the to for right now, this is where it stays simple. So I get a verb like necesitar, right? To need. Okay, yeah, I definitely need to say something. If I need help, right? How would I say that? How do I say I need? Well, chances are, if it's an AR, but it does not matter. If I'm talking about myself, that word necesitar is going to become what? Necesito,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And so you just kind of go, okay, so I found that word. Use the SpanishDick.com, right? How do I say I would literally type in to run, to drink, to bake, to jump, to, well, you know what to speak is, but you can use that. To listen, right? To understand. Okay. We use just all day long, right? All day long, just coming up with stuff that you can use.
Mhm.
Okay. Now there's some irregulars, but you'll learn that as you go. SpanishDick.com does give you examples of the word in sentences. So you can just scroll down once you get the Spanish word. They'll also give you examples of how to use it in context. And so always pay attention to those. Just to make sure I'm using the right form of the word. Okay. So that's a little nugget that we can take home today. Glows and grows. We're in and up day 4 today. What do you got for us for a glow, senor?
Glow is how easy it was once you know the rules of using those connectors to
Uh-huh.
put them together.
Yeah.
And I did actually pay attention and notice how the flow did come across exactly as you described it. Much
Yeah. Yeah.
simpler, much easier, and less choppy.
Right.
And it does put you into the conversation.
Right.
Um, the grow would be I'm still like going to have to work on my rhythm, the
Okay.
rhythm
Yes.
itself. So
Yes.
I see where as though once I'm able to capitalize on that, add it with
Yes.
everything else, I'll feel so much more accomplished at that point to continue to move forward,
Yes.
and
Yes.
the whole progress of things. By the way, did you
Absolutely.
get a chance to check out that site that I sent you that I created?
Yes. I was looking at it yesterday. As soon as we got off of here, I was actually looking at it.
The
Um,
tutor part has a part where it has a live session where you can sit and hold a conversation with somebody speaking back to you in Spanish,
okay.
and
Okay.
it's kind of
Cool.
cool.
Do you get to now? Does it give you like a
A
uh
transcription of it, yeah.
okay, it gives you the transcription. Does it give you Is there a particular accent that's associated with it?
You know what? Because I created this for Panama, I don't know whether when I input all the information, it said, okay,
Okay.
we'll use that region or not. But
Okay.
you can take a look at it and see. And I know I can go back in and redo this if need be, depending if
Okay.
it's, I'm going to go to Puerto Rico now instead of Panama. I can go back in
Okay.
and say, change everything to that region or whatever.
Got you. Got you. Good deal. Good deal. I'm going to try out the speaking part today. I'll try that out with one of my clients here. I'll work with her, and then we'll see how that goes with her. And she might, yeah, definitely be like, "Hey, man, I can use this." So, I've definitely done something very similar with GPT, with the GPT that I created,
Hmm.
and but it's more of the like tutoring aspect, like it just kind of works like me basically behind the scenes. So I'm working it from that angle. So and then it's more like an accountability partner as well, where it kind of sends you a notification on your phone or in your email, like, hey, I'm here, here's today's work or whatever. So, or here's today's thought, or this is what you need to do. So I'm still working on that, perfecting it. As things change all the time on ChatGPT, on OpenAI, you definitely got to keep up with the stuff there. So good deal, senor. I will see you here again, same bat time, same bat location, para el día número cinco. All right. And then we will wrap this thing up for the week, sir. It's been a pleasure already. I want to make sure you get some time here to work on some stuff that we've talked about. And I
Absolutely.
will check you mañana, señor.
Muchas
All right.
gracias.
All right. Gracias a ti, señor. Nos vemos. Adios. And get you some words. Alguien, yes, that means someone. You're
Mhm.
very close. It's very similar. También,
Um,
también, yeah,
I know that word.
también, which will be also or two. Okay, and you know what? Now, when we have that question, ¿cómo estás? And I say, oh, estoy bien, ¿y tú? Ah, is you could instead of saying, yo estoy bien también, instead of yo estoy bien también, it sounds repetitive, right? So the way we keep that short and simple,
Uh-huh.
yo también.
Yo también.
And what would that be if you had to think about how would you make that make sense in English if we say yo también?
Me too.
There you go. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Absolutely. So let's jump right in, man. We already jumped in. Let's go ahead and swim a couple laps here.
You
Okay.
know what?
So
I'll tell you this real quick. It's
yes,
funny
go
that
ahead. Absolutely.
when I was first trying to learn Spanish and stuff, I'd speak to some of my friends because obviously out here in California, a lot of people speak
Right.
Spanish, and
Yes.
anything they would say, or if they were holding a conversation as a joke, I would just stick my head and say "yo también." I would always say that because I knew
Yeah.
at that
Yeah.
time that's what that meant. Today
Yeah.
I forgot that's what it is.
Yeah. See, now it brings it all into perspective now. That's awesome.
Mhm.
That is awesome. And it's great to have those stories to now think back to like, oh, okay. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what that was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Awesome. Good stuff. Okay, so today we have made it. I want to commend you on dedicating yourself to 5 hours. Just imagine doing this at least once a week, an hour a week.
Mhm.
Just having that opportunity to sit down and you know what? I'm gonna go 90. Well, for me, I do 90 minutes of live instruction with my people. So we'll do 90 minutes a week with me live, but those remaining 6 days, you have, activities that I want you to work through. And literally, it's like once a day. So you're still going to be doing about 6 additional hours, 5.5 on your own. So you're still going to be if you're putting in 7 hours a week, and they're not anywhere going to be strenuous things, but it could just be a day of repetition. It could be a day of okay, let me see if I can read this article correctly. We're just doing multiple activities, right? And so as you do that, you just kind of go along with the flow and keep that same flow up for 4 weeks. you will definitely start to see a difference. So today we're working on putting your skills into action, but we're also going to construct or frame a 30-day plan for you, a roadmap for you that's going to be something that you can utilize as you go on from today all the way through, I guess, literally April 13th, if you stick to it. Okay, so the intro and the mindset concept that we're looking at right here, we have to remember at the end of the day, from these 5 days, if you don't take anything else away from this, I want you to realize that perfection is not the goal, right? Communication is our goal, right? We want to be able to have a smooth conversation in Espanol, right? Without the anxiety buildup, without the pauses, without the deer in headlight feeling. We want to get you to a point where that is happening. So we're going to take a look at that today. These are the goals that we want to leave away with. All right. So first scenario, and these are some things that I often like to do is give many scenarios. We talked about this the other day when I was talking about mini dialogues, right? Creating your mini dialogues. And so same situation here. Role play scenario one, right? We've done this already. Ordering at a cafe, and we were talking about with the barista, right? We were talking about talking with the barista, and so imagine yourself walking into a cafe in Panama. Doesn't have to be Mexico, right?
Mhm.
And then order coffee and a snack. I'll tell you why I say order coffee and a snack. So in the Cangrejo district of Panama City,
Mhm.
not sure if you're familiar with it, but as if you ever walked through an area where you saw a huge head of like a bust, but it was like really a head of Albert Einstein. There is a section of Panama City where, and the only reason why I know it is because that's where my homestay was. That's the fam. Well, I'll say family, but it was like the mom of Estelle Getty. What was her name? Estelle Getty on Golden Girls.
Yeah.
The mom, right? The older lady. Like
Mhm.
my homestay was with essentially the equivalent to her in Panama City. So anyway, she lived in like the ritzy area of Cangrejo. And Cangrejo is where you'll find that Albert Einstein head bust, and it kind of lets you know where you are. But there was this little cafe like right on the corner, and I would go there before, which was actually directly across the street from the school that I was going to. And I would go in there every morning. Now I don't drink coffee, but I would go in and order, a water or tea or whatever, or some type of juice. I don't know, something like that, and a brownie. They had the most amazing brownies, but it was like an internet cafe type thing where you could utilize like Wi-Fi, and as long as you sat there and you like paid for something, you could break out your laptop and what have you. So this is something that people do, right? And I guess they do that here in the states, anyways. People go to I mean, not show Mars, but they go to like a Starbucks or a Panera Bread, and they just kind of do their thing. So you go in there, you order a snack and a coffee. You ask how much it costs, and then you thank the barista. These are the simple mini dialogues that we're talking about, right? You're not getting in there and like, oh, I'm gonna practice my Spanish with this barista, and make them kind of feel like, okay, wait, this is I got to do a job here. So how can you implement using your Spanish but not overstepping your boundaries into practicing Spanish? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So we want to just kind of keep it. We want to be cordial. We just don't want to overuse and abuse the scenarios, right? So these are some things to think about, right? As we go into that practice scenario here that you would pull up, pronunciation and rhythm. You already said that that's one of the things that you want to grow better in is your flow, your rhythm. Uh,
Mhm.
and then incorporating the ice method. Start out with that first, right? um am I identifying who I'm talking about? Am I talking about myself? Am I conjugating the verb correctly? Am I ending the sentence right? And then day three, you could simply, this is something you could do, a quick response frame. When they say something, can I anticipate what it is that they're probably going to say? Algo más, right? That's a common question you're going to hear in a restaurant or
Mhm.
at a Spanish speaker, and you're in there for food or drinks or whatever. ¿Algo más? ¿Otra cerveza? ¿Otra vaso de agua o otra vaso de vino? Sí, por supuesto. Sí quiero, right? We talked about that. And then the last thing we talked about yesterday was adding a connector, right? Adding
Mhm.
connector. We talked about the Fantastic Four, pero, con, por qué, right? Using those. Can we incorporate that into our mini dialogue, right? Those are the things that you want to take a look at. Okay. And always remember that we want to train that RMV, that rhythm and vowels, right? Work on those, giving that intricate time or that individual time to each vowel in a word. Make sure you do that. All right. Always trying to achieve clarity in what it is that we're saying. All right. These are some examples. So we got here, por ejemplo, quiero un café y un pastel, por favor. Right there. We have ended with a polite, response. We've said something I want, and it comes across as like I want, but it's like I would like. There's another way that we can do that, but that would be something down the road. But this is a good starter, right? We got to have our framework, our structure. Quiero un café. Here we go with the connector. Y un pastel, por favor, right? Y un brownie. I like just use the word for what it is. Y un brownie, por favor. All right. ¿Cuánto cuesta? Right? And then gracias, right? Of course. And then we're in and out. You have practice, real life practice, already done that. All right. It says, don't just list the items, link your sentences with the connector. Keep your voice confident and smooth. So now, if you had to generate a mini dialogue, right? And we'll do this probably at the end if we have time, extra time to do so. But could you come up with something very similar? Of course, I want you to use cuánto cuesta because there's no way around that. Cuánto cuesta is going to be how much does it cost? Now, this gets interesting because we stated two things, right? That's the basic question to get you in the door. But because we're talking about two items, this becomes cuánto cuestan. Kind of like yesterday when we talked about me gusta and me gustan. Remember that?
Mhm.
Yeah, remember when we're talking about one item, it's me gusta, but when we're talking about two items or more, it becomes me gustan, right?
Yes.
That's the same scenario with cuesta and cuestan. So we have quiero un café, that's one thing, y un brownie. I got un pastel, but that's, we could have said something that's like a cake, but I don't know who orders a whole cake at a cafe, but whatever, right? So we have two items. So we would say cuánto cuestan. How much do they cost? Cuánto cuestan. All right. If it's just one item, if I just wanted the coffee, how much does it cost? Cuánto cuesta. Okay. All right. So let's look at scenario number two, making weekend plans. Here's a prompt that you could work with. Ask a friend what they're doing this weekend, share your plans, and suggest doing something together. Okay. So when we break this down for the framework standpoint, do I have clear question formation? Have I identified, conjugated, and ended the statement or ended the question here, right? For the couple of questions that you're asking. And have you identified and conjugated and ended the sentence for your response to those questions as you are prepping this mini dialogue? And then the next statement, listen, the alarm method, right? Listen, anchor, and respond. All right. So as you might want to listen to it as you record it, right? Well, not as you record it, but after you record it, you might want to go back and listen to it and then ask yourself, um, even though you recorded it, but without reading what you wrote down, can I go in and listen and say, okay, I can understand right there what I said. I can anchor down into the exact framework of the question. I know the word or words, and then I can anticipate what the quick response would be. Okay. So that's something, this is a good activity for you to do. Now, can we add two connectors in this second scenario? So let's take a look. Por ejemplo, this is a good question to jot down if you need to, and it might be in the notes as well. But ¿qué vas a hacer este fin de semana? ¿Qué vas a hacer este fin de semana? Right? ¿Qué vas a hacer este fin de semana? What are you going to do this weekend? What are you going to do this weekend? Okay. Y la respuesta, voy a parque y después voy a cine. ¿Quieres venir conmigo? All right. Remember that word conmigo? We talked about that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Conmigo. That's going to be kind of
I
like
used it on my homework.
okay, excelente, excelente, excelente. And so we have voy a parque y después voy al cine. ¿Quieres venir conmigo? All right. So I'm going to the park, and afterwards we used the word cine yesterday as well. And afterwards I'm going to the movies. ¿Quieres venir conmigo? That's a good question to keep in your toolbox. ¿Quieres venir conmigo? Right. I want to take it a step further here. Do you remember? This is I want you to this is I guess you tell me the either or here. It's a drop down menu, mental drop down box here. ¿Quieres venir conmigo? Is this a formal or informal question?
¿Quieres venir conmigo? I'm going to say it is a plural because it's not quiero. No, wait.
Ah,
Wait. I did it reverse. We're
uh-huh.
talking about the subject, so it's a singular.
Mm-hmm.
Now, venir, which is the actual verb or action,
Mm-hmm.
it has venir, not vengo,
Mm-hmm.
which means that it's still a singular, but
Yes,
for
it is.
some reason, I don't know why, but I was anticipating, and once again, it looks like it's because you're talking to
Mm-hmm.
about as opposed to it being about you. So it's not a
Okay.
vengo, quieres vengo, king,
Let me
quiero
give you
vengo. It's
I'm gonna give you a
quieres
little hint right here
venir.
too. Give you a little hint right here.
Mhm.
Now look at it now. Okay, here, look at it now. ¿Quieres venir conmigo?
Yes.
Do you remember from the first day when we talked about it, right? You think about Taco Bell with quiero. That's I, right?
Right.
So it's a question. You're in a conversation
hmm
with a friend because we've used the directions at the top. Is this
Yeah.
informal or formal?
It's informal. It's
Yes,
informal. Had
it's
it
in
been
la forma.
formal, what would it have been?
That's what I want to ask you. I want to
Oh,
ask you the same question. I want to ask you the same question. That's it. Yeah. I want you to, yeah. So this is perfect. Yeah. You see where I'm going with this.
I
Okay.
do.
So remember when we are talking to a friend, right? And I want you to use your context clues in the understanding of the language, right?
Mhm.
And using context clues is using what we have on the screen. Ask a friend, bing, 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 informal, right? Now, how do I know this is informal? Well, let's take a look. I'm going to drop out of here for a second and do the same thing here. Okay. Do this on the top question as well. Okay. We're recognizing patterns. That's what it's all about. At this point in life, we know how to recognize patterns. This is the advantage that adults have over kids when learning languages because we have a logical mindset at this point. And so we have to utilize our secret powers or superpowers, if you will, as an adult because it's not going to come to us as easily as it would for a kid when it comes to language, right? Everybody knows that. Kids pick up languages easier. But as an adult, we have an advantage over those kids because we understand how patterns work. And so here's a quick pattern. ¿Qué vas a hacer este fin de semana? Well, okay, it ends in vas. I know I'm talking to a friend. This is a conversation. So I'm asking the friend, I'm talking to them. That's your context clues. That's another superpower that we have over kids. They don't have context clues. They got to learn that in school. So I know that I am talking to you. And
Mhm.
I'm asking you this question. What helps me identify that is because I'm talking to a friend, directions, but it also ends in S, telling me this is an informal conversation. Okay. Now, that's your question. Say that's your question to me. You're talking to me. I respond, voy al parque. Y después, voy al cine. I'm telling you what I'm doing this weekend because you asked me what I'm doing this weekend. You said, what are you going to do? I responded with, I'm going to the park. And afterwards, I'm going to the cine or the movies, right? And so, what I would take from this, just that we haven't even gotten back to the quieres part, but what I would take from my response that I gave you, huh? Oh, to say I'm going is boy. Jot that down. I'm going or I go. That would be something that I would write down or I would think about. Okay. So now we can go in here. Listen, I'm just gonna color code this thing up. And like I said, I learn as I go here. This makes it probably a little bit easier. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. So we've got. I'm going to take this whole thing and make it green as well. And then make this one green as well. Okay, and so now we can look at this and it kind of we get better understanding even more now. Okay, so boss, you're going. I probably should put that in a different color, but for the sake of purposes right now, we know it's the same verb. We know it's the same action that's being requested. Okay, what are you going to do? I'm going to. So now I got two forms that I know. I know when I want to say you're going to, boss. When I want to say I'm going to, it's boy. Now let's go back to quieres. Well, we know it ends in ES. That automatically tips me off from the homework that we did a couple of days back. The two, we color coded it and everything. We had the ES on those for the examples. So I know that's tu, informal tu, right? We also talk about, what's the difference between tu and usted? Remember that. We talked about that.
Mhm.
Now, here comes the secret. Remember, we had, and I'm going to backtrack this to you. You can tell me the difference. How do I say, how are you to a friend of mine versus how are you to like the pastor of my church?
Friend is como estás tú?
Uh huh.
Um, and for the pastor, you would say, ¿Cómo estás usted?
Como, what's the word in the middle?
Está,
Okay.
estás, or we use
Nope.
the S.
You use the estás with the friend.
Okay, so we don't use the S with the uh,
Formal. In a
formal.
formal
Yeah,
scenario.
the
When
formal.
you're talking to someone older, remember we said when you're talking to someone older, when you're talking to somebody you want to show respect to, or somebody you're meeting for the first time.
¿Cómo está?
Uh-huh. Now take that same logic and apply it to quieres.
Quiere.
You got it. You got it. Let's go a little further. We're gonna keep going down this rabbit hole.
I
We
like it.
got one more thing to go down the rabbit hole.
Okay.
If we look at the question, ¿Qué vas a hacer este fin de semana? What if I want to make that formal? What would you do?
I take the S off and go, ¿Qué va? ¿Qué va a hacer esta fin de semana?
You figured out something that takes kids in high school a full 9 months. It takes them a full 9 months to understand this. They don't. And that's the superpower as an adult, right? So let's utilize these powers, right? We're
Correct.
diving in deep, but we can dive in deep. There's, we know kids, they're like surface level when you talk to them. They can't go deeper than like maybe 1 or 2 levels, right? You find a kid that goes 3 levels, 4 levels deep, they're probably on some type of medication. But they're not very deep into things like this, and that's just pattern recognition. So this says, remember, a conversation is back and forth. So use your LAR method to keep it moving. Now, listen and can respond, getting that quick response. But we've dove into that so much, and I've never done that before in any challenge. But I think now you understand just quickly how I can go from formal to informal, right? Now,
Mhm.
I'll tell you this. Does this happen with every single action or state of being or result? Yeah, kind of. I can pretty much say 90% of the time. And 90% of the time, that means if I guess, I'm pretty much going to be right. Okay. We're going to be right. And so we could do examples. You might come up with, say, hey, okay, maybe I don't want to do a scenario today. This could be another day where you say, I want to figure out if I'm asking a question, and I would just make a line down on paper, right? And I'll do formal and informal or vice versa, right? Informal, formal. And then I would come up with questions. Do you speak English? Do you speak English? Pero en español, right? Do you speak English, talking to someone younger than me or a friend of mine? Or do you speak Japanese? I don't care. It doesn't matter what the language is. Hablas inglés? All right, I'm in a relaxed setting. Hablas inglés? Or I'm in a formal setting, or I'm meeting this person for the first time. Habla inglés, right?
So it's not just about somebody you either know or don't know. You're still referring to whether it's formal or informal based on multiple things or
Yes.
possibilities of multiple things. Because I
Yes,
always
sir.
was under the impression that was like, if you don't know them, it's always going to be formal. If you know them, then it's always going to be, informal. But that's not true.
Yes. But you can remember, as you said, it's your prerogative, like Bobby Brown, right? It's your choice whether you, even if you say, for example, we talked about, maybe that wasn't you, maybe I was talking to a client before you yesterday morning, but needless to say I'm talking to, and I think it was you, but I think if, say I'm talking to um a young lady that's like, man, 35, she's younger than me, obviously,
Hmm.
I could respond to her, or I could talk to her in a informal format, an informal concept, but based on the way I was raised, and I want to be respectful, I'm going to choose to use the formal concept because I want to show that person respect.
Hmm.
And I think we did talk about this, and I was taught this when I was working with in Panama. As a matter of fact, I was working with a teacher, a male teacher. He actually explained this to me. After you have engaged in a conversation with someone, maybe the conversation is going on for 5 or 10 minutes, like we're sitting at the sports bar or whatever, and they happen to be sitting next to me, and I'm using the formal with them because I don't know them and I want to give them respect. And then after a short while in the conversation, um, you can always ask the question. Now, this is a little bit more above your level, but we have the question, ¿puedes tutearme? All right. O puedo tutearte, right? And all that means is, can I use, in so many words, can I use the a form an informal, the informal two, right? The two form. Can I use the two form with you? Is basically what you're asking the person. Now, granted, that's like old school. I don't even know if people say that anymore. Um, they could. I don't know. I haven't used it in a very long time. But I would say always start out with what you want to start out. And that would be for us, like you, because I think we were in agreement with that, is I would address the person in a formal standpoint until they said, "Oh, amigo." When you hear that, we're listening, right? I'm anchoring in on a word. When they say, "Oh, amigo, no tiene que usar usted conmigo." Okay, I heard amigo. That's the first thing I hear. At that point, I've now switched over into the
Informal.
informal,
Hmm.
right? When you hear that, those are the things that, that was a perfect example. When we're listening to that whole point about LAR method, listen, amigo, anchor down in it. Oh, I know what he's talking about now. And then when I respond, I'm going to start responding in the two form. Okay. Man, that was deep. And we're only on, okay. Whew. Whew. All right. I don't normally go that deep, but see, you asked
It,
the question.
it, it, it helps. It helps because
Right,
it
right,
makes sense.
right. And when I can explain it better, I think now, when from as life goes on and I have to, do another 5-day challenge with somebody, they may come up with the question. It'll be right there in the file cabinet. I'll be able to pull it out, the mental file cabinet. Okay. Role play scenario number 3, meeting someone new. These are like real life situations.
Yeah.
That's what I want you to come up with, real life situations. So you introduce yourself, ask them where they're from, right? Okay, these are context clues now. So that means, am I talking in a formal or informal standpoint?
Formal.
Yeah, because if you don't know where they're from, you probably don't know the person, right?
Hmm.
Chances are. All right. And share one thing that you like to do. Okay. Now, when we see the example, I don't even think I went to it. I'm gonna have to change it because now that we've gone into that, that makes perfect sense why I should not be using the two form here. Smooth pronunciation and rhythm. This is your checklist every time you go through your role play scenario, right? Now, we're at the very bottom one to two connectors to make your response more engaging. Absolutely. I would even push you to say, okay, role play scenario 3. Maybe I can use 1 to 3 connectors, right? Eventually, that's what you should be pushing yourself to. All right. And I would replay these scenarios weekly, right? Weekly. I would do one a day. Then I go to week 2, same 3. Can I come up with something new, right? Can I say something new? Or can I even say it without reading it, right? These are the ways that you can practice, right? All right, so let's see here. Hola, Me llamo. Whoa, this is wait, this is not the right. Hold on, I got the wrong prompt on there. Okay, let me grab this. Good thing I caught that. I don't know why I'm just okay. So here we go. Let's catch that. Okay, here we go. Okay, and okay, perfect. All right, now we're ready. All right, so introduce yourself, ask where they're from, and share one thing you like to do. Hola, me llamo Omar. De donde eres? But that's informal, right? Now, and I can be informal if I wanted to, if I'm in a relaxed setting. Like, for example, say, perfect example. Um, I'm at a club, right? These are things that I do or used to do. I don't know if I do go to, actually, I do go to the club, like salsa clubs in various countries. I do that. So if I'm dancing with a young lady or a lady, she could be, it used to be young lady, but that are just ladies. Now they're just ladies. So if I'm dancing with somebody and I say, "Hey, where are you from?" We got to read the room, right? So I'm reading the room. I'm in a club. I'm on the dance floor. I'm dancing salsa with a young lady or lady. Am I going to use the formal? Probably not, because I'm at a salsa club. It's not like I'm in, Walmart and I'm just randomly walking down aisle 6 and I engage in a conversation. Hola, ¿cómo está? Estoy bien, gracias, señor, y tú. Or usted, right? Whatever they use. Usted. I'm listening in though. Are they going to say usted or y tú? Right? That lets me know, okay, we're informal now, or we are going to stay formal. Okay. And so my question, this is informal, de donde eres, but my formal would be de donde es. De donde es. Where are you from? They both mean the same thing. Just one is formal, one is informal. ¿De dónde es?
Why have I heard sometimes people say de donde vives?
Totally different question.
Okay.
Totally different question. And we can add that right here, right? I'll well, let me see. Even in a short intro, you can show fluency. Let me read the box, and maybe I can minimize this box to get it on here. Oh, no, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna duplicate this slide. I'm glad you asked that question. I like to add stuff too, man. I'm all about new. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. De donde es, right? It still means de donde eres. They are synonymous. They mean the exact same thing. La respuesta. Soy de Carolina del Norte y me gusta bailar salsa. Right? Okay. I've given you my response to that question. And I used a connector. Y me gusta bailar salsa. Let's do this. Let's go. I'm going to make a duplicate of this. Okay. And down here, we're going to call this 3B. Okay. Because it said we want to use 1 to 2 connectors, right? So in this one, we're going to say, donde vive? Donde vive? Or you might have heard donde vives? Donde vives? I know that's informal, right? Vives, right? I'm hearing that S on the end of it. Now I'm going to assume that that's an informal conversation. But when I have this question, all right, de donde eres? Ooh, yeah. Let's do this. Hold on a second. I just thought about something. We're gonna make this a little bit more complex. So watch this. Let's go back. Okay. We're gonna add an additional question here. Uh-oh, did not mean to do that. Okay. So I'm gonna say de donde es, and then they might come up and say donde vive. Okay, my response is going to be this. Soy de Carolina del Norte, pero vivo en Santo Domingo. Y me gusta salsa. Give me a second to minimize this thing right here. I'm going to break this down a little bit smaller so we can make some room here. All right, so now Now we have a response. ¿De dónde es? And then, okay, I tell them, so, or they might say, ¿de dónde es? ¿Y dónde vive? Okay, now they got two questions they hit me with. No problem, I got you. Soy de Carolina del Norte, pero vivo en Santo Domingo y me gusta bailar salsa. Okay, what are they asking? Where are you from? Where do you live? That's what your donde vives question is, or your donde vive question is.
Okay.
Where do you live? Okay. So my response was, soy de Carolina del Norte, pero vivo en Santo Domingo. What do you think I'm saying there?
You're saying, I'm from North Carolina, but I live in Santo Domingo, and I like to dance salsa.
There you go. You got it. You got it. You got it.
Amazing
Right.
that I knew what that was, because probably about a week or two ago, I would have been struggling with that. But obviously, something's taken over.
Hey man, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. It's amazing. You know how you somebody if you could have like an outer body experience, you just look at you. Look at you doing what you yeah. It's like
Yeah,
you're standing back like in awe, like yeah, I never knew you could do this. Yeah. I know how that feels sometimes. I know how that feels. It's a wonderful feeling. I promise you, it's a wonderful feeling when you stand there and you like it is real time. Like when you go back down to Panama and you're standing there and you're having a conversation, you probably just think for a second. Let's look over at yourself looking at you like, hey, yeah, I'm doing this. Yeah. So it's a great experience, a great feeling. And make sure you live in the moment, but also journal that down. Man, I felt like X, Y, and Z when I was able to do, 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? So okay, so let's get the debrief on this thing. All right. So what went well? These are the things that you want to ask yourself. What went well with your real life scenarios, your mini dialogues that you create, right? Identify a micro goal after each scenario. What's one thing that you're going to improve on? Apply it in the next conversation. Okay. And what I mean by the next conversation, the next role play scenario, put that goal into place, make it happen for yourself. Okay. So now we come to our 30-day confidence and flow plan. All right. This is what we are working on for the next 30 days. All right. You have to first and foremost, you have to implement daily habits for fluency. What are those? It may be getting a pack of these, right? A pack of sticky notes,
hmm
right? I might want to put if you like me, you got an actual authentic, well, I say authentic, but an actual record player, right? I like to listen to records, right? And so I might want to put a sticky note on a record player. How do I say record player in Spanish? How do I say lamp? How do I say TV? How do I say door? Right? I'm putting a sticky note on those everywhere that I need to learn how to say certain things. That could be a one way of developing your habit for fluency, right? Um, you know how we used to play I Spy,
Yep.
right? We incorporate the phrase I see, and then the objects that we see with the sticky notes on them. Okay. I see a TV. I see a lamp. I see a bookshelf. I see a book. I see a computer. I see a record player. Now, some people are like, well, how does that even help you? It's allowing you to not only recognize who the subject is, you're also conjugating according to who you're talking about, and then you are ending your sentence with the object that you are referring to. How do we take that a step further, Omar? Glad you asked. Instead of just talking about it now, once I've done that so many times and I've got this nailed down, I can even take the sticky notes off of those items. Now I wouldn't go just sticky note crazy in the house and have like 200 sticky notes all over the house, but I would do this. I would say, let's do about 10 at a time, okay, throughout the house, okay? And I just got them randomly. It's not like I got 10 right on, this area, but I would have, maybe 2 in the living room, 2 in the kitchen, right? 2 in the bathroom, right? Two in the bedroom, uh, two in the living room, or whatever. I would have it sporadically or strategically placed. Okay. And then as I get those 10 down, as I get my bail XYZ, bail 1, 2, 3, once I know the items, I'm not taking the sticky notes off yet, but I am going to change who is doing the action. Now I'm going to go with you see the door, you see the lamp, you see the computer, you see the washer, the washing machine, you see the dishwasher. Okay. After I've got that down, I can probably take those sticky notes down, but I don't want you to take them off yet. Now you change it up again. Say I've got a friend, imaginary friend, Pedro, right? Now I want to say Pedro sees the washing machine, Pedro sees the TV. All right. And you just keep repping it as you go through the different parts of speech. Who is the person doing the action or persons? Right. Once I go through all 5 levels, I've talked about myself, I've talked about you, I've talked about he or she or you formal, I've talked about us. We see the TV. We see the washing machine. We see the dishwasher. After I've done that, now I'm going to address y'all, or they see the TV, or y'all see the TV. All right. Once you've done those, then it's time to put up another 10 in the house. Okay. And use a different action word. Okay. Something that I can create. Maybe I just want to focus on the kitchen. Okay. Cool. I put the trash in the trash can, right? You see, you're just creating scenarios from that standpoint. The easiest way to learn are 2 ways. Focus on something you love or like, really strongly like. For me, that was eating food, easy, right? But that's also a daily necessity, right? Well, not daily, but you know what I mean. It's
Mhm.
something that we need to do, right? Um, it could be um, maybe it's music, right? Can I focus around music? How can I develop a conversation about music? So these are the things we have to think about, because some people say, well, I'm just going to open this book and start learning Spanish. Yeah, you could, but it's way more engaging and enjoyable when you make real life scenarios. Okay, so I definitely want you to work on that. That's going to increase in your fluency. A weekly challenge for variety, right? We just talked about the variety standpoint, and then I would come at the every 7 days. It doesn't matter when your seventh day, when your first day starts and your seventh day ends. Whatever days that you put it together, on that seventh day, I would go down the checklist to track my progress. Am I pronouncing words correctly? What is my flow, my rhythm and flow looking like? Right? Um, Vowels, right? Those are the things that I'm checking off. Am I using the ICE method correctly? Am I using the LAR method correctly? Um, those are the things you want to check for. Okay. Self checks to track progress. That's what we talked about. Okay. And then it says daily 10 minutes for flow. Okay. You want to practice 5 anchor phrases, right? 5 anchor phrases a day using yo and through. Well, we kind of did that already. I talked about the sticky note scenario, right? And then you want to use at least 2 connectors in a mini monologue, right? So if you're talking about yourself, perfect example. Me llamo Omar, soy de Carolina del Norte, pero vivo en Santo Domingo y me gusta leer libros de deportes or something like that. Me gusta leer libros de deportes. Okay, I've used my connectors. I've created a mini monologue. All right, come up with a mini monologue. Do you need to come up with a new one every day? Absolutely not. I would say rock that same mini monologue. It doesn't really. You could do 2. You could do 3 days. Okay, until I know it without any pauses, without any gaps. Okay, and then I can go into a new monologue. Or you want to challenge yourself, stack that mini monologue for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on top of the mini monologue that you're going to do for Thursday, Friday, Saturday. All right. Now it's not so many, it's actually a monologue at this point, and we're using it could be 2 sentences, it could be 1 sentence. Okay. But you're stacking those monologues to get a little challenge. Now you're speaking longer. Okay. Read aloud a short Spanish text for pronunciation. We talked about that on day one, right? Finding a Spanish newspaper, finding a Spanish language newspaper. All right. That's going to be something that you can use to practice and develop your pronunciation. The weekly build variety, right? Choose one connector and overuse it for the week. What do we mean? Are you going to use pero, con, por qué, right? Use that one all week. I know it might be like elementary, like, oh man, I can do two. Use that one for the week, right? Use that one for the week. You want to master it, and then move on to the next one. Because this is not a sprint, right? This is a marathon. We need to take time. Have two short conversations in person, on an app, or with a Spanish language partner. You've got friends, practice it out. Practice it with those people. That will work. Watch or listen to 15 minutes of Spanish TV, radio, or YouTube. Okay. I like to push about 20 minutes. Um, and the only reason, say I'm watching something and they're speaking and the video is only let's say 8 minutes. And you're like, okay, well, I still got 7 minutes to do this thing, or I still got another 12 minutes. What should I do? What you should do is this: go back and listen to the same thing again. Go back and listen to it again after that. Now you've spent up your 15 to 20 minutes. It's not move on to something new. I want to go back and catch that LAR method, right? I want to listen for words I didn't catch the first time. Maybe I'll catch them the second time. I better catch them by the third time, right? Catch some different words the third time. I should be catching different words each time. Often people think, if I just listen to music, or people tell people that all the time. I just watch TV. Really? Because when I tell somebody that in Spanish, like they say, oh, aprendiste español. Sí, aprendí español. ¿Cómo? Right? How? I tell them, go Netflix. It's a joke. I mean, I didn't learn it through Netflix. I do tell them that. But the look on their face when I say Netflix, ¿en serio? ¿De veras? No me digas. Because they are also trying to learn English. And when I catch them with that, I know for a fact they're not watching TV learning English, because it's too difficult. They don't have the framework put into place. And so when people say, oh man, just listen to music, Spanish music, or just watch Spanish TV. Yeah, that's cool. But you got to have a game plan when you go into that, right? And so right now, your game plan is watch the same thing 3 or 4 times. That's exactly what I had to do, especially back with VHS tapes and DVDs back in the day. I watched the same episode 5 or 6 times a day, because I wanted to know, when I heard it, I wanted to know that exact phrase of what they were saying. All right. So
Okay,
that's the thing. Yeah.
When I peeped in on your last class that you were doing by accident, you were giving them some reference materials that were online, like websites to go to and listen to that, or something like that. I'm curious about that, and I'm curious about. I really want to start, because at one time when I first moved out here to California, because I wanted to understand Spanish, I have picked one. What are those TV shows called that they watch all the time?
A novela.
Novela, see, and because of the fact that they had beautiful women on there and everything, it
Of
kept
course.
my attention, and
Yes.
I was able to pick up on certain phrases that were
Mhm.
repeated over and over, because you'd run into a lot of the same scenarios. So it kind of gave you an idea of what they were talking about, and that was helpful. Do you
Yes.
have any of those, like, that you can recommend, like one? Find this on Univision or Telemundo or something like that, and also the thing that you were giving the other class about. This
Yes.
is the website you want to go check out.
Yes. So let's go through this. I'm going to type these in the chat for you. So
Okay.
let's say for Spanish TV,
Mhm.
Telemundo, Univision. I don't watch TV that much, but you lock in. And if I do, and I would say what's beneficial for somebody is if you do have like a Netflix or Amazon Prime, or if you have a streaming service, a Hulu or whatever, right?
Mhm.
I would suggest picking something that you can start and stop. You can control it. Okay. If we're relying on TV, that's time consuming because I got to make sure I'm available for when it comes on, or if you can record it. Like some people still do the digital record thing. Like that's an option, right? You can definitely do that. I don't have a one per se that I would use, but I would assume you choose whichever one that you want to, and then work from that standpoint. I would definitely do that. That's just for Spanish TV, right? Spanish TV. For the radio part. Now, of course, who listens to the radio? That we could exchange that for podcasts, right? That could be podcasts. Coffee break podcast is good. What's the one that I use a lot of times with people here? Let me see. And I use Spotify. So if you use like Apple Music or whatever, they're all on there as well.
Yeah, I got Spotify as well.
Okay, good. So let me find this thing. Podcast. What do I listen to? What is it called? Actually, Duolingo has a podcast that's pretty good. I know that sounds crazy, but they actually have a pretty good podcast.
It's funny because remember I told you I signed up for that the first day, and I was waiting because I think they give you a complimentary 3-day, 4-day listen to or something like that before they start charging you. And being as though funds are very low, I was like, well, I'll listen and see whether I catch on. I was able to listen the first day, and they've been bugging me like for the last 2 days, like, hey, you didn't check in yesterday, something, because I was working with you and because I was doing some, with the program that I created. I was like,
Yes.
well, I haven't gotten a chance to get back to it, and I'm like, okay, is it really worth it for me to hold on to that financially right now? Because I'm learning so much from these classes and from being able to now start to understand a lot more than what I did before.
Absolutely. I would not buy anything like a podcast. You don't need to buy. You can like literally Duolingo has an actual podcast on Spotify.
Okay.
So
okay.
You can definitely go through there. How to Spanish podcast is another one. How to Spanish podcast. How to Spanish podcast. All right. That is a good one to use. All right. And they're I mean, it's Mexican Spanish, like it's a Mexican dialect, but it's really good though. It's really good. And now you're not going to know everything in there, but it's the opportunity for picking up words. That's why we use that LAR method, right? You want to definitely think about that. The where we were. Okay, YouTube. My favorite right now. There's two of them. I always forget the second one though. Let me look there. The first one is Dreaming Spanish. Dreaming Spanish. The second one is called Listen. Let me look at this. Let me look it up real quick. Listen. Oh, wait. Okay, Listen Spanish. Yes. Is that what it's called? Yes, Listen ES. Listen ES. Listen ES.
Okay.
Listen ES. And it's like capital ES. So let me see if that.
And the good thing about YouTube is that you can pause it and rewind and all that.
Yep, exactly. Okay. So you've got that. Those are the I wouldn't you don't even have to search for anything else after that. Those are the good ones to use. Okay, for that part.
Thank you.
Right, no problem. I'm glad you brought that up. I definitely want to make sure you get that information. So we talked about the checklist, right? This is what record yourself speaking for 2 to 3 minutes, right? Try to get to 2 to 3 minutes. You want to build yourself up to that. Start out low, right? 20 to 30 seconds. Okay. Ask yourself, am I speaking faster? Am I using more connectors? Compare to your day one recording, right? Compare what we've talked about and all the things that we've gained here on your day one recording. Are you sounding better than what you were? Okay. So what's your growth goal? Your growth goal for the 30 days. Find that goal. Decide on what it is. Is it that you want to be able to order at a restaurant? Talk about your weekend. Do you want to give directions? Okay. What is it that you want to do? Those are just some examples, but you pick out a goal. This is what I want to be able to do by the end of the 30 days. And I'm going to harp down on it and do that for these next 30 days. That's all you need to focus on. There's no need to, let me go over here and learn something about this. I'm going to go over here and learn something about that. Focus on that 30-day goal, right? And do that. Measure the progress at the end, of course. That is what you want to do. So, just to recap, our entire, and I got to change that, but we learned seven connectors, but strengthen and pronunciation of rhythm, pronunciation and rhythm, learn how to build those sentences with ice, master quick responses with the listening or the LAR method, the listen, anchor, respond, link ideas with, what do we say, seven connectors? I think we had just, yes, seven connectors. So
Mhm.
let's change that real quick. We're going to change it to seven connectors. Okay. And then we have the last one, showcase your skills in a role play. That's what you want to work on as well. Create those role plays, those real life scenarios. Okay. Oh, what did I do? I just highlighted. Okay. So, but, yeah, I wanted to highlight, but I wasn't thinking about the seven. Okay. But yeah, and then rotate, showcase your skills in a role play. And I always like to leave with a pro faith power tip. And today's pro faith power tip is this: confidence is a skill, not a gift, right? Build it daily. And that's what we're talking about with this 30-day plan. And you'll own every conversation. Okay. You will own it if you work on that particular skill, that goal that you are putting into place. What is going to be your goal for the next 30 days, right? What is going to be your goal? Okay. Now, I will wrap up with this. This is something that I do every month. It's like the next step from the 5-day challenge. Okay. The Spanish Accelerator Boot Camp. This is 12 weeks long, which is 3 months. I want to take people from a knowledge of Spanish, a basic knowledge, and we're going to work our way towards conversational fluency. Now, will conversational fluency happen in 3 months? Absolutely not, but you will be that much faster or that much closer to it faster by going through the accelerator boot camp. Okay. Because like basically what I've told you, that what you need to do for the 30 days, we just dive into it a little bit in the boot camp so that you are available and able to to understand. Oh, this is just a little. We're talking about those levels, right? Those, we're going a little bit deeper, right? We're going a little bit deeper. I like to challenge people in the boot camp, and we go a little bit deeper into everything that we talked about here for what I want you to do for the next 30 days. Okay, so that is it's a 12-week program. It's group. It's literally so 12 weeks, 3 months. So we get in and we make things happen. We have not only the digital library component that's also utilized outside that one. Remember, I told you we meet once a week, but then
Mhm.
we've got 6 days left of stuff we need to think about. There's a cool thing that I'm doing now that's really I can hear it in the conversations that people are having in the groups. Um, we do the 90 day, I mean the 90 minute. We do the 90-minute class. But throughout the 6 days, the 6 remaining days, I prompt you with a particular goal for that day in a conversation. Okay. So for example, um, and it goes through it's a WhatsApp. It's not through the platform, it's on WhatsApp. So like say everybody, pretty much everybody has WhatsApp when they travel. So literally I send this to the group and they respond vocally, leaving a voice note, right? And so the what this does is it helps to lower that inhibition about man, this is gonna be somebody's gonna be listening to me, blah blah blah. At this point, by the time you go through that 12 weeks, it doesn't even matter who's listening at this point. You are just super engaged in getting across what it is asked in that prompt. So that's one of the components that we use. We've got the digital library where you can, at your leisure, go through in order of the lessons that I have in those 12 modules that you would be able to go through. That's a lifetime inclusion. That is something that you have for life as long as you are a part of the 12 weeks right here. You get access to that and you get access to our private community where we dive in deeper, kind of like what we did with you today. Where we dove into understanding the informal and the formal. This is something that we dive into deeper. That's kind of like what we do in the community. But I also put challenges in there weekly. Like we got right now, we've got a fluency challenge going on to help minimize those spaces that we talked about, right? We're working on that challenge. We get a that's a 4 week. Oh no, it's 7 week. It's a 7 week challenge, I believe. but yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's 8 weeks. So we're working on improving people's fluency in the private community. That's also a lifetime thing as well. So you have those two or life. The thing about this is I will place the link in the chat for you. Okay, I'll place the link in the chat. Let me grab that now. And the thing is this: um, when I have my people come through for when they come in from the Spanish Made Simple Challenge, um, what happens is I give you a great discount on this. So I want you to take a look at everything that is offered in the uh, in the in the information about the Spanish Made Simple boot camp. I mean, the Spanish Accelerated boot camp. You can take a look at it. That will be available right now. Let me put it in the chat for you, and that information is there for you. And you can take a look at it. If you got any questions, just feel free to email me. You can definitely check that out. It is available for you to look at for about 72 hours. Because we got them all over this thing and think about it. So definitely take a look at that. I definitely want to let you know, Joseph, this has been a great eye-opening experience for me. I've learned some things from you that have helped me become a better presenter with this information. I wish you the best on your plan. You got a plan to make it to Panama. So I want to hear about that. Just email me like, hey, give me a picture in the email. I'm here. So when you make it, let me know, and I'll definitely be on a flight to come visit.
I was
So
going to say, are you going to head back down there sometime
yeah,
soon?
oh yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely going. Matter of fact, I'm supposed to be going. I think I'm going to Costa Rica in May for Memorial Day. Got some friends that want to go out there, so I haven't been there in probably. Whew, it's been a while. It's been almost 15 years
How
since
much
I've been
time
to
did
Costa
you spend in
Rica.
each one of those two places?
So normally, what I'll do is so in Panama and in Costa Rica, when I was studying, I spent 4 weeks in Panama and then 4 weeks in Costa Rica. And then I've been back and forth taking students to Costa Rica for the biodiversity aspect and culture as well. But I've been back there a few times taking some students. But normally, you know what I will tell you the God honest truth of what I do now. And I think I made this plan to myself was I didn't want to go back. And normally I spend about a week, 7 to 10 days, somewhere around there when I go. But what I like to do is now I'm trying to traverse the entire Latin American region.
Hmm.
Um, and so I'm trying to do every single country in the next 2 years because I wanted to do it by the time I was 50.
Mhm.
So I got literally 2 years that I got to make this happen, and I got a big chunk of it down. But and then I also got to hit Guinea Equatorial in Africa. That's the last one that I'll hit. That kind of then that solidifies. I've been to every Spanish speaking country. That has been a goal for me. So that's why I kind of don't go back to the same places.
Gotcha.
Because I'm trying to get through all these countries here. Now, of course, if I got the wife with me, then she's going to only want to go to certain countries. And so, like Mexico, she's going to go to Cabo. There's just no doubt about that. She's going to go to Cabo, and then there's going to be other places. She didn't even like to really do the Spanish,
That's a
speaking
great
countries.
goal, though, because I figure when I get down there, number one, I'm going to be able to at least put some money aside versus if
Yes,
I'm staying here in California where it's super
absolutely,
expensive. And in doing
absolutely.
so, it's for the purpose of traveling, especially down there in Central and South America, where
Right.
once I learn the language and everything, I'll feel a lot more comfortable hitting those
Yes.
other spots because I've heard so
Yep.
much about them.
Yep. And the flights are super cheap between those countries. Right.
That's what I hear.
Flying Avianca or flying what's the Latam, or there's another one too, but there's I forget the other name. There's a bunch of them, but the flights are and they're great flights and great airlines. So you never have anything to worry about when it comes to those. But
Last
yes,
last thing, last thing.
yes.
For because you've been down there in Panama, and I was down there for a week. I'd done a
Uh-huh.
whole bunch of research and studying and everything. I know the areas, and I know like San Francisco, the one you were talking about earlier. I went down
Uh-huh.
to their old town, which was Costa Viejo.
Uh-huh.
If from a affordability and nice, you know, culturally, what
Mhm.
area would you recommend actually posting up and possibly spending some time living in that?
You know what? I actually have a friend that has some retired friends that live down there, and they
Mhm.
don't live in the city. They live out near the beach area.
Okay,
Um,
so they're in
and I
Coronado,
think it's San or like San Blas. I think it's San Blas.
San Blas.
Uh, San Blas. I think that's. I'll get that information to you though. I
Okay,
will get. I'm gonna ask him today, because he lives in Tampa, so I can ask him today. I'll just ask him, hey, what city is that your friends live in? And I'll get that information to you. Let me
I
write that down.
appreciate that. Yeah,
Let me write that down because I am somebody that will forget. I'll say something and then, oh man,
I'm the
so
same way. Same
find
way.
out, find out about the retired.
I think after
And
we
I
get past
actually,
our 30s, that starts to happen to us.
right. And you know what's cool? I actually, there's some people that watch my YouTube channel that actually are retired, living in Panama, and I
Mhm.
never even asked them where. But I think I'll try to figure out a way to pose that question to
Okay.
see if it'll trigger them to answer.
Yeah, once I
Um,
get my permiso visa, I'm gonna probably like I gotta go back down there to present it and everything. Like they
yeah,
asked me to get my background criminal report and
yeah,
my security, my thing saying that Social Security is giving me more than $1,000 and stuff. I
yeah,
give it to them. They translate all that stuff into Spanish, and then I have to
yeah.
go back down there for 5 days
Uh
and
huh.
actually go in and present it or whatever and answer whatever
Gotcha.
questions might need to be answered. And then
Gotcha.
shortly thereafter is when I'm actually planning on like maybe a month later coming down permanently. But I wanted to
Okay.
actually start setting up where, you know.
Got you. So let me. I'm definitely going to find that information out today.
Okay.
His friends live in. All right, his friends, uh, uh, James. Okay, in Panama. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll definitely do that and find out for you. Um, so yeah, so that yeah, but I definitely would say yeah, I found out a lot of stuff. Hanging out with you for these last 5 days, it's been amazing. Um, you've got the building blocks. All right. So you know what you're going to work on. You've got your glows and your grows from each day. And so I appreciate you for jumping in on the challenge. I'm hoping that I'll definitely continue to do this each month. So if you have any people that are, trying to learn Spanish, shoot them my way, of course. That
Absolutely.
definitely will get them, broken in, if you will, and help them get on the way to better fluency in the language. So
I mean, I'll be your
that
biggest advocate because, like I said, just like what you're saying, I learned so much in just these 5 days, and I'm hoping that I can afford to go forward once I read
yeah,
all the other stuff because I really enjoy your methods, how you teach, your positivity, and everything like that. So, I'm going to do whatever I can to make that happen. But in the
absolutely.
meantime, I've been showing people along the way, oh no, I can't hang out with y'all tonight because I got to be bright and sharp for tomorrow morning because I got my
Yeah,
lesson going on, and I tell them
right,
all about it and how you teach and everything like that. So
right,
hopefully I can drag them in to let them
right.
experience what I've experienced.
Right, and then that way y'all can create a group. That's the biggest thing, and getting a group together, and then everybody learning from everybody. That's the whole point and the whole motto behind my actual company, which is Carolina Language Solutions. My motto is building bridges to connect cultures, and
Mm,
so I think these are the bridges that we are building. And you go out and you start building your bridge, and then we can start to connect these cultures through language. So I want you to definitely continue to do that. And I mean, today is celebration day because this is day 5. So you definitely got to go hang out with them now. So
for real.
definitely get a chance to go hang out with those guys or those ladies, and then have a great time. If you got any questions, don't hesitate to hit me in an email. I think you are on my email list. I think you are.
I've received emails from you, so I'm sure I'm
Okay,
there
there you go.
somewhere.
Then you are on the list. There you go. So yeah, I'll definitely, feel free to respond and reply to any of those with those questions. Okay.
Okay,
But I wish you the best in your journey here. If you want to take advantage of the accelerated boot camp, just let me know. If you got some more questions about it, feel free to email me, and I'll
absolutely.
definitely look out for that. That is, you've got about until I think the 16th to make your decision on it. Or if you have any questions, just hit me up and let me know. Okay, senor?
Okay. Sounds
All
good.
right. All
Appreciate
right. Tenga un buen fin de semana, señor. Gracias y nos vemos. Adiós.
you. Adios.
And I'm going to show you quickly. Okay, so inside of the community, I'm going to get to this here. It will say, I'll go to the community, and in here, let me get scroll down to, come on, there we go. And I'm going to scroll down here for me to the challenge week. Okay, so this is what you'll see, SMS challenge community. And then you will see where it says day one workbook is now available. And these will pop up every day, day two, day three, day four, day five. You'll have access to those. And so I did send you a note here, as you can see right here. I tagged you, so it will come up for you, that you'll be able to get that information from the top of the screen. Every day they'll be pinned at the very top, and you'll be able to grab the notebook for or the workbook so that you'll be able to review the items that we go through. Now, you don't need this as we go through each challenge of the day. But if you want to get it in advance, that is perfectly okay as well. And you can, of course, print that off if you need to, but you can also turn it into a Google Doc if you prefer to work on it electronically. So you'll have that opportunity as well. Okay. So
Quick,
let me,
quick question.
yes.
Did you verify that that actually opens? Because I tried two different programs because I did find it. I did download it. It says a
Okay.
PDF file, and I tried to
Uh huh.
open it with two different programs, and for some reason it keeps freezing up. And that could just be my computer because I got so much stuff on here. But that could
Let,
be
let's double check it right now. Let's check it right now that you do have the access to it. So let me get back into communities. Okay, and then let's go to the community, and then let's switch the screen so you can see it. And then I'll give it a second here so that we can, it'll load. Okay, and come on, there we go. So let me scroll down again,
Mhm.
and then let's go here, and then let's click on it, and it should come up like that. I'm going to click. Let's click over to see what happens here. All right. And opening a document. Okay, so there you go. This is what it will look like when you
Okay.
open it up. All right. And so you'll see everything in there for you for day one. All right. And if you can't, don't worry. I'll email just let me know if it doesn't work and you're not able to get the PDF to download. I will send you I'll send you the actual PDF via email. Let me do that now while we are here.
Okay.
And I will email that to you so that you can have that as a backup just in case. Give me
Perfect. I
one
was
second.
trying to be proactive, and I looked at every single thing that I've ever received from you and all the stuff, and I said, okay, let me see if I can find this. I knew it was
Got you,
important to
got
have a workbook, you know.
got you. Let me go ahead and put this in. I'm gonna say day one workbook here. And then I'm gonna say click attachment. Okay, and then let's load that bad boy up. I'm gonna say, let's go SMS daily workbook. Let's go workbook. Okay, and there we go. And I will send that to you. So hopefully that will work for you. I just sent that email to you. And so hopefully that will come across for you. And hopefully in the future, you'll be able to click on the links that I leave for you, that will come up for day two through day five. Okay.
Okay.
Um, but like I said, just always email me or you can tag me in the community section. And so that's the thing I want you to make sure. That's the second thing here before we get started. You want to go ahead and download on your phone or in your computer. In your computer, you can just log in. But if you want to grab it from your phone so that you can get the messages, you can download the app that says Kajabi. And I'm going to type that into the chat here so that you can see how to spell it. Kajabi. That is the app that you can download to your phone. And then that's going to basically ask you for your username, whichever, probably be your email address, and then the password that you have set up for you to come online. So, when you do it online from a laptop, it's the same password that you would use. And then once you get in, it might say library, it might say community. You click one of those, you click the community tab, and that will allow you to see any messages that I've sent you. And then of course the posting board in the community, you'll see all of those items available as well on your phone. All right.
I'm
So
looking at them right now. I had already downloaded that program too.
okay, good. Excellent. So you've got all that. So just let me know, hey, I'm not getting anything, or you can respond to any of the messages there that you see in the community, and at least it'll shoot back to me and let me know that you are actually getting the messages that I send to you. All
Perfect.
right. All right, senor. We are going to get this thing popping. So day one is going to be the most information. And what has happened in the last couple of challenges, we kind of do a day 1A, day 1B/2, because this by far, day one is our most important day of the challenge. And so we are starting off with the pronunciation power up. This is a thing that people have to understand. In order for us to speak Spanish now, we've got to make sure that our pronunciation is on point, because for what we say, chances are is going to be what we oftentimes will hear back in some form or fashion. Now, it does alternate based on a region. Some people say things differently, but that's just like the United States. You're outside, you're out on the West Coast, I'm over here in the deep South. There are words that we use that are different, right? I don't know. If you hear, I guess you hear somebody in Cali saying yes, ma'am, chances are either they're from the South or their family is from the South, right? There's not a whole lot of people that are saying yes, ma'am out on the West Coast, probably. So
Yeah, my
those
family's
are
from the South, and I'm from Philadelphia, so I understand both sides.
So saying that you say you got the whole triangle aspect going across the United States. You know a little bit of all of everything that is going on there. So that is awesome. So I am not going to play this, but my background behind this is when we watched, or the show King of the Hill was booming in the 90s. And
Mhm.
no pun intended, but we have Boomhauer, who was, the King of the Hills, one of his best friends there. They would sit outside or stand outside and have conversations. And Boomhauer was that guy that when he was speaking, pretty much you had to just know Boomhauer. Otherwise, if you were a random person like us watching the show, there was no idea that we understood anything that he was saying. But I will post this actual clip so that we can understand where I'm coming from when we hear Spanish. It's like, man, it's coming at me a mile a minute, and that's Boomhauer in English. But it's the same mindset. We have to understand the pronunciation of all of the vowels and the blending of the consonants with the vowels first in Espanol. That's how we kind of level up to that next level of being able to understand words. So let's skip past Boomhauer here. I will post that later.
Got
So
any big?
no, we're not going to play it. Okay. Perfecting your pronunciation is where we are. These are the tips for pronunciation success. First off, anytime we're working on this in class, and of course, you can transfer this over into life in general, but you want to make sure that you've got your posture up, and then you're kind of focused. That helps you to focus more. And then we've got our breathing, a controlled breathing aspect, because the way Spanish works and the way English works, one is syllable based, which is Spanish, and then English is going to be stress based on certain words. So you've got to be able to control your breathing when we're talking about or using Spanish. That's one of the first things that we have to kind of train ourselves now that we're working on a new language here. Mouth movement is extremely important as well, because the way that certain words come together are going to be extremely different from what we do in English. And so for me, I'm going to take my gum out because I want to make sure that we have clarity. And the clarity that I'm speaking of is when I'm teaching or speaking for students and clients. I want to make sure that I enunciate the Spanish words so that you can hear these vowels first and foremost. Now, when you're out in these Spanish speaking streets, it's not going to be necessarily what you hear me saying every time. But when we start, eventually you'll start to be able to hear either the derivatives of what I'm saying in different regional Spanish. So, we can say that we get a pure Spanish from a Colombian or pure Spanish from somebody from Peru. But when we talk to somebody from República Dominicana or Puerto Rico or Cuba or Panama or Mexico, they're going to say words and you're just like, huh? But it's actually the word that you have heard before. But as soon as you hear them say it a couple of times, it starts to stick. And so clarity is huge for that. I'll give you a quick story. The first couple of times that I went to the Dominican Republic, it took me about the first time, took me about 3 or 4 days to acclimate myself to the um, Dominican accent because I could not tie down the words that they were saying because their pronunciation was different. They would drop S's. Their R's would sound like L's. They would, take the beginning of a word and chop it off completely. And they would only use like two letters out of the first word. And I'm like, well, where's the rest of it? And so I had to actually sit and think, okay, that's that word. Lock it in. And so the more I heard it, it allowed me to gain clarity on what people were saying. Okay. So that is one of the things that we'll kind of work towards as we work with being able to take it first slow and steady, and then we increase the rate of speed in which you hear it. And so when you are starting off with this, with the language, and you probably got some experience with it, when you start to speak first and foremost, I want you to focus on being able to know how long of a pause you need in between words, and then ultimately we're minimizing that pause area to where almost the words are literally all tied together. That is the end goal when it comes to pronunciation in Espanol. We want to get as close as we can to one word after the next. First, right now, we're going to start from here. We're going to move it closer in. Okay. And so that's going to be the pause concept, and then the emphasis, knowing where we have written tildes or accent marks above letters, knowing how to pronounce a word that actually has a written accent accent on top of it. Okay. So biggest thing is here, don't forget to breathe. As we say these words, you want to get your breath in at the beginning and at the end. Everything else is, we can say sancocho, or like a vegetable stew. We're just putting everything in the beginning, and then we're breathing on the beginning and ending parts. Okay, so we'll work with that. Also, right now, and as you go forth, even after you start to do your 30-day prep, that we'll work on the day 5, we'll do your personal roadmap. That's going to be something that you can follow for the next 30 days. I want you, every time that you practice, that you express this to a higher level than what you would normally do in English. And so what I mean by that is we want to take on almost a an alter ego. When we're speaking Spanish, you are going to be a completely different person than what you are when you speak English, as opposed to when we are speaking in Spanish. We're going to um, overemphasize a lot of the words. And that's where the fun part comes into play. We're just being us, but from our Spanish standpoint, I want you to have fun with it. Just say stuff as you've heard Spanish before, add that accent, right? That's the person I want to, for example, you might have somebody like, okay, if I've heard Antonio Banderas or even Denzel Washington or even Will Smith speaking Spanish, I want to sound like them. They've got coaches, they've had coaches, same mindset as what we want to get into. And you've got to be confident in what you produce. Okay. We want to make sure what you get is what you say. If you see it, I want you to say it. That's going to be something that we ride with all week. What you see is what you say. Okay. And so from day one, and you're going to implement this today. I want you to, as you record these voice notes that I'm going to have you doing, I want you to make sure you listen to where you are on day one versus to what you are on day five, and even carrying over to day six as you continue to practice on your 30-day roadmap that we will send you away with. And then, lastly, you got to get in the game, right? And our biggest thing is we can't win the game sitting on the bench. And what I mean by that is everything that I give you here, I want you to practice it on a daily basis. In order for us to, make those threes or make free throws, we've got to shoot the ball, right? And so that's the concept that we're going to take away from that when we're talking about learning Spanish. You've got to utilize every day, multiple times a day. Repetition is going to be key here, and that's going to help you continue to elevate your Spanish. Okay. Now, first thing we're starting off with today is R&V, right? We've heard R&B, but R&V is a little thing that we do, and that is going to be rhythm and vowels. These are going to be your new friends. And so we're starting off today with R&V. Now, aquí tenemos la pregunta, ¿por qué es importante la pronunciación? Why is pronunciation important? We've got some common situations here. First off, is Spanish pronunciation hard? For an English speaker that has never had exposure to it, absolutely. But we have to know, once you understand the vowels in Spanish, none of this is going to be difficult. This is going to be extremely easy because we harness this around one particular goal, and our goal is, or the reminder that we have to keep for us, our affirmation: what I see is what I say. Okay, once we learn those vowels, what I see is what I say. And so let's take a look here. When it comes to the vowels in Espanol, it's super logical. What you see is what you say, and that's the end goal right there. We have 5 basic vowel sounds. We're going to work on those first, and then once you get those, you can stretch off and do anything you want to. If it's reading passively, and what I mean by that is you're just reading an article, and being in California, you're going to be able to find Spanish language newspapers. Just read the newspaper out loud. It does not matter if you can comprehend it. Right now, you're just working on pronunciation. Okay, the comprehension aspect comes in a little later in play, but you just want to make sure that you're hearing and seeing and saying the words the correct way. And so when we speak more so on the vowels, they always represent the same sound when they are by themselves. Now we get a little difference, a little different flex or change to it when we combine 2 vowels. And it's normally just 2 particular vowels. When we put those back to back, it gives us a different sound. Totally okay. We'll learn those as we go. But the biggest thing is consistency is going to make the Spanish easier, right? The more you do this, the easier it gets. And that's pretty much anything in life. The more we do this as far as speaking, it's going to make the pronunciation that much easier. And so I'll leave you with that on today, after we finish up today and technically go into tomorrow, you're going to see your pronunciation skyrocket. Okay. Now, why are we focusing on R&V first? Remember that we said R&V is going to be rhythm and vowels first, right? So vowels are the core of every word pronunciation. That's not necessarily the truth in English, because we have short vowel sounds and long vowel sounds, right? In Espanol, we've got one sound, and it's always going to be the same thing for every one of those vowels. Nail the pure vowel sounds plus your rhythmic flow. That's going to be something that we work on today as well. And it's okay to have these mispronunciations and misunderstandings, but we're going to make sure we focus today on getting the mispronunciation out of the window. We want to take that out because we're going to get these vowel sounds down pat. And then lastly, well, not lastly, but it says Spanish vowels are short and pure. It's like a steady machine gun rhythm. And you want to eventually develop that steady machine gun rhythm, right? We want to be able to get that going for us as we move further and further along with the language. So training RMV, right? We achieve instant clarity by doing this on a daily basis. And that's what I want you to do for the next 5 or 6 days here. I want you to train your rhythm and your vowels. That's what we want to work on. Now, common question that people come up with pronunciation. I'm not gonna be able to speak the Spanish thing because I don't know how to roll my R's. Well, chances are that is a lot of people in life, but there's some secrets to it, and we're going to cover those secrets on how to roll double R's. We don't technically even have to roll our single R's. It's a little bit of a different sound, but you can actually get through life without having to do that. It's just like a quick tap of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. We'll get into that a little bit later. But the double R's is where the words that have double R's in them, that's where we get that drr sound, that roll, that trill of the R. And so we'll get those. So just to kind of go through this, only happens with two R's. That's only for us to distinguish between certain words because there are words that have the same letters included, but the switch happens when there's a double R, becomes a separate and totally different word. And so we've got to know when to roll that R and when not to for context of a conversation. Many beginners, like we said, can't roll their R's at first. Native speakers even have issues. A lot of native speakers cannot roll their R's. They were just never able to do it. But what happens is, even if you can't roll your R and it's or it's not perfect, a tapped R will work for clarity. And I talked about that just briefly, but we'll dive in deeper in a little bit. Okay. And so one of the main questions we get is Spanish speakers speak so fast. How can I keep up? This is something that we came up with in the last challenge that I did last month. We started to say, hey, it's not about the speed per se. And that's just us being English speakers. We are not used to such a language where the words are so close together, right? We have a stressed, timed language when it comes to English. And so what that means is we chop after every single word. We get a stop and a go, stop and a go. In Espanol, because of the way the vowels are set up, that thing can flow like a river. And so understanding that mindset going into Spanish, then you can actually in real time be able to identify the stop and goes, even though there are no actual stop and goes in the language, but you will know based on knowing the vowels. Okay, I can hear there's a little pause, but it's not a big one, but I can tell there's where words are starting, stopping, and starting. And then the biggest thing that we came up with is what we call the Wheel of Fortune method. That's going to be the secret to Spanish. And basically, what I mean by that is if you think about with Pat Sajak and Vanna White when they were turning the letters, and as the letters begin to start to form words, you had to solve for the puzzle before anybody else did. That's the same mindset you want to keep in mind when you're listening or you're in a conversation with somebody speaking Spanish. As you're starting to hear certain words appear, you want to be able to decipher or use your context clues. Huh, maybe what they were saying was this. And that's what you want to do in the beginning. As you begin to do that more and more often, eventually you start to pick up more words in a statement. And then it's at that point where I heard 4 out of the 6 words. And so I am now getting to a point where I can decipher more words in a statement. And that's what we call you developing your true fluency when it comes to someone speaking. And so that is not so much of an issue when you start to realize I've got to use my context clues. Blues Clues, Inspector Gadget, whatever we want to call it, we've got to get in there and kind of make sure, let me see if I can decipher or figure out what they might be saying in my brain and then respond. It's going to go one or two ways. You respond correctly, that means you got it right off the bat. You understood what they were saying. You respond with a different answer than what they said, and I'll give you a perfect example. I was at my daughter's. My daughter had a birthday party that she went to for one of her Spanish speaking friends, and her mom was asking me a question, and I thought she asked me about. We had been talking about different sports that the girls were doing, and I was like, yeah, my daughter, she does just kind of individual stuff. She doesn't do like team sports. And the next question that she asked me, the mother asked me, I thought it was atleta, but it was actually that's what I thought I heard, but it was actually the word alérgica, which is allergic. And so now I had to go back. Oh, and so I still do this today because I encounter Spanish speakers from all over Latin America. The mom actually happened to be from Bolivia, which I mean, I probably spoken to a Bolivian person twice in my life. And so as I was listening to her, I was like, oh, she was not even talking about athletics anymore. She was talking about, instead of atléticos, she was saying alérgicos. And so there's that thing that we have to be able to decipher. And so when I hear certain letters, oh, she was talking about, is my daughter allergic to anything? And so I was like, oh, as opposed to her asking me anything about athletics, it was actually about being allergic to something. So this happens in real time, even for me as a non-native speaker. You just kind of get different accents that you have to come across and work with. So how do we keep up? This is what we talked about. Okay. And I'm not going to read these because we've already, worked through these. Okay. And as we just kind of look at these, in Spanish, every syllable gets a full, clear sound. That's super important. And we're going to take a look at some examples here. First one is, excuse me. The first one is the word that we see here. In English, that word is chocolate, right? Chocolate. However, in Espanol, we have to give equal time to every single vowel that we have here. Chocolate, as opposed to chocolate. In Espanol, chocolate, right? Chocolate. Mm-hmm. And so you can see, oh, well, Spanish makes it so much easier because what you see is what you get. Chocolate. I got it. But in English, that's what it sounds like, chocolate. And so when we try to, when a Spanish speaking person is trying to speak English, they're like, well, this doesn't make sense. This is not what I see. But in Spanish, what you see is what you get. Let's take a look at this word. So in English, we have this word, right? Strengthens. We've got two syllables, right? Strengthens. However, in Espanol, we've got 4 syllables for the same word in Espanol, right? Because we have to give due process to every single vowel. Fortalece. Fortalece. So we have 4 syllables because everything is syllable based. Okay. So the biggest thing that we want to make sure is Spanish isn't truly faster in meaning, it just uses more syllables because each syllable is pronounced clearly. Okay. So that is the difference. And that's why it sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo and like more words. Technically, it's not more words. It's just we've got due process to each syllable. We have to give equal time to each syllable in a word. This is one of the things that I want you to kind of think about utilizing as you practice your pronunciation, which is a metronome, right? And from a musical background, we know metronome helps you keep rhythm, helps you keep tempo. And you can use this metronome, and it's just simply metronomeonline.com. Okay. And you can set it to whatever level you want to go. As of course, you see here, it starts from, low and it goes around to super high. Now, we're not expecting you to go down here to get to what, 200 and 208. Yeah, there's no need for us to get that fast, right? But we do want to start off maybe at like a 50, right? And then work our way to 60, and then work our way up to 72, and then work our way to 92. Okay. And all you're doing, you can even practice with the phrase yo hablo español. Yo hablo español. Yo hablo español. Yo hablo español. And then increase the speed on the metronome as you're saying it and just let it play in the background. You can even do voice note recordings with it. Yo hablo español. Yo hablo español. And then now you're on that latter, the right side of the metronome. You're getting it to that point. That is your goal. Okay. And so it even says here, start at 92. You can try starting it at 92 and see how you go. Okay. With the metronome. So that's a little quick fix that most people didn't even think about. Okay. This is where we start to get into the meat and potatoes. Vamos a empezar con los cinco furiosos, the furious five. Those are also what we call las vocales, right? So we've got our vowels here. So they stay constant regardless of word of stress. That is one thing that we have to realize. Okay, these are not going to change. All right, word or stress is not going to change the pronunciation of the vowel. Okay, in square one, make sure we master for clear pronunciation of those vowels first. Key thing is this here. In English, we have a couple scenarios where we get a silent vowel. We don't have that. We have to give equal time to every vowel. So we're actually going to say every vowel. There are no multiple ways in Spanish to say a vowel, right? We talked about short and long sounds in English. We don't have that issue in Espanol. So, bottom line, what we're going, our affirmation for today, what you see is what you say. Okay, what you see is what you say. Now, if you need me to go back and pause that, just let me know. And then we can, of course, move along when you say listo. You tell me listo, listo significa ready. All right. So when you say listo, I will continue to the next slide there.
Listo.
Excelente. Okay. All right. Let's get into this thing. So I'm going to let you lead the dot. If you know your vowels, let's go through them. If you don't, follow along with me, and then we'll get these things going. How are you on the vowels in Espanol?
That I'm not sure because I don't know whether I've been pronunciating things incorrectly or correctly, but
Let,
I
no,
know
no words.
it's a or ah, but I think in
Uh-huh.
Spanish, trying to think of a word that would use an a in it. No habla, no habla, ah. I'm gonna say
Uh-huh. There you go. There you go. There you go. So aquí tenemos a little rule that I always like to remember is when you go to the doctor's office, they always say stick out your tongue and say ah. And so that will help us remember doctor's office. Ah, that's what I'm going to pronounce that. Of course, that these little memory things are going to be faster than what I'm explaining them as. You'll just doctor. Ah, it's just correlation, right? So aquí tenemos palabras en inglés y en español. So let's look at these. We have father, right? That's giving us that ah sound. Car, that gives us an ah sound. Y tenemos la palabra casa, right? Casa en español. Casa. Okay. um, la letra I en inglés, pero en español tenemos E. Uh-huh. E. Por ejemplo, E is close to met. We're getting that met. Met. I get that E sound there. Elephant, it starts me off perfectly. Elephant. Y tenemos la palabra en español, mes. Okay, mes. Most people, when they come to me, we start out with pronunciation, they start out, oh, mess. It just doesn't have an S on it. No, it's not mess. Mace. Mace. All right. Kind of like mace that you spray. It's kind of like thinking about that. Mace. All right. Mace.
listo.
Okay. La letra I en inglés, pero en español, I. I. Por ejemplo, sí, meat. La palabra en español, sí. Okay. Sí. This is by far the easiest one here. Significa O. But the difference is slight. There's a slight difference. In Espanol, the O is just leave your mouth open on the end of the O. Okay? O. And just let it linger. O. Because in English, O, and we kind of, our lips kind of move when we say O. It's like they come together, right? Pero en Espanol, O. It just stays just in one location, and it's going to be perfect. So here we go, the perfect explanation or example here. Oh, so lobo, right? Oh, so lobo. That's the same pronunciation you want to get con la letra O. All right, so we've got 4 out of the 5 done. A, E, O. Okay. Y ahora tenemos la última vocal, the last vowel. In español, this is not right. I'm going to change that because that doesn't help you at all. I want to use this letter here, this phrase here. Ooh. Now, ooh. Now some people will say that says oh, so let me change that again. Let's change this to just all triple O's. Okay. The way I like to remember this is if you think about two kids in the house, right? Age 3 and age 1, right? The 1 year old's chasing the 3 year old. They're going down the hallway in the house. They're on a hardwood floor. They turn the corner of the hallway, and they hang a right into a bedroom. But meanwhile, there's a flower vase on a stand. The 1 year old goes to make that right turn, slips and falls because they're wearing socks, slips into that flower stand and knocks the vase. The 3 year old turns around and looks and says, "Ooh," right? So that's the pronunciation. Ooh, right? Ooh. Okay. Por ejemplo, blue, sound. Flute, blue, luna. Okay. Ooh, or ooh. All right. Either one works. So now let's jump into what I call my favorite, the rapid fire drill. Okay. And I want you to practice these because you're with me today in a VIP special. You get to practice out loud. Okay. Call this is we're going to have a little vowel simple. All right. We're going to do a simple sprint and then we're going to do some word examples using these in Espanol. Okay. And then I'm going to give you, of course, a little cultural note that goes along with it. All right. After it is what you see is what you say. That's what we're using here. All right. A, E, O, U. So here we go. Syllable sprint starts off like this. Repite. I want you to repeat the ones for me. First, do the grouped vowel blends right here all at one time. So here we go. Repite. La,
La,
le,
le,
li,
li,
lo,
lo,
lu.
lu.
Here we go. La, le, li, lo, lu.
La, le, li, lo, lu.
Perfecto. Now, what I want you to do, now for the sake of time purposes, I want you to make sure as you have this recording available, it will be available to you. You'll get a notification in your email that says recording for day 1 of the Spanish Made Simple Challenge is now available. You can go back and watch this. Now, what I want you to do for the next 5 days, this is how you warm up. Now that you know our vowels, we're going to start with A, E, O, U, A, E, O, U, A, E, O, U. Do that 5 times. I, A, E, O, U. Right? Go through that 5 times. Then I want you to start doing these blues right after. And all it is, and then we're adding the vowels afterwards. Okay. So very simple. So we'll go I, A, E, O, la, le, li, lo, lu. Okay. Then we move. Repite. Ma,
Ma,
me,
me,
mi,
mi,
mo,
mo,
mu.
mu.
Ma, me, mi, mo, mu.
Ma, me, mi, mo, mu.
Perfecto. A, E, I, O, U, la, le, li, lo, lu, ma, me, mi, mo, mu. And you just work those in the morning, right? It's kind of like a workout. Yeah, I mean, and you get up in the morning, you got your whatever you do in the morning, right? And then as you're there, just I'm gonna run through these. A, E, I, O, U, la, le, li, lo, lu, ma, me, mi, mo, mu. It starts to sound like a little song, but it helps. Okay, here we go. Pa,
Pa,
pe,
pe,
pi,
pi,
po,
po,
pu.
pu.
Pa, pe, pi, po, pu.
Pa, pe, pi, po, pu.
A, E, I, O, U, la, le, li, lo, lu, ma, me, mi, mo, mu, pa, pe, pi, po, pu. So start, and then you can actually work on increasing your speed. Now, the thing is this, you might have to look at them for a couple of days, but after about day 3, you might be able to go, okay, man, I can get from the vowels to the M's without having to think. The ultimate goal is I want you to be able to run through all of these without having to even think about anything, okay? So let's look at the next one. Repite. Sa,
Sa,
se,
se,
si,
si, So,
Su.
su.
Excelente. Y ahora tenemos sa, si, so, su.
Sa, se, si, so, su.
Exacto. A, e, I, o, u. La, le, li, lo, lu. Ma, me, mi, mo, mu. Pa, pe, pi, po, pu. Sa, se, si, so, su. Right? Okay. Now, those are the only ones focused on. There are more, right? There are more, but for the sake of the challenge, that is a good starting point. Okay, just going through the L's, the M's, the P's, and the S's. Okay, that's a good starting point. But you can literally do this with all of the letters, and that's the thing because when I say all of them, the most common, like your B's, your C's, your D's. So going through some of the consonants, you can practice as you move past the challenge, the week challenge here. As you 30 day, you might say, okay, let me add a little bit more, right? And that's going to help along the way. All right, ahora vamos a practicar con ejemplos, con palabras. We're going to some examples with the words here. All right, por ejemplo, all right, dime esta palabra con voz alta. Tell me this word out loud.
Cama.
All right, cama. All right. Now, before we say this one, think about what we talked about. We said that the vowels are not stressed unless we have a written stress on the top of a letter. So this is where we kind of I make the analogy of we want to smack that letter with more emphasis when we have a mark, a tilde arriba de la letra. When we have a mark above a letter, we're going to smack that letter with more emphasis. Tenemos bebé, bebé. All right, repita, por bebé.
Bebé.
Excelente, excelente. Okay. All right, practicar con esta palabra. Now we're getting two vowels. I want you to say this one as you see it. Say what you see here. ¿Qué tienes? ¿Qué es?
Cine.
Perfecto. All right, la próxima.
Oso.
Perfecto. All right, do this one. I want you to know this letter Z is for a reason. Z's are not pronounced the same way they are. Okay, in English, we get a hard Z sound. S. S. So even though you see the letter Z, we're not going to make it a hard Z sound. Thinking about an S sound here, how would you say this, knowing your vowel for this letter U in Espanol?
Luz.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Bien hecho. All right. So let's get to a little cultural note here. Spanish vowels aren't just consistent, right? They are often said to be spoken as it's written. Native speakers learned vowels by songs and hearing what they hear, hearing from other, people around them. They use those letters. Okay. And so let me make sure I don't have some additional notes that I want to give here. Okay, I don't. Good. Okay, so as we look at this, the best thing for us as adults, it helps us. It's not the best way, but it's that if we're working by ourselves on this in the beginning, classic first reading sentence for kids is something like this one. All right. And so as we look at the screen here, here's a classic sentence that helps with your vowel pronunciation. Okay. Helps with our vowel pronunciation. And so remember, we're smacking that letter that has that tilde arriba de la letra. We're going to smack it and give it more emphasis. So if you're reading this one, mi mamá me ama, mi mamá me mima, mi mamá me ama, mi mamá me mima. And all that simply means is my mom loves me, my mom spoils me. Mi mamá me ama, mi mamá me mima. All right. And so, what I want you to do is after you go through those combinations, those blending combinations of the consonants and the vowels, a, e, I, o, u, la, le, li, lo, lu, mame mi momu, pape pipopu, sase si so su. Hit this next phrase, mi mama me llama, mi mama me mima. All right. This is now, of course, your speed will get there, right? But it's something that you have to rep. And all we're working on is perfecting our pronunciation. Okay. Mi mama me ama, mi mama me mima. So I'll leave that recording. I don't want you to worry about having to practice it right now. You can definitely practice this today at some point today as you go through the day. Just mi mama me ama, mi mama me mima, right? And you can work on your speed with that. That's going to train your those muscle movements, those mouth movements that you need here. Okay. Claridad con consonantes, right? So we're going to get some clarity on some consonants here because they can trick us up here. So the biggest one, these are the superstars of the letters. Right? The R and the double R are the superstars of consonants. People want to know, how can I perfect this double R sound? Okay. Or how can I perfect this single R sound? And so the soft R, single R between sounds and vowels or at word end sounds a bit formed like the quick D in the word ladder. So if you notice where your tongue hits when you say the word ladder, it's hitting right above the two front teeth where we call the alveolar ridge, right? And so when you say words like ladder or letter, wherever you hit with those double T's or the double D's, that's the same formation of the R when we say words in Espanol. That's where your tongue will end up. Okay. So we got another option like the soft T in butter, right? You notice when you say butter, where that T, where your tongue ends up on that those double T's, butter, right? This is the single R in a Spanish word. All right. Primero tenemos pero. So think about how you're saying ladder, butter, pero. We are not, you can hear a little bit of an R in there, but we are focused on hitting that top letter, that top part of our roof of our mouth, the alveolar ridge, when I say this. And even though you see pero, right? Pero, all right? It's the pronunciation, pero, 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 right? Pero. You just want to kind of work that, pero. Now, that's with a quick tap, pero. Okay. Not hearing a hard roll in there, although some people like to make a hard roll, but that could come in to bite us at the end because the double R's, okay, what we call the famous trill here, is vibrating your tongue against the roof of your mouth. There's a secret for this. I often like to teach people to do this. You take a pen or a pencil, your pen or pencil, because it's going to place it in our mouth here, okay? And then what you want to do is we place it in your mouth, you want to make sure your tongue is above the pencil, okay? And so when we put our tongue pencil, we have two ways. You can implement a motor sound. That's without the pencils. And then, of course, if you're not able to do that, most guys, because we always imitated, motor sounds and engine sounds as a kid anyway. Anything, whatever your motor, your engine sounds like. But say this is an issue that you're trying to teach somebody. Hey, man, I picked up a really cool tool, a really little quick strategy about how to roll R's. This is what you should do. Take the pencil. Make sure your tongue is above the pencil. And then you're going to forces your tongue to be on that alveolar ridge. And all you're going to tell that person is just blow, and let the vibrations off of your tongue make that sound that you need with your voice. Por ejemplo. And all it is your tongue is bouncing off of the pencil, but right off of your alveolar ridge. Okay. So that's a secret. If you know somebody, man, I love to speak Spanish, man, but I just can't do that double R. Hey, don't worry, there's a secret, right? Just hey, there's a secret. I'm like, well, how did you find that out? Hey, just been working on some stuff, so you let them know. So that was the speech. I learned that from a speech therapist and a speech pathology trick there. You can use a pen or a pencil, and that definitely does help. Now, of course, you don't have to practice that with me. You can practice that in the confines of your own home. Some people are like, man, I look crazy doing this. It's okay. And at this point, I don't even care anymore for me. But do that if you need to. I think you might be okay. Like I said, a lot of guys are used to that. It's the women I find oftentimes that have a little difficulty because hey, I didn't make car sounds when I was growing up. Whatever. So, anywho, let's try it now. Notice this. This is the thing. Remember, we saw that word pero, right? The Pero, pero.
Pero.
But now we have this word with a double R, pero. I know you hear the difference between the two, right? Pero, pero, right? We're getting the difference. And these are two different words. Pero with a single R means but, perro is dog, right? So you now we're like, okay, I definitely have to make a difference between the two. I've got to have some clarity between the two. Pero, perro. Okay. And those are two that you can practice if you want to work on those double R's. We've got some more examples. All right. And we'll probably see them in a second. So, por qué es importante? So, why is that important? Obviously, we just found out it can change the meaning of a word, right? Por ejemplo, we've got the word caro, caro, caro. But what happens when we double R of it? Carro, carro, right? Carro, carro. Let me go back, go back. We've got caro, caro, simple tap, caro on the roof of the mouth, caro. Y aquí tenemos carro, right? Carro. Once again, the single to double R change is significant. Caro with one R, expensive. The word expensive. Caro, expensive. Carro, carro, double R, car, right? Car, carro. Right? Double R is car, single R, caro, expensive. Caro, expensive. Okay. So we found out these reasons, right? And somebody says, well, what if I can't roll that R yet? It's totally okay. You can use a single tap for both. Okay. It's not about the word, more so the context that tells us whether you're talking about expensive or car, right? And so, based on what someone is saying or what you were trying to convey in a thought to someone else, they will know from context, oh, they are not talking about expensive. They're talking about their car, right? From other things that you may be saying about the car. Okay. So that is the most important thing that we need to understand. Don't get frustrated with this single R, double R thing. It's a marathon. Okay. So don't worry about, oh man, I'm not gonna make it. I can't get this thing down. Hey, that's the simplest thing that does not need to be worried about. You don't need to focus on that. Now, as we move into some more specific language levels of consonants. So, first thing is H's in Spanish are always silent. Always silent. The word that you can always resort back to think about this is hello or hi in Espanol, right? Hola, right? Hola. The H is silent. So all H's are silent except for one small scenario, and it should come up momentarily. All right. And we can even think back to the very beginning. All right. So here we go. Makes no sound. Whenever you see it at the start of a word, you want to just put your hand over the top of it and say what you see outside of that H. Por ejemplo, hola, hotel, hospital. Hola, hotel, hospital. Okay. Notice that I'm giving due process. I'm giving respect to every single vowel that we have here. Hola, hotel, hospital. Okay. So now we've got that. It's one less sound to worry about. That's the great news here. It's one less sound that you got to worry about because it's silent. But there is an exception. I talked about that. The exception is this when it follows a C. That's when it's an exception. We do get a H sound in there, but that's it. That's the only letter that you have to worry about. Chocolate, churro, escucho. And that's kind of second nature for us because this is the same sound we say for like cheese, right? It's the same thing, chocolate, right? We get that sound, so we know this. Okay, so that is what we get that actual H sound and it's a borrowed H sound. Okay. Next thing, the J and the soft G in Espanol. Okay. J's are always pronounced as English H's. J's are always pronounced as English H's. Por ejemplo, Jose, Javier, Jamón, Julio. Jose, Javier, Jamón, Julio. These are all words that you can practice. People are like, man, you're not doing anything but just saying a bunch of words. It's totally okay. Hey, I'm working on my pronunciation, right? You gotta crawl before you can walk, right? We got to get our sounds down first. And so we get our sounds and our pronunciation down first. The rest of this stuff is going to be a breeze because when I'm saying words, you can probably start to be able to identify the letters in those words, okay? Just by practicing. Jose, Javier, Jamon, Julio. Let's look at the G. And we're going to stop here today with these. This is what I want you to understand. And we're going to stop because I don't want to get you confused. But this note is what we will stop at today. Words that begin with C's or G's are pronounced differently based on the vowel that follows. So I'm going to get either a hard C sound or a hard G sound. What do I mean by that? Curtis, cut, whatever. Cards, right? Curtis cut the cards, right? Gorgeous, gals, I don't know, whatever we want to put on the end of it, but we're getting that good sound. Go, gorgeous, gals, gallop, right? Something like that. I don't know. But we want to get a hard G sound when we have, that's what I mean by a hard G sound. A soft C and a soft G sound are going to be like words like cerebral, right? We're getting a S sound, cerebral, right? Um, with a soft G sound. That's going to be something solely for Spanish. And so we'll see the letters I and E after they follow a G are going to give us an English H sound. The words that have E's, the words that start off with GE or GI in Espanol, or they have those combined together at some form or fashion in the word, the GE and the GI are going, the G is going to be pronounced as a soft English H sound. Okay. And that's pretty much the beginning of the rules that we need to really focus on. And oftentimes when you have those rules in place, you'll know. Okay. You'll know when you start to say words, you don't even have to think about these rules after so long. Okay. And so we are going to pause for the cause here today. And then we're going to come back. You can also work ahead by all means. And then that way you kind of understand with the day one, because day one of the workbook covers everything from day one. Okay. So you'll see um, some of the things that carry on after what we're talking about on the screen today. You'll see that finishing up, and you can go ahead and work with those. But I would say, if you want to get this thing, the ball rolling here, everything that we started off with in order, succession here, the vowels, the blending with the different letters, and then going into that mi mama me ama, mi mama me mima phrase, working on that, and then working those words that we saw, right? Afterwards, in Espanol, that is going to help you tremendously. Okay, so we'll come back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat location, and we will jump into the remaining of day one, and then we're going to even finish up day two. We'll get right through all of that. Like I said, day one is this is the foundation. So it takes some time, just like we're building a house. You know, it takes some time to build that foundation, right? Just can't come over here. Oh, we got the foundation built. Let's go ahead and put the house up. No, we got to let it sit for a little bit. So we're letting it sit for today. Let me know today while we're on camera, because this is something that you can go back and look at from what you said. And you can also download the video. I'm pretty sure you can uh, later on if you want to download it for yourself. But what are your glows and grows for today? What was something that you really like, hey, man, this is going to help me. I already know how to do this. It's going to be something great. And then what do you need to grow at? What would you say your glows and grows are for today?
My glows is probably the fact that you anticipate or think you know some things, and
Okay.
then you start realizing the reality of
Yeah.
what it really is, and you say,
Yes.
"Oh, okay," and you say, "Man, years ago I've been doing this like just little bit, but now I have the actual real of what." And you never know until you talk to somebody and they actually show you, because
Right.
you can
Right.
say it to other Spanish speakers and they're just happy that you're trying, so they're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah," but this
Yeah.
actually puts it in,
Very
you know.
Very true. And
So that's
you've got your background information now that you can rely upon. So I would say I definitely know what you're saying because now I know the reasoning behind what I'm saying.
mhm,
And so now I can go forth without having any issues because I've got that background knowledge. And that
right.
always does play a key part. Yes. And your growth. What do you see yourself having to grow after day one today?
I would say having to grow would probably, and I'm sure it's coming up, is in the rhythm, the rhythm
Uh-huh.
section of how to speak in the same rhythm that most Spanish speakers speak. Because we get so used to having grown up, like you said, chopping the words up and speaking like this. Whereas when I listen to them speak, I'm like, oh, slow down, slow down, slow down, like you said.
Right.
But it's not that there's to tell them to slow down. It's that your brain has to calculate and understand what that rhythm is that they're speaking, and it'll make
There
sense
you
at that
go. You got it. You got it. That's it. Now that we understand that there is a rhythm, because the thing is, syllable based is rhythm based.
point. Hmm.
We are on a we with English, we like we said, it's stressed, and it depends on the word where it could be a little short, choppy area, then it could be a long area, and then it's short, choppy. Ours is just in Spanish is going to be boom, 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 because we're giving value to each vowel. That is awesome. Good stuff. I will see you here again, Senor. Great talking with you. Great rolling with you. I look forward to the remaining 4 days here. And as you will know, let me make sure that you know, um, after at 9 o'clock your time. So
Hmm.
as we come on at 9 o'clock, that is you only have 24 hours with that video. Okay. And so make sure you go through and watch it as much as you need to. And then also make sure you get your copy of the day one workbook. Okay. I will leave that up for you all week. Don't worry about because it's just gonna well, it might be, I don't know if I'll tag it, but it'll be in the thread. But what I'll do is to eliminate confusion. I'm just going to tag or pin it to the top for each day. Okay.
Perfect.
So like day two will be at the top, but then you can scroll down and see day one. You don't have to post anything today. The challenge for you today will be just going through the review of what we did. As we finish up tomorrow's, the end of day one, technically, the end of day one's challenge, you'll get that. That's what I will want you to post into the community. And then when we get day two tomorrow as well, you'll get that challenge. So you'll do two challenges and post those into the community so that I can check and hear what it is that you're doing to let you know, hey, you're on the right path, or hey, you got to keep working on X, Y, and Z. I'll give you that feedback for you. Okay, senor?
Perfecto. Muchas gracias, Professor
De
Omar.
nada. De nada con gusto, señor. No